GMs are running mock drafts with their staff to see who could potentially be available whenever it's their time to pick on Thursday night, as we have our fourth annual Draft Spectacular, our biggest show of the year, except for this year. 31 dreams will come true. How many teams will be up with the fuckery? How many trades will be made? How many future Hall of Famers will have their names called this evening? Oh, shit.
No way.
The next pick is in.
I'll tell you what, 27 years in this thing, I fucking live for the draft.
Please welcome from West
McAfee.
Virginia University, 2014 Colts Man of the Year and two-time Pro Bowler.
We have a 7-second delay.
He's
Man of America.
Hello, Nashville. I'm not going to say a single word about the Tennessee Titans record against the Indianapolis Colts because I was a punter, and there's no reason for me to talk about them. With that being said, we did not punt much against the Tennessee Titans, so you probably have no clue who I am to begin.
Darius, keep your eyes closed. But imagine that the pick in the 2024 draft, 15 years from now, this person's in the Hall of Fame. Which team? What's that number one team you were thinking of saying?
The Dolphins.
The Dolphins?
Oh, my God.
Come on.
Get him on
Hold up.
As many of you know, a couple years ago, had a little bit of an outburst when the Packers selected Jordan Love.
Jordan Love, quarterback, Utah State.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Walk it off!
Von Walker, last fucking receiver the Packers took.
0-2. Good.
God damn it!
They're going to be on the clock here soon, so I decided to saunter down here. This is the biggest pick the Green Bay Packers as a franchise will have in the last 20 years. If they fuck this up, I'm going to walk up to the top of the Power and Light building, and I'm going to dive headfirst off the top of it and turn it into a pile of pink mist down on the street. So, I don't know, Koontz, the pressure's on, you know, unless you want to come pick up my bones and my goopy, bloody body, then I suggest we do the right thing here.
We don't know the pick yet.
I do know the pick. I won't fucking say it because I don't want to get chastised by anyone from the NFL. But fuck! I mean, it'll skip rap for me.
There's no way this should be humanly possible. But what is impossible? It's I'm possible. And whenever you're talking about Red Panda, you're talking about the biggest I'm in the history of I'm possible.
Yes.
What she does every single night is not supposed to happen.
Yeah.
There's no way you're supposed to be able to accomplish this feat.
No way.
No. AJ Hawk, what you say? How many people can do this? None. Just Red Panda. 5 bowls. Something nice to somebody.
2 years ago, when I retired from the Colts, I retired alongside two greats, Robert Mathis and Joe Wright. A couple months later, I watched the draft. Robert Mathis announced the pick, Joe Wright announced the pick, and then an orangutan announced the 4th-round draft pick. I was replaced by a zoo animal. I was not upset about it because the orangutan was terrible at his job.
You know what I'm wondering is if the guy you had in your studio, Mad Mel Kiper, I know that sorry son of a bitch didn't have this 2 weeks ago.
Mike's not plugged in.
Yes, I did. I actually just
No, you
played
didn't.
it.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes,
No,
I
you
did.
didn't.
You're a sack of shit,
Take a
Glazer.
fucking lap, Mel. You suck. Your boots on the ground in Kansas City, and you don't know shit from apple butter. You fucking suck, pal.
Oh,
Another
piss
year,
off.
You lose. I win.
Piss
I'm
off.
the king. You're a fucking court jester. You suck, and you know it.
Hey, ease up on the fucking gator tails,
Fuck
pal.
you.
Fuck
I'm
you.
outta here.
You're a piece of shit, Glazer.
Yes, I did. I had this.
I did.
Yeah,
I
no,
did.
no, you didn't.
I did. You didn't.
had this.
I
I
did.
had
You
it.
didn't.
Trust me. Can
You
I
didn't.
talk for Christ's sake?
Okay, fine, yeah.
Can
Go
I
ahead.
talk? Okay,
Go ahead.
yeah. Like I said, Kyle Pitts,
No, you didn't.
unbelievable
No,
talent.
you didn't. You didn't fucking
Yes,
have
I
it.
did.
No, you didn't.
You
You're a
said
sad
it.
sack of shit.
Probably the most interesting trade was the Randy Moss trade. After the draft, the first day of the draft, we've been trying to trade for Randy Moss for 2 months. All like childbirth. I mean, it took forever. After the first day of the draft, I talked to Mr. Davis. I said, are we going to make this deal or not? And he said, yeah, we'll do it. we'll do it for your 4th. And I think we were picking like 7th in the 4th round. I said, well, we got to get the guy for a physical. We can't take his contract. We're going to have to renegotiate his contract. And Mr. Davis said, well, that's your problem. If you want to trade for him, then you get it done. I said, all right. I said, okay, hung up the phone. This is like 11:30 at night, right after the first day of the draft. I call up Randy. Hey, Randy, it's Coach Belichick. Boom, hangs up the phone.
What?
Let me try this again. Randy, it's Coach Belichick. Who is this? Who's pranking me? Who is this? Boom, hangs up the phone. Randy, this is Coach Belichick. We traded for you. What? Is this a joke? This better not be a joke. Who is it? No. This is really? I said, yeah, but look, we got to get this done by tomorrow at noon. He goes, all right, what do I need to do? I said, you need to come up, take a physical, and we need to renegotiate your contract. It's by noon? Yeah. I goes, well, I'm in Houston now, but I got a plane. I'll be there. He flies, and he's there at 8 o'clock in the morning. Comes in and takes the physical. You know, the old...
Make sure he's
alive. Okay, you're good. Renegotiate the contract. We're done at 10 o'clock. And first thing he says to me is, where's the playbook? Right here. We got it. Let's go. He said, okay, because when I walk out there with the first team with Brady, I got to know all the plays. On this post-safety coverage, what are you going to do? He goes, Coach, you ain't going to see any post-safety coverage against me. 25 touchdowns.
Mad Mel Kiper has a question for you. He was looking for it.
Who the hell is Mad Mel? Who the hell is Mad Mel? Has the guy ever wore a jockstrap?
I never worn a jockstrap, but I've sniffed plenty of them, so I know what's going on with these players, okay?
Are you considering maybe moving back up into the first round after this pick and kind of filling out your roster with one of those guys who I suggested you take in order to kind of take the Colts over that hump and get you back into the playoffs?
Well, I wouldn't tell you if we were.
Thank you.
Thing.
Thank you, Chris. Go to hell, man.
Wow. First and foremost, Pat, I'd like to say, hey, listen, thanks for having me. Cleveland is beautiful this time of year. Granted, it does smell like a mixture of poop and diarrhea and sewage.
Jesus.
It doesn't smell great down here.
All right, let's get in here, you sick son of a bitch. Get in here. He's Louise. I have parents.
Almost 2 hours.
Hold it. Oh, don't drop it.
Oh, no, I dropped it.
It says Brock Bowers, 13th pick Raider.
Fuck this guy.
Oh, fucking way!
There's no way.
These guys will win. Bears, Caleb Williams.
100%.
Commanders, Jaden Daniels.
No.
Patriots, Drake May. Cardinals, Marvin Harrison Jr. Chargers, Joe Walt. Giants, Malik Neighbors. Titans, J.C. Latham. Michael Penix Jr. Roma Dunze. Vikings from
Traded
Jets.
with the Jets.
What? J.J. McCarthy, Jets from Vikings. Olu Fashanu, Broncos, Bo Nix, and then the 13th pick.
Oh, my God.
Bowers to the Raiders. Taped on his chest since 757.
Bo Nix.
Bo Nix,
There it is.
quarterback for the Broncos. Congrats to Bo, number 12 overall. Bill's booking Sean Payton right now.
We were there for the pro day, and then our private workout was the following day. We threw 80 more balls. The first sign of an inaccurate quarterback is when you're throwing these shorter routes because the ball's got to be on the right shoulder. It's a little bit easier down the field to stretch the ball and maybe hide your accuracy deficiencies. It was impressive. I just remember we got in the car afterwards, and I just looked around and I said, are you kidding me?
How long had it been, Jaden? And what was the process like to get to this number 2 overall pick for you?
It was a process. I learned this from the guy next to you. Being process-oriented, we wanted to get through everything before we actually settled on a decision, but we knew this one for a long time, Pat.
I have so much respect for you, and of course, never done very well against you, but I've always loved competing against you. You add a lot to the game, and you're great for the league, and look forward to seeing you play this year and not coaching against you.
Thank you, Coach.
That had to feel damn good.
Everybody's the GOAT. You know, this guy's a GOAT, that guy's a GOAT. It should be reserved for the very, very few who actually are the greatest of all time. And Bill, I want to embarrass you, but you are the GOAT.
Hell yeah, Bill.
I always appreciated Bill and I have had a ton of times where in 8 seconds we could do a trade or not do one. I think it's harder with a lot of these younger GMs. As we get older, there's less people that maybe you feel like that you could pick up the phone and call. So we certainly miss you during this time period.
Appreciate it, Sean. Ton of respect for you. Congratulations.
Shit, I thought you two would have buried the
Oh,
hat.
you gotta be fucking kidding me.
What happened?
Jesus Christ, some asshole in a Toyota came by and just fucking splashed me. $6,000 suit, and I smell like a fucking wet dog now.
We need to make sure that this guy's going to be comfortable here as the potential face of our franchise.
I can't even take you seriously.
Whoa, come on!
You're going to see this. 1, 2, boom! That is what you're going to see. Over and over and over again.
Absolutely explosive. The thing that really takes it over the top. Jesus fucking Christ. The thing that really takes it over the top. If he wears that Verizon visor underneath his helmet.
Son of a bitch, Mad Mel. Get it together.
The following program is a collection of stooges talking about happenings in the sports world. It is meant to be comedic informative. The opinions expressed on this show do not necessarily reflect the beliefs of their peers, their boss, or ESPN. There may be some cuss words because that's how humans in the real world talk. If you are young, please seek permission before watching any further.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome to Green Bay, Wisconsin. You're looking at Lambeau Field in the legendary G that is synonymous with the sport of American football. The greats have played here. The story of the NFL has been told here. And tonight, dreams will come true as Green Bay, Wisconsin is the host of the 6th annual Draft Spectacular, which begins in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. NFL Draft. We're live here. I'm not 100% sure these people can hear what we're saying. There are no speakers out to them because the speakers are coming from that massive stage on the other side of this parking lot. We are sitting here literally feet away from the greatest traditional stadium in the history of professional sports. Lambeau Field, the home of the Green Bay Packers and the Green Bay Packers fan base that has been around for generations and generations. They're screaming, "Go Pack, go!" And tonight, we'll be cheering for 32 young men whose dreams will come true as they become NFL players and drafted to some team somewhere. There's supposed to be a lot of activity. There's supposed to be a lot of action, and we'll be talking about it all. It's not just me, obviously. The Toxic Table is here at Boston Connor and at Mad Mel Kiper.
Yes, they do.
Mad Mel, the fans are chanting that the Bears still suck. The Bears might suck, but the draft does not. How do you feel tonight here in Green Bay, Wisconsin?
Well, it's an absolutely electric environment, Pat. Obviously, for my money, the draft should be in Green Bay every single year at the birthplace of football. What an environment. Let's see, I think we're going to get a lot of fireworks tonight.
That's what a lot of people are saying, Boston Connor. What does that mean, fireworks, in your eyes, especially as a Patriots fan with the 4th overall number pick?
Patriots at 4 are going to reset their franchise. They're going to go to new heights. Super Bowl's going back again, but I'm not sure if anything good's going to happen. Let's keep our expectations low.
Roger Goodell just showed up on the stage on a bicycle, because the preseason tradition at training camp, the Green Bay Packers ride bikes to practice. This place is booing his ass out of town. 9-year NFL vet, Darius Butler. Big night here for the draft. Roger Goodell already getting booed.
Huge night, huge night. The crowd is electric. They showed up. They're going to show out. And everybody that I'm talking to is saying we should expect some fireworks. So I'm excited about this first round, man. I can't wait to get underway.
I believe Lil Wayne just showed up on a bicycle as well. For the Big Brothers, Big Sisters local foundation here in Green Bay. It's a beautiful start to the draft. Mason Crosby also over there, kicker for the Green Bay Packers, legend. Also here, Green Bay Packers legend, the all-time leading tackler in Green Bay Packer history, A.J. Hawk is here. A.J., has it been great to be back here in Green Bay in front of these people?
Like Matt Mel said, this is where the draft should be every single year, man. These people get it.
Yeah. It's pretty impressive, man. This is where football was invented, pretty much, I feel like.
And obviously the crowd are big A.J. Hawk fans. How could you not be? The guy tackled more people here than anybody in the history of Packers, and they've been tackling people here for a long, long time. I wonder how they'll react to a man who is a Super Bowl winning coach for the Green Bay Packers. Back home, I believe, is how a lot of people have been talking. Coach Mike McCarthy is here.
Thank you.
You're a Yinzer.
I'm a Yinzer.
You're a Yinzer for sure, but it feels like your heart is in Green Bay, Wisconsin. And getting a chance to watch you experience your little welcome home here has been an honor. And thank you for joining us here tonight in Green Bay.
Well, thank you for having me. I've been really enjoying being with the crew here. We've had a good couple days, but we're just getting started. But I just can't say enough about
coming back home. This has been super cool, frankly, overwhelming. So.
Well,
Thank
good.
you for having me.
No problem. Overwhelming, you say. I think it's all warranted and earned and deserved. It's not just us on the stage here tonight. Obviously, we have a chance to have a guy, part of our crew, who's addicted to the NFL draft. Live from the draft cave, one half of the Hammer, Dahn, Cowboys, AP Tone in the draft cave. Tone, obviously, this is a night that you look forward to all year long. How do you feel looking ahead to the next 4 hours or so?
Yeah, the draft is the best, Pat. I mean, I'm a huge college football fan, huge NFL fan. So this is kind of the culmination of both things. You see the college football guys that you rooted for getting drafted by your favorite NFL team potentially, and then also the drafts can change your team for all of history. 21 years ago today, the Steelers drafted Ben Roethlisberger. That brought us 3 Super Bowl appearances, 2 Super Bowl championships. That could happen tonight for a team. That could bring you happiness for the next 20 years, and that's kind of what we're looking for tonight.
I love to hear that, and every team thinks that tonight is going to be a pivotal moment as Clay Matthews is getting the crowd jacked up here. You talk about a legendary draft pick for a team in Green Bay here. He looks amazing, as do all the boys up there representing for the Green Bay Packers. Also in the draft cave tonight is a man that should not be on our show. And I say that with all due respect to this man. He is the draft guy. The fact that he's not on ABC or ESPN and the fact that he's on our show is a travesty, I think, because of how damn good he is and how plugged in he is. Thank you so much. In the draft cave next to AP Tone, ESPN analyst Peter Schrager.
Come on, Schrager. Guys, I am so fired up. It's my favorite night of the year. I'd rather be here than the Super Bowl, than the opener, or the kickoff. I love the draft, and my phone is already alive. I think we're going to get some action up at the top. Hey, Pat, thanks for having me. Couldn't be happier. Let's go.
Oh, yeah, you're damn right, Shregs. I like that you took your jacket off, just the vest, a little bit casual but professional. It's a big-time night. Shregs, you just alluded to it there. I think there's been rumors all day that there's going to be a lot of fireworks. Connor said it, D-Butt said it, I think Matt Mel said it. I think we're all hearing it. What does that mean? Is that a lot of trades, Shregs, or what is the thought here?
We could have a trade at the top. Nothing has been done yet. You saw Jay Glazer's tweet perhaps online. The Jaguars are a team that's been looking around to go front back, but I reported on ESPN on Monday. I came on Get Up with Greeny. I said, hey, the Browns and the Giants, their phone lines are open at 2 and 3. Now the Titans, Pat, they told everybody, we're not listening. Cam Ward's our guy. We're moving right along. The Browns did not say that. The Giants did not say that. Is there a Godfather deal to move up in the draft to either 2 or 3? Phone lines are open. Nothing official yet, but know that there are calls being made.
Okay, Matt Mel, what does that mean to you? What does that mean? Only one team is solidified. Could be the biggest or most amount of question marks we've had since covering the draft.
Yeah, without a doubt, but I actually think there might be a sleeper team. I think there might be a sleeper team that not even Schrags has heard about. Listen, everybody knows, this is Green Bay, okay? The Packers are sitting at the back half of the draft, obviously very late, 23rd pick or so. Listen, I'm kind of reading the tea leaves a little bit. Don't discount maybe the Packers jumping up into the top 10 and kind of shaking things up a little bit for the fans here.
That would be a wild move. Coach Mike McCarthy, let's talk about some of these teams potentially trading back. I believe we've talked to you over the last 24 hours. That's not a move that you hate. You don't mind going back a little bit. Why do you think at the top they're thinking about that 2-3? And what do you think is a haul that they could potentially get?
Well, I think the biggest thing is everybody puts so much into these boards, and they're looking the way their personal needs are and where they think the different positions are going to fall. I've always been a fan of going back. I know my first year in Green Bay, 06-07, I think we had 10, 11, 12 picks each year, and that's really the basis of your football team where you get a lot of depth and so forth. So I think as these guys, the amount of work that goes into this is a huge night for the whole organization. But going back, to me, I've always felt served the roster development component very well.
Okay, I love that. I love to hear that. Now, I know as we go through the night, some picks are going to be made by teams, and we're just going to be peppering you with questions. So we appreciate the hell out of you, Coach. Let's go back to that draft cave. Tone, 2, 3, 4 potentially open. Is that because of the superstars at the top of this? And maybe the lack of quarterbacks at the top of the draft, AP Tone.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's all the guys are talking about. You know, this is a starter, not a star draft, but there are some stars. One being Abdul Carter, one being Travis Hunter, one being Ashton Genty, and then depending on who you talk to, Tyler Warren, guys like that. So in a draft where it's so star heavy in the first 2-3 picks with just those guys, and then you're looking at more starters, there's teams that definitely would want to go up there and get those stars in Travis Hunter, Abdul Carter, Ashton Genty, and then, you know, guys 5 through 25, 5 through 30, you know, they have similar grades. So it's a situation where teams, if they want to make a huge splash, they're going to go up and try to get one of those guys.
Schrags, when did Cam Ward become the solidified number 1 for the Tennessee Titans, you think? And why do you think that was so easily decided after the draft process began, but at the beginning there's no clear number 1 quarterback?
Let me give you a little story time going back to the combine. They bring him in for a meeting, and Cam Ward, they surprise him, and I think Coach will love this, with a tape of his worst plays of his college career, all the worst shit that he did in college. And they said, okay, explain all of it. He didn't shy away. He had an answer, he had an explanation for everything. It was the worst of the worst. He took full blame for any bad play, but also explained what could have done right and where the communication went wrong. They then, Pat, went to San Antonio, Texas to speak with everyone at Incarnate Word, where he started his journey. 7,500 kid school down there in San Antonio. The Titans brass went down there and did an investigation process, and it came back as clean as it could be. Did the same up in Pullman at Washington State, and then went down to Miami. The last stage of it was his visit to Nashville, and I'm told not only did he impress everyone in the C-suite and Miss Amy and the whole deal, this dude went across, tried to meet everyone in the equipment room, tried to meet everyone in the cafeteria, introduced himself. They love the player. They love the kid, and this is not one of these big marketing machine with the agent and the brand and this and that. No, this is a kid who just wants to ball and was a 0-star recruit out of high school who started his path at Incarnate Word. Yeah. Let's go.
Okay, we love everything about that story. And Coach Mike McCarthy, you hear Peter Schrager talking about the interviews and all the behind-the-scenes stuff that's taking place, because this is a multi-million-dollar decision, right?
I don't talk like that. Oh, Christ, you're killing me. But hey, I think I love all the points that Peter made, because, you know, that's the thing about it. When you bring the recruits in or the prospects in, and you go out and talk to them, everybody that they touch is part of that process. So I thought the points that were made are so important. You know, whether it's the security director, the people in the cafeteria, all that factors in, because, you know, at the end of the day, the hardest thing to evaluate is the EQ, the emotional. Okay.
Yes.
That goes involved in that. And so exposure. But,
you're good. You're good, Coach. I was talking to Zito and Foxy to show the hugs that Cam Ward was getting in the green room while it was all taking place at Mario Cristobal while you were talking there. But everything you're talking about, I think as players, AJ, we want good dudes in the locker room. Like, that is literally the number one thing. As a teammate, that's the number one thing I care about. I assume they're going to be able to play football. Now,
yeah, exactly. We've seen what they can do on the field, right? Like, when you know you're bringing in a franchise dude who's going to be the face of your program forever, I mean, you can't do enough due diligence, I think, to make sure that that person is going to be the leader. But we hear that buzzword culture all the time. Like, what does that mean? Like, it means you bring in good dudes that are, you know, they live well on and off the field, and they take care of each other, and they're accountable to their teammates.
Coach, was that your culture, I assume? What is your culture that you try to instill?
No, definitely. I mean, you can't have enough good football players, number one, but at the end of the day, it's the connection. It's a connection that builds the continuity where the ultimate conflict comes to be successful in team sports.
Yeah, you were talking about that Green Bay Packers team that won the Super Bowl. You're talking about that group being tight.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I mean, I think what that team went through to win a Super Bowl doesn't get enough credit. You know, when you get into this roster development, you know, I always go back to that team. 77 players it took to win that championship. So with all them injuries, so at the end of the day, core guys like AJ in that defense in particular kept us in every game, and then we got going at the end of the year. But yeah, you have to have that if you're going to win a championship in this league.
D-Bud, I want my team playing cards with each other.
Absolutely.
Legit, I think that is like the most important part of this entire thing.
If guys like each other, they're going to play better together. And one thing that stuck out about me about Cam Ward is his coach. You hear his coach, Cristobal, talk about him, the leader that he is, the alpha that he is when he walked in the room, every step that he took up he played better. He was more productive. And we talk about culture and great guys. That starts at home, you know, for most of the guys that I played with. And his parents, great group of parents, haven't missed one game in his football career, and they plan on keeping that streak going in the NFL, man. So that's awesome.
We have some breaking news here early. We talked about fireworks. Adam Schefter has just tweeted that the Jacksonville Jaguars are trading up to number 2.
Wow.
The Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick, a 4th-round pick, and a 6th-round pick to the Jags. The Jags are trading the number 5 overall pick, a 2nd-round pick, number 36, and a 4th-round pick, and their 2026 first round. Wow, that's a haul.
That's a haul.
I feel like that's a lot. What does that mean, Coach? That means they really like somebody at number 2. They're new coach, new GM.
Totally. I think it's awesome. Number one, I mean, how can you not love Travis Hunter? I mean, I think.
Okay, so that's what you're thinking.
Well, we don't know.
Hey, Coach.
Maybe he does.
That's it. He did his research. You did your research.
I mean, that's what I think it is. I mean, you know, but I think number one, you know, these scouts and these organizations put so much into this process. And, you know, they're sitting there ready to make these moves. So I don't think you can look at how much they gave, but I think you got to give them a lot of respect that they identified someone that they want to go up there and get. So I think that's a great move by them, always do. And whether you're, you know, same thing, if you're going back or going forward, you just got to trust your board.
Coach, when do you think they started working on this trade? Like, could this have come up in the last hour, or is this something that's been going on?
No, I think the preparation of it's, you know, definitely been going on. I mean, it could be a week, it could be 4 weeks. You know,
really?
I think it just depends on the personalities and the people involved.
When that happens, you just said people involved, like in Dallas or when you're in Green Bay. If something like this did come across, whether you're trading back or up, does the GM, Jerry, or the GM when you're with Green Bay, do they say like, hey, we're going to move back, hey, we're going to move up, or is it kind of like, what do you think about moving back or up?
I mean, Green Bay and Dallas, their operations are similar in certain ways, but obviously different, particularly when you talk about the leadership group. But I would say clearly, I mean, there is a tight communication, you know, group, because, you know, obviously you don't want Peter Schrager again.
Or Schefter.
Schefter. I mean,
so it's been official.
That's no fun.
We watched it happen. Cam Ward has officially been selected number 1 to the Tennessee Titans.
Wow.
Welcome to AFC South, Cam. Okay, welcome to AFC South. Him and Roger Goodell had a very easy, gentle meet and greet, which is maybe a tone setter for the rest of the evening. Roger Goodell getting a little older, had that back surgery, did a hug.
Yep.
Not that crazy of a go-to. Let's go down to the draft cave. Schrager, Travis Hunter, why Jacksonville's moving, offensive guy, and Liam Cohen. Obviously, Gladstone comes from the McVay operation. Let's lead up. Do we assume that's Travis Hunter, or what are the thoughts?
I believe it will be for Travis Hunter. I don't have that confirmed 100%, but that is the expectation. And I would note this for Browns fans. Paul DePodesta, Moneyball guy, Cleveland Browns, trade back. They might not be done trading back. They have a lot of pieces they need to add, and they look at a chessboard here. Let's collect some picks. Let's keep making moves. This is the draft to do that. If you didn't land Hunter and you didn't land Carter, you might as well keep on piling up. Cleveland Browns, they might be in that business if you're looking at the Paul DePodesta Moneyball style that has been employed for years in baseball.
AP Tone, we think Travis Hunter is obviously going to play wide receiver with a package down there. What does your film study say about Travis Hunter?
I mean, Travis Hunter, first and foremost, off the field, everyone says he is just like by far all about straight ball. All he cares about is ball, watching film, hanging out, working out, getting better. So off the field, you know you're getting like 100 out of 100 character guy. And then on the field, like we've talked about, he is a one-of-one generational player. We use that word too often, but not for Travis Hunter. He is definitely a generational player. He averaged 111 snaps a game, okay? 111. The next closest guy was 85. So that's about 30 more snaps a game than the second place guy in college football. Obviously, the best corner in football, the best wide receiver in football. Everyone says he'd be number 1 on their board for corner or wide receivers. If the Jags are taking him here, they are getting an absolute stud and the Heisman Trophy.
They're going down to Duval. Mad Mel, Travis Hunter, number 2 overall pick to Jacksonville. We all assume. What was your draft analysis on him?
Obviously had Travis Hunter very, very high up on my board. I would just like to make a little caveat to what Schrag said about, Paul DePodesta and the Browns. The only reason they have to play Moneyball is because Jimmy Haslam gave out the worst fucking contract in the history of NFL. But But that's beside the point. Travis Hunter, obviously a dog both ways. I wouldn't necessarily call it a red flag. Some people a little worried that, hey, is this guy too focused on the Fortnite? Is he focused enough? Well, that's, a discussion for a different day. Coach, curious, do you think this guy can play both ways in the NFL? We're not playing in the Big 12 anymore. We're not playing
Whoa, that's a good league.
It is.
That's all right.
Wow. All I'm saying is he's not lining up.
It's a good league.
He's not lining up against any rum-dums from Iowa State anymore, okay?
Okay.
Some other guys. Coach, can he go both ways in the NFL?
Absolutely, because the information's there. I mean, he's done it. I think, number one, when you look at his grade, I would love to know what his grade is on the historical boards, as far as all time. To see a young man that's rated top 5 in both as a corner and receiver, and also have return ability. You're talking about a 4-down player from both sides of the ball. I mean, that.
How do you manage that?
Huh?
How do you manage that? Is it packages? Do you do
definitely? I mean, that's something you got to start. I think you start that way because maybe it doesn't work out. It gets to be too much. Okay, maybe he plays just corner. Well, all those reps of receiver, I mean, it's only going to help him be better at corner. So I think this is a great selection. I mean, he's got to be one of the highest rated players.
What is the score out of it? Is there like a total score number that all teams have, or what is it?
No, everybody puts a final grade, on a player, and then, and it has the value. But you look at the historical grades.
What was AJ's whenever you guys drafted him in 5?
Historical.
Oh,
historical.
It would be historical, D-Bud, if somebody was able to play both ways full time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, I mean, when have you ever talked about a guy like Travis?
Never.
Ever.
Yeah, I mean,
Ever. We've had guys sprinkle on, obviously, primetime, Deion Sanders, we know Seawood, Champ Bailey, those guys, especially on the collegiate level. I think, like Tone said, off the field, he's a 10 out of 10 guy. He's all football. You can tell that he's a smart guy. He knows his ball, but taking care of his body would be the biggest challenge if it is Travis Hunter up here playing both ways.
As Roger Goodell heads to the podium.
Celebrate the 32 young men entering the NFL.
Booing them.
I'm honored to take a moment to recognize a player who's made a profound impact on and off the field.
Can't
the
boo
Walter
that.
Payton NFL Man of the Year Award, presented by Nationwide,
Good move, Raj.
recognizes one player each year who best represents greatness and compassion both on and off the field and in the community.
Hell yeah.
Tonight, we are proudly joined by the 2024 Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year, Eric Armstead.
Hell yeah.
Good work, Eric.
Let's go, Bo.
That's it.
Thought we were making a pick here, but certainly making the world better at the time.
First off, Duval.
Nobody from Jacksonville here.
Yeah, I like that, though. That's why I like that. This is a lot of Green Bay fans. Connor, we were driving around town here.
Yeah.
This is different than anything I've ever seen before. And I've played here, and we took a bus ride in. We took a right at the Ace Hardware diner. We go down a few blocks, and then all of a sudden, Lambeau pops up out of nowhere. There's houses here. Looks like it's down in Greenfield diner. But it is really like that.
Oh, yeah. You are heavy.
Cars parked all front yards out here. I mean, it was an insane scene in Green Bay. I would recommend it to anybody because it feels like it's a game day. I assume this is what game day is like. I would recommend this experience to anybody. It is awesome out here.
Yeah, so cool. And we started with the entire show with that opening drone shot, Green Bay, Lambeau. There is that kind of aura to it, but it's a football time. Like last year we were in Detroit. It's a city. It's a little different. It's not the same. Like we are in a town that is dedicated to football. You mentioned the people out. Every single house, $100, $85 for parking, a bunch of small businesses. You love that. But also just everyone being bought in to the team. Look out here. It's all Packers fans. Last year in Detroit, it was sprinkled. There's a few different people from different teams. Of course, a lot of Lions fans, but still all dedicated to the Pack. Earlier, they played the Go Pack Go music. That's unbelievable. I don't know if I've ever actually heard the Go Pack Go with the little tune they play with it. I loved that, but it is sweet being kind of like a college town almost, just dedicated to football. New England's kind of like that with Foxborough and Gillette, but something like this, it's next level.
It's going to be a night that Travis Hunter's going to remember forever. The Jacksonville Jaguars gave up a haul as he makes his way to the stage.
Clean, Jack.
Clean, pink fit. Do we have it?
He's pumped up.
Down to Duval, Florida boy staying in Florida. Love that.
Great skip there, athlete.
There he is.
There he is.
ESPN had a great shot of him skipping down the hallway, putting a hat on. NFL Network here waiting for him to get out. Travis Hunter, one of the greatest athletes in the history of ball, has officially been drafted to Jacksonville, Florida. Congratulations, Travis Hunter, getting number 2 overall. The thought of Liam Cohen, first-year head coach, offensive guy, play caller. GM Gladstone, who looks like he's 12 years old. Them making this big of a play tells the fans, too, I think that they're, fully invested. We want to make a splash, especially in Jacksonville with how they've been, Mad Mel.
Yeah, without a doubt, you lose a couple receivers. A lot of people, pre-draft saying, hey, Ashton Jeanty, that's going to be the guy they're moving up, and maybe they're moving on from Travis Etienne. Obviously, they got to figure out whatever they can do to get, Trevor Lawrence back on track.
Yes.
He needs to be the guy that he was supposed to be. You get a guy like Travis Hunter, shit, that's not a bad start for, Cohen and Jimbo Gladstone.
Let's go down to the draft cave. AP Tone, Travis Hunter officially a Jacksonville Jaguar. In Schrags, how did we get here?
Unbelievable that this thing might have been already in place before we even started today. There were conversations being had. I came on Get Up on Monday over on ESPN. I started the week by saying Cleveland's phone lines are open. They were, and here comes Jimmy Gladstone, 34 years old, slick as it gets, making a huge swing. And if you listen to his quotes at his general manager press conference, he said, I will not be timid. This is not a timid move. My small Travis Hunter story for you guys. I worked with Charles Woodson over at Fox. Charles Woodson spoke to the team when the Colorado played UCF in Orlando. Okay, speaks to the team, fine. Travis Hunter and him start talking. Travis Hunter then went to Charles Woodson's kids' game that Friday night because he wanted to just watch ball and talk more with Woodson. This guy loves the craft of football. And for as much as we talked about this Colorado program and how it's a lot of flash and all that, his favorite thing to do, he just wants to go fishing and chill and be with his friends and play video games. This guy's about the right stuff. And I got to tell you, Jacksonville, I'm talking to those guys now, they are over the moon.
Liam Cohen's bumped up, AP Tone. Why do you think that's the case?
Well, he is, and because you get a guy like Travis Hunter in there, and you talked about pairing him to, make the life easy for the quarterback, Trevor Lawrence. Like, they got an absolute steal last year in Brian Thomas Jr. He was what they get him at, like 18, 19, whatever it was.
So
and
good.
he became out, and he's an automatic #1 wideout. So then you pair him with Travis Hunter, so he doesn't have to automatically come in and be the #1. So he could be the #2, and he could also play defense. I feel like it's literally the perfect.
There's a chant out here happening that the Cowboys suck, and obviously I don't think that's the most fair thing to happen to Coach Mike McCarthy.
Well, sorry, he's not there anymore. That's
He's got
okay.
nothing but respect for Dallas.
He
though.
loves Dallas.
In the last 24 hours, he has made that very evident to us that he still loves Dallas Cowboys and everybody at Dallas. So even though the fans are saying the Cowboys suck, we would like it to reiterate and hammer home, Classy Inzer here does not hate the Dallas Cowboys. Understands the business. How'd you hear everything you just heard there about Travis Hunter make you think about anything, Coach?
Yeah, definitely. I think the biggest thing is, 4-down player on both sides of the ball. I mean, you talk about dynamic. You sit there, I mean, when you get to the end of the week and you're putting together your 48-man roster, I mean, you talk about reps and this guy's something like, I mean, I've never had a player like this. And we had Charles, but Charles is a defensive player of the year. But to have a young man that can make an impact, and I thought the point was made that he doesn't have to be the #1 receiver. I think that's a great point. So he can play in the flow of 2 receiver sets, 3 receiver sets, and get him going. Because I think they're definitely going to want him on the field, for every snap as a corner.
Matt Mel mentioned getting Trevor Lawrence some help, doing whatever to help him out. I wouldn't be surprised if they get back here and get another playmaker in the backfield. You talk about moving on from Etienne. He hasn't been healthy, hasn't been as dynamic. But Travis Hunter, what impressed me most is his instincts, his spatial awareness on both sides of the ball, defensively and offensively. You saw him stick his head in there on that big fumble on the goal line. You don't expect a player like that playing both sides, built the way he is to make that type of play. Those reaction plays in zone coverage when he's playing the quarterback, showing high, breaking low, making the diving catches, unbelievable ball skills will be a tremendous payoff on both sides of the football.
Football IQ through the roof. I think that's why Prime loved him so much. And obviously he and Prime worked together and worked very closely. He took Travis in as like his kid almost. And the New York Giants were on the clock and their pick is in. Let's go to Roger Goodell.
2025 NFL Draft. The New York Giants select Abdul Carter, defensive end, Penn State.
Okay, so the New York Giants add to an incredible defensive line Coach Mike McCarthy, we talked to you. You said, feel like you need 4 ones at the D-line position in the modern NFL. Is that still what you mean? And what do you see out of Abdul Carter that maybe reminds you of Micah from a few years back at Penn State?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously a ton of similarities, but I think his pass rush and his ability just jumps off the tape. But you look at this snap right here that we got up there, his ability to beat a double team on the tight inside zone, playing off the ball. I mean, really, Clay Matthews was the first guy that we ever had as far as a pass rusher and then moving them back and playing them off the ball. Obviously, we did that with Micah in Dallas, too. So great flexibility, immediate starter. And I think as you sit here and watch him, he's going to be getting the attention from offensive protection units.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be getting chipped right away because, I mean, he is a dynamic pass rusher.
They got Sexy Dexy there, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
They got 4 ones now. You got Burns, you got Kayvon, you got Sexy Dexy, and now you got Abdul Carter. He's a guy that you expect from day one to be able to change the math, especially on passing downs. And most of these games, most of these big games come down to 2-minute drives, come down to getting a stop or making a play on offense. And when you got guys that you can get a 4-man pass rush on, that is unbelievable.
And you can't account for where they're going to be. So you don't know where they're going to line up. Like, I think that's the story of this whole draft with the defenders. They're so versatile. You have a lot of guys that came in, played 2 years off the ball. All of a sudden, they go up and they're edge rushers and they get 11, 12 sacks. That's not an easy thing to do. That's 2 completely different positions.
He had a foot and a shoulder, allegedly, played through everything. Let's go down to the draft cave. AP Tone, Abdul Carter was the clear #1 defensive guy on the board outside of, obviously, Travis Hunter?
Yes, he was. And the thing I love about Abdul Carter is, and AJ just talked about it there. So he comes in 2022, he's a freshman All-American. He's playing off the ball. 2023, All Big Ten, he's playing off the ball. That's because they had guys on the outside. This year, 2024, it's his first year strictly playing D-end, and he becomes, the best D-end in the country, the best defensive player in the country, and he got better and better every single year. Obviously, where's number 11? You guys talked about the comparisons to Micah Parsons. My favorite thing about him is 4 of his 5 highest pressure games and best sack games were against ranked teams. So he showed up when it mattered the most. Big-time player in big-time spots against the best competition. Yeah, Abdul Carter's a stud.
Okay, let's go to Peter Schrager down in the draft cave. Peter, hey, I thought they were drafting a quarterback. I thought it was going to be Shador. I thought the Giants were going QB. Still could happen, I guess. And when did they make this decision about Abdul Carter, you think, at 3?
This has been in the works for a while. They were never taking Shador at 3. I'm not sure where all that came from for the last several weeks. And it wasn't going to be Jackson Dart either. It was always going to be Hunter Carter. Once they knew they couldn't get Cam Ward. I'll tell you another thing here. I spoke with James Franklin, coach of Penn State. I said, give me a good Abdul Carter story. I'm going to be with McAfee and the boys. He says,
hell yeah.
Here's the deal. He goes, I went to go recruit Abdul Carter when he was in high school. Philadelphia kid in one of those row houses. Says he opens the door, the front door, and right there in the living room, not like there's a foyer or there's no mud room. He walks right in, and right there in the living room is a bench press, and a high school Abdul Carter is just putting a set in while the coach of Penn State walks in the front door, and there's a bench press in the living room. I love it. One more thing.
$1,000,000.
One more thing. Almost like not the cardinal sin, but the thing that Giants fans just can't get their hands around is that they traded out when they had Micah Parsons on the board a few years ago. They traded back. They ended up getting Kadarius Toney, and they got a future first-round pick.
Yikes.
That rubs so many Giants fans wrong, and it just sits and it just festers. This guy might make right what they made wrong 3 years back.
The Giants are in an interesting situation. We all understand that. Everybody has watched along from the Hard Knocks offseason all the way through last season with what Saquon did, Dayball, Shane, the amount of time, yada, yada, yada. Abdul will be able to get to the quarterback and put pressure. Mad Mel, what are your thoughts on what the Giants did with all the smoke that was coming of them maybe taking Shador early in the draft?
Yeah, personally, I probably would have taken Shador Sanders. I don't know if Russell Wilson or Jameis Winston or whoever, Tommy DeVito, Tommy Cutler.
Thank you, Tommy Cutler.
I don't know if they're going to get the job done. Abdul Carter, though, is absolutely unbelievable. You look at the elite bend around the edge, explosive hands. He's built like a brick shithouse. You mentioned the playoff run, Pat. He's tougher than a $2 steak. Tough to miss on this kind of kid. Coach, I'm sure, you look at Micah Parsons and probably think, God damn, that's a spitting image of the guy I was just coaching.
No doubt about it. It's hard not to think of Micah when you see number 11 out there. But I think a big thing, too, when you look at the history of great organizations, that won Super Bowls, you go back and look at the Super Bowl teams of the Giants. Look at those defensive lines. Look at them defensive front. I love it when teams really lock in and play to their history, the trends of making their success.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a hell of a defensive front now.
I'm sure Mara appreciates it as well.
Oh, yeah.
And Mara had to be in on the say. You know, he was trying to lead them to water with Saquon Barkley last offseason. It ends up not happening. I'd like to see how much Mara was doing this, Boston Connor, on this pick, as Ian Rappaport has reported that the Patriots pick is in. We don't know what it is yet, but they're saying the Patriots pick is in, so they're not trading out.
Yeah, thank God. It's probably going to be a Hall of Famer. The Abdul Carter thing, the Mara thing, you wonder if Mara did have some sort of good idea. Maybe Joe Shane's kid chimed in with a good idea. Maybe Joe Shane listened, maybe he didn't. But it feels like so far, especially with Carter and Hunter, the kind of theme around is that they love ball. You know, like we talk about how much you need to love football to actually be good. Like for you guys as players and coach, of course, you, like how do you know if someone loves ball?
Coach, that's actually a good question. I would like you to answer because you told me that there's potentially a new like board coming in or a new score coming in for some of these teams on like, do they love ball or not? Like trying to figure that out.
I would say it's new. I just think like it's like anything, it's heightened. And I think you got to be careful. I'm going to go on the other side of this because, you know, sometimes when the player is hesitant and think, you know, oh, he doesn't love ball or he's not, you know, you got to make sure it's just maybe a little lack of confidence because that's where mistakes are made. But how do you know?
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
Well, pro football is by confidence. I mean, you have that slight hesitation, you know, in it where he's not finishing a play or, you know, he's not finishing a block. And confidence, to me, sometimes that lack of confidence can also look like, man, this guy doesn't love football.
Would you draft that guy? Could you bring him in and like empower the guy to get that confidence?
I don't think it's that clean cut. I think you got to know that. But to answer the question, these guys love football. It jumps off the tape. I mean, it jumps off the tape. I mean, just the way they chase the football, the way they redirect. Obviously, they got the skill set that are elite. But yeah, these guys love football. I mean, they just their motor. I mean, I go to Carter just the Boise game. I mean, was he make the first 6 tackles? I mean, you know, we're talking about playoff football, and this guy goes out and he makes an impact immediately. He can disrupt the game. So, yeah, those guys are so important to your football team. But I get the, hey, they don't love football. They don't have enough grit, or they have the yellow dot. And I mean, seeing different formats with it. But make sure you're not dealing with a guy that has, you know, he just needs some confidence. Because at the end of the day, you play your best football when you are rolling in confidence.
I mean, both of those last 2 players, they're dripping with confidence week in and week out. Because you can tell they can play multiple positions. You talk about Tone talked about him playing off the ball and then moving up to the edge. That's a completely different ball game, and for him to go out there and be immediately dominant. But I mean, this guy, we watched him down in the Orange Bowl. There was some questions: would he play because of the shoulders? We knew he'd be a top 5 pick, maybe the #1 pick at that time, and he toughed it out, played through that game, had a high impact on it. That lets you know that's one of the things: adversity, how the guys deal with adversity, and that'll tell you a lot of times how much they love ball, how much they love to compete.
Let's go down to the draft cave real quick as Roger Goodell. Roger Goodell is making his way to the stage right now for the Patriots pick.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Will Campbell, tackle, LSU.
It is official. A lot of mocks had this happening. You know, there was times where at Boston Connor thought Travis Hunter was going to be a New England Patriot. There was times he thought Abdul Carter was going to be a New England Patriot. Then over the last couple weeks, it feels like Campbell has been the guy slotted to be a New England Patriot. How do you feel about this pick, and what does this mean for the Patriots in this new Vrabel era?
Well, you just mentioned Mike Vrabel. This is the first pick of the Mike Vrabel era, and it's kind of reminiscent of the MCDC Penei Sewell. You know, there's a new culture coming to New England. We've been talking about how awesome it was when New England had this, you know, moxie and aura to them of being that team in New England that is unbeatable. You know, there's something about going up there, but that hasn't been around the last few years. Will Campbell, the big conversation leading up to the draft. Hey, this kid's arm's too small. You know, this guy's got 33-inch arms. That's not good. He's not going to be able to play tackle. Penei Sewell's arms, let's just, you know, talk about that, 33¼ inch, okay? So a little longer, not that much longer. He played left tackle. This isn't a guy that you got to move from right tackle to the left side of the line. He played 2,447 snaps at left tackle when he was at LSU. He started all 3 years at left tackle at LSU. And this is the SEC. Gave up 2 sacks over the last 2 years of ball. He played every single snap, and that's the biggest thing for me. He plays the position. He's played. He toughs it out. He's not, a wuss. He's going to continue to play, whether that be left tackle or be left guard. Say he comes in, and sure, maybe his arms are a little too small, an inch too small. Hey, guess what? We got a 15-year guard. And Dante Scarnecchia, one of the, premier Hall of Fame offensive line coaches, he talked about it. He said, hey, look, it's not that big of a deal from my perspective. Some people, say it is, a very big deal. He says it's not because he's got the best feet. He gets to his spots. Sure, if his arms are short, then he's got to use that. Throw the punches at the right time. Kind of use those angles. Get to your spot. Guy's 6'6", 319.
Feels like you've done a lot of research on Mike. This is a good pick.
It is a good pick.
Well done, Coach.
Who's the franchise? Who's the franchise at the end of the day? It's the wide receiver. It's the pass rusher. No, it's the damn quarterback. Protect Drake May. He's the dude. Will Campbell's going to do that.
Okay, let's go to the draft cave with everything that Connor just said. Is there anything to add, AP Tone?
Connor did an incredible job. There's a couple of things. He's the first true freshman to start at left tackle for LSU. And then, as Connor said, he did that for 3 years, 38 games. He only missed 2 games in the 3 years that he was an All-SEC every single year. He was an All-American this year. He was doing that with those short arms. Connor said the 2 sacks. That was in 1,000 pass blocking reps over the last 2 years. He only gave up those 2. He's a great run blocker, too. He did have the shortest arm since 1999, but we've already said.
1990.
Wingspan.
Shortest wingspan.
Like it's 1990.
Shortest wingspan.
Shortest wingspan since 1999.
Is that out of all eligible tackles, or what is that? What do you mean?
Yes, tackles that went to the combine, I believe.
Oh, wow.
Go ahead, Coach.
He's got these little arms, huh? Is that what, he's got the T-Rex arms. Is that what we're worried about? Real quick from me on this one. They loved him. Vrabel's a guy who knows and respects. This is right up his alley. I've been told that all week he's been walking around wearing the free shirt that the NFL gave all the rookies. He just got a T-shirt and here's a bag and a gift bag, and that's what he's been wearing around town.
Beast.
I love that. This guy's an all-world guy. But in what they say is a 3-player draft, if you listen to it all week, it was Genty, it was Carter, it was Hunter. This wasn't one of the guys. And you think if Joe Milton doesn't throw Dan Marino, who knows if this goes a different way, but you can't consider that. You just got to go on. They got the best lineman.
Coach Mike McCarthy, offensive line, this high in the draft. You like it?
Love it. You talk about 3 primary positions. Your cornerback, obviously first pick, second pick, rusher, edge rusher, and now the left tackle. That's what in the quarterback. Those are your 4 primary positions in the National Football League. Excellent pick. Obviously, I think the footwork, his hips alignment, and so forth. I mean, talk about his tenacity, his finish. Reputation as a great leader. I mean, he is a cornerstone, a keystone.
Oh,
Pennsylvania. Keystone type player. No, I think this is a
short arms though, Coach. Short arms was the thing.
No, definitely. But yeah, I mean, hey, at the end of the day, can he go inside? I mean, we talked about a bunch of guys. I mean, throughout my career in Green Bay and Dallas, you draft tackles. And then if he does have a problem, then he goes in and plays guard. Not a big deal. But this guy's a premier player. He's played in the SEC. You hit the number of snaps.
How many?
Yeah,
2,447 at left tackle.
Yeah. Bingo.
Didn't miss a game?
Yeah.
Didn't miss a game.
AJ, it's a dog.
Durability is a skill. It's something you can work on. I love it. If you're not injury prone in college, you're probably not going to be injury prone in the NFL.
Well, he's a natural knee bender. I mean, you can see. What
does that mean exactly, Coach? When other people, like a casual fan, doesn't watch football, you say
one thing you always look, and you can see just on those few clips here. Look at the ankle, and the knee, and the hip flexion.
Okay.
You see, his hips are always coming through. Then he's got the finish. Then he has the tenacity to go with it. So, I think it's an excellent pick.
Cleveland Browns making their selection at 5. They traded it here.
The Cleveland Browns select Mason Graham.
All right.
Wow. Defensive tackle, Michigan.
2 D linemen now off the board. Abdul Carter, now Mason Graham heading to the Cleveland Browns. They trade out of 2 back to 5. I wonder if Mason Graham was the guy that they wanted and they knew they could get him at 5, and why, if we can get a haul alongside of it, let's do that. Let's go to the draft cave. Peter Schrager, why do you think Browns go back to 5, stay at 5, and take Mason Graham?
I'm surprised, guys. It takes a lot to surprise me. At no point in this process, and I am secure enough to tell you, at no point in this process did I hear Mason Graham to the Browns in any shape, way, or form, and that's why we love the draft. So Mason Graham goes. all draft process was considered the best interior defensive lineman, then I had thought and heard that his stock might be dropping and he might come out of the top 10 because of the physical traits.
Wow.
He's not tall. He's not big, and if you walk in a room and you saw him walk across the stage, he doesn't look like he's a menace. And then you watch the film, and all the guy does is just destroy things. So I thought that they were going to take Hunter at 2. Of course, we see what happens. But one thing to note, phone lines were open, and the Browns were willing to listen to maybe come back and trade back and collect more. No one was coming back to get up. Once Abdul Carter and Travis Hunter were off the board, hey, pick who you like, and I think that's how it's going to go from this point on.
As Mason Graham, who Peter Schrager described as a basic-ass-looking individual. Basically, is what we watched him live at the Rose Bowl.
Yes. Oh, man.
Literally feet in front of us. Problematic in there.
Yes, at the Rose Bowl, the International Championship, and much like Will Campbell, I feel like he was kind of the man from day one. You knew what you were going to get, just a bowling ball of butcher knives in the middle of that defense. You put him on that defensive line with Myles Garrett on the outside. Like, that's a problem because the best quarterbacks that I've played against, they hated that pressure up in their face between those guards. He generates that type of pressure, and he's unbelievable at the line of scrimmage, defeating blocks, being an athlete, keeping his balance, and not only beating blocks, but making tackles in the backfield, being very, very disruptive in that backfield. I love everything about Mason Graham in this pick.
Mad Mel, Mason Graham's a guy you love?
Absolutely love him. I mean, he's tenacious. You know, there's no two ways about it. He's a mean cuss. You know, I think that gets thrown around a lot, but this guy is an absolute junkyard dog. Love the pick. Triggs alluded to it. He didn't see it coming. I do question whether or not the Browns know what the fuck they're doing. I really do. Listen,
what do you mean?
Well, listen, you know, hey, I love Joe Flacco. I love Footsteps Flacco. I love Kenny Pickett. Shedeur Sanders is sitting there right there. Okay, he's the number one guy on my big board. He's one of the best quarterbacks I've ever evaluated. Hey, D-tackle help, sure, that'll help. The Browns need to get it figured out, though, and I just don't know if that's a pick. Again, Mason Graham, great football
Coach Mike
player.
McCarthy, you think the Browns are in the wrong for bringing Mason Graham to team him up with that D-line that they just paid a $40 million pass rusher?
Not at all. I mean, we talked about it earlier about defensive lines in the football. I mean, I'll tell you what, if you want to improve their team in the trenches, you better jump up and take some of these linemen. Because, I mean, I think you've seen a trend here.
O-line, D-line, both?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know how you can argue with this pick. Come on, Mel. I mean,
yeah, come on, Mel.
Well,
you don't know ball. You don't know
It sounds like you got a probably one Cleveland.
Yeah,
is he from Pittsburgh?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you know, Coach, I mean, D-tackle's great. Don't you need a fucking quarterback to win a Super Bowl? You told us that last night. You don't go without a quarterback. Hey,
does this mean Kirk Cousins potentially? Let's go back to the draft cave. Peter Schrager, does this mean Kirk Cousins reuniting with Kevin Stefanski in Cleveland? Because that was kind of a narrative like 2 weeks ago.
It was, and then they went and got Flacco, who is Stefanski's other love. So I don't know if that's going to happen right now. You know, Cousins is an interesting one. Obviously, he's been shown up to Atlanta. I could tell you, I would expect Cousins to not play for Atlanta, but someone's going to have to eat it. I don't know if it's Cleveland, though.
Okay, so not Cleveland. We know the Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock. They just brought in Geno Smith this past offseason. Obviously, Pete Carroll. Tom Brady a lot more active. Coach, what do you think the Raiders are looking at? I know you did some research on team needs and such.
Let me check my list.
Check your notes.
Yeah, word on the street is, right, that
O-line possibly.
No, spy
Well, I
check.
know, yeah, it says tackle, receiver, and corner, but goddamn, don't you like the runner here?
Ashton Gente, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, I think that's. I think Pete will have a hard time passing up. You know, I mean, I just when I think of the Seattle Seahawks and that great run they had up there with that great defense, but Marshawn Lynch, man. I mean, I think about that changed. That changed the times in Seattle.
Yes. Roger Goodell is heading to the stage right now. Sorry, Con Man.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Ashton Gente, running back. Boise State.
I'm happy for Ashton. He came on our show. He was awesome, D-Butt, and he put Boise State on his back. Could have transferred, decided not to. Became a superstar, led them to the playoff. Everything that he did was fantastic. I'm happy he's a top 10 pick.
I am as well. Just a phenomenal football player. Last year, obviously, he was the runner-up in the Heisman race, and he was chasing down that Barry Sanders record, which all of us up here thought was untouchable. Seems like a great character guy. I believe both parents, military as well. And you talked about that run with Seattle back in the day with Marshawn Lynch. Yeah. I asked Ashton when he came on the show, what backs did you kind of model your game after? Who is it? Marshawn was the first name that came out of his mouth. Alvin Kamara as well. You see it's just his explosiveness, his power, his contact balance, his vision. He's everything you want in a runner. And great weapon for Geno Smith as well.
How many tackles has this guy broken? Honestly, I know they tell you the number, but this is the first draft pick of the Tom Brady era for the Raiders. So I wonder how much. I would assume Tom, being an offensive guy, loves having a guy like Ashton Jeanty in the backfield.
The Patriots had a great run game all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Play action was their baby. You know, Geno Smith, great play action quarterback. Chip Kelly there now. I'll be excited to see what he does dialing up the offense. You talked about Pete Carroll and that Seattle team and getting a Marshawn Lynch. Feels like they got the running back of the league or of the draft class as he dabs up Roger Goodell. Well, let's go to the draft cave. AP Tone, they're saying it's a deep running back draft, right? And the first one's off the board now. Do we expect a run, or how do we expect this to go?
It is a very, very, very deep running back class. They're talking about one of the best running back classes in a long, long time. Obviously, with the top 4 being the 2 Ohio State guys, Amari and Hampton from UNC, and then Jeanty. I don't know if it's going to be a run. I think the over/under for the round, for the first round, is 2.5. So I think everyone thinks Amari and Hampton's probably going to go at some point this round, and then is Travion Henderson, is Quinshon Judkins, and something like that going to sneak into the end of the first round.
Schrags, felt like we've known this forever. Spytek said on an interview that his kid said if he didn't draft Ashton Jeanty, he was going to look for a new family and a new team. Isn't that accurate?
Yeah, but they did this. They took a running back over the 2 offensive tackles that are still sitting there. That's what's interesting. Membu's sitting there. And I think a lot of people thought they might go, all right, let's get our bookend tackle here and let's build it. Nope, they go with Jeanty, the runner, who's so dynamic. Here's an interesting note on Spytek. I called him about last week, and we were just emptying the notebook, whatever, and I said, running back too soon? He goes, dude, we got Bucky Irving last year out of Oregon, and I will tell you, that guy was the fuel of our offense, and that's what everything went through. You mix Chip Kelly, Pete Carroll, and a guy who evaluates and loves the running back position, that's what gets you Jeanty. I couldn't speak about the college stuff. I don't watch Boise State. And I saw in the bowl game, I saw in the bowl game Penn State bottle him up, so I'm not going to do flips over running back at 6 just yet, but I like the kid. I like the kid.
Oh, wow. Tell Chuck Pagano that, Schrags. Schrags also wants to find Mason Graham in a bar and challenge him, it sounds like, as well.
Yeah.
I'm not walking up on Mason Graham anywhere. That guy looks like a
Ashton
star.
Jeanty.
Neither of those guys.
Mad Mel, you love Ashton Jeanty?
Absolutely love Ashton Jeanty. You look at him, he's built like a goddamn Greek god. I mean, he looks like an Adonis. I also look at the Raiders. Hey, you look at a couple of these drafts they've had over the listen, I know it's, new front office, new head coach. They've had a lot of guys who have had some off-the-field issues that, they never got to see their full potential. You don't have to worry about that with Ashton Jeanty. D-Butts mentioned it. Obviously, he's got 2 military parents. He's a good kid, but he's a hard-nosed son of a bitch when he goes in between those lines. I think this is perfect for the Raiders moving forward.
Yeah, the caboose on that guy.
Massive. Coach, love big asses at explosive positions.
Absolutely. He's a bowling ball full butcher now. I think the biggest thing is his contact balance. I said it earlier. The number of tackles this guy breaks. Living in North Dallas, I've been hearing about this young man for the last five or 6 years, right there at Frisco. But he is an impact player. You talk about it, a young man that's going to touch the ball 20, 22 times a game.
Wants to. He wants to as well.
Oh, yeah, no, but he's built that way. He could go in right now and play that way when you look at his body type and his run style, and he's done it. This is a great pick for Pete and those guys.
I know Jeanty's unbelievable, but how much has the recent success of the Jahmyr Gibbs and the Bijan Robinson up at the top of the draft impacted these backs coming out now?
Yeah, definitely. And I think, obviously the financial component is, something to look at. But at the end of the day, if you want to change the identity of your football team, this young man will do it.
Absolutely love it.
Hell yeah. And Spytek's kid did say he was going to gut him like a stuck pig.
Yeah, he said he's leaving. He said he's leaving.
Legend.
The Jets are on the clock now. They obviously signed Justin Fields this offseason. I think a $30 million deal, if I'm remembering correctly. $20 million and then like a $10 million, I think, is the way it was set up. Obviously, they moved on from Aaron Rodgers in a quick, abrupt way. From our journalism, we found that. Coach, they called him in. Actually,
journalism.
Our journalism.
Hey, don't laugh. Don't laugh.
Our journalism told us that Aaron flew from one side of the country to the other over there, and he walked in, and they said, hey, good news, get the fuck out. And then he hopped on a plane and flew back, and his Jets time was over. But with that being said, brand new era in New York yet again. looking to do something that hasn't happened for the Jets in a long, long time. Justin Fields, obviously their starter. That is the money that they paid him moving forward. What are your thoughts on what the Jets should think about doing? And are we going to see another big guy potentially move here?
Yeah, I think so. Once again, I think his tackles are going to come off the board early. I think, based on people I've talked to, if you want one, you better get up there and get them. So, and I think in anything, this is a new era. Defensive mind. Aaron's a defensive-minded coach. You got to get the trenches right. You have to get the trenches right, and I think it's so important. And we've had some impact skill positions go off, but I think the tackle position is the primary.
Matt Mel, is this going to make whatever happens here going to make the Jets Super Bowl contenders yet again?
It's funny you mentioned that, Pat. I was just going to say, listen, I hope Aaron Glenn does great. If Jesus Christ of Nazareth was available right now at number 7, I don't think it fucking matters at all. The Jets are never going to win a Super Bowl, unfortunately. Boston Connor knows it. This team's kind of just destined to suck forever. They just had a Mount Rushmore quarterback come, and Jesus Christ, what, he win 4 or 5 games there? Okay, yeah, let's draft a tackle. That's really going to put us over the edge. Good luck. We'll see. We'll see. Obviously, we don't know.
Happy Easter, by the way.
Happy Easter. He has risen.
Tom Brady, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. I mean, anybody. Big Mike could be the OC of that team, and they still wouldn't do well. It is impossible when it comes to the Jets themselves. Let's keep in mind they got a 19-year-old running the team. Okay, who's Brick Johnson like? Who's the most swag dummy player on the board left? That is who Brick is going to want to take, and that's why I could see someone with as much swagger and maybe not as much skill going, but to the D-line point, maybe Jalen Walker from Georgia. Who knows? That might be the guy.
Maybe a couple trenches guy. They were chanting for Jordy Nelson. I don't know if Jordy Nelson could help the New York Jets, but this draft pick definitely will, Mad Mel.
Will it? I mean, we don't know. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Again, tackle's nice. They got an exciting new quarterback, new GM, new head coach. I just don't see it. I'm sorry.
Let's go to the draft cave. Peter Schrager, where were the Jets been linked to through the last draft cycle?
Tyler Warren, the Penn State tight end, and then Armand Membu out of Missouri. We'll see who they pick.
Oh, another right tackle. That's
draft. The New York Jets select Armand Membu, Missouri.
Congratulations to the New York Jets. They get a new tackle. He is not at the draft. He's at home. That looks like an awesome environment that they are showing on ESPN right now. Good balloons, good lighting, good outfits. Looks like he's from Kansas City, Missouri, right now celebrating with his family. I know we're not supposed to say this because we're at the draft. And the NFL, shout out to them giving us this spot and being able to do this. If I'm getting drafted, I'm at home. I am doing that moment right there. Love that he's at home with his people. Love that he gets drafted, obviously top 10. But to your point, tackles are moving right now. It's a necessity.
Yeah, definitely. And also, I'm going to make a point about being at home. That's one of the coolest things as a head coach. You get to talk to the draft pick when you get on and hear the excitement in the background. And I mean, there's nothing like it. And this is pretty cool too, though. But don't get me wrong. But to be home and share that with your people, outstanding. So. Great pick, Mel.
Well,
woo! Hey, seriously, you got to have tackles. No, you got to have tackles. I mean, Jets got a talented football team. There's talent there. I don't know how you can ever go wrong taking these big men this high.
Okay, Mad Mel, who would you have liked them to take then?
Well, I mean, Tyler Ward, maybe get a weapon. I mean, a lot of people mock him there, but after seeing that, how lit it is with his family, he's in Kansas City. I know he's ending the night at Bazookas, so yeah, let's just say I like the Armand Membu pick. I'm lit, big time.
You're coming around, Mel. You're coming around. There you go.
D-Butt. No, not as many, like the years past that we've done this.
Yeah.
We've known the big names that are going to go top 10, basically.
Yep.
It's afterwards. Now we got offensive tackle heavy. We got trenches heavy.
Yeah.
This is old school football. I think this is synonymous with the cyclicality of football and what we're seeing right now in the NFL.
Usually it starts with the quarterback position. We already know. We usually expect.
Is that a word?
Oh, yeah. I don't think so, but it sounded damn good.
It flowed.
Run with it.
It flowed, but yeah, we don't
it's
have,
a word.
This wasn't that quarterback class, at least not now at this point coming into the draft. And a lot of people talked about the depth on both sides of the line, the offensive lineman and the defensive lineman, and told me don't be surprised if you see over 20 of these positions picked in the first round, which isn't sexy, but at the end of the day, this is how you build a program. We have Howie on the show all the time, O-line, D-line. You just made an investment in Justin Fields. You really want to see what you got in your quarterback, protect him, and then you go out and get the weapons.
Let's go to the draft cave. AP Tone. Membu is always number 2, and I see him at right tackle here. Obviously, I knew that before watching this film live.
Yep, 3 years at right right tackle. Actually, the Jets took left tackle Olu Fashanu out of Penn State last year, so now they have their 2 bookend tackles moving forward.
That's Patriots fan farting into microphone.
Armand Membu, he's great. He really shined at the draft this year. He ran a 4.91. He's the 5th player since 2000 to be over 330 pounds and run a sub 540. So he's an absolute athletic freak. He's all about upside, upside, upside. He only gave up 1 sack this year as well.
Schrager, did we know they were going O-line there at New York Jets?
It came in this afternoon that it was more likely if Membu was on the board, they would take him. I thought Membu would be gone, so that's a great one. The mock draft is still intact because I had Membu to the Raiders, and here he goes. So it's fine. But I will say this.
Except Mason Graham.
That's it. Mason Graham I did not see coming. I'll tell you this. Membu, this is a guy who is a classic combine eye-opener, which the Jets historically do not have a great history with. Vernon Golston was that guy. Sorry, A.J. Hawk. This is what happens when you draft on measurables. That said, historic measurables. It's a new regime. I just could see 5 years from now some Jets fan calling me up and saying, I can't believe we drafted freaking Armand Membu over Tyler Warren. And I'll say, hey, you needed the right tackle, boys.
Okay. Shregs, can I ask you a question? Shregs, do you remember what Membu was looked at, like where he was projected going into the combine before he went and did great?
Yeah, not up this high. It was, you had the Texas kid, of course you had Will Campbell, and everyone was saying Ohio State, Simmons, all these guys. Membu wasn't in that conversation just yet. He really catapulted himself. And I'll tell you, yesterday or Tuesday, I know Darren Muji had like a 45-minute Zoom with Armand Membu. So you get the feeling that this is someone that they've already had an eye on, and they've put the finishing touches on that.
Yeah, I think like anything, the New York Jets have a board. And we've said this already a couple times. If you want to know linemen, an offensive tackle, you better get up and go. You better get up there and take them.
A lot of teams need them, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of teams that have offensive tackle, 1 or 2 in their needs in the first 20 picks. So I don't know how you can ever go wrong taking an offensive tackle. I mean, especially we talked about you got 4 first-round picks on your defensive line. Well, you want to throw the ball and go win games in November, December, and go win that 2-minute drill that we talked about in the playoff games. 94% of the playoff games come down to a 2-minute drill, the last series of things. So, they have bookend tackles, and you want to be a run and pass football team.
This guy's dropping stats. Dropping stats in
94, 95, whatever it takes. I mean, it's. I think there's been 2 games in playoff football, 2 or 3 games in the last 2 or 3 years that have not gone down to the last series.
Okay.
I mean, that's our league. I mean, that's our game. It's that competitive. I mean, parity's been in place for 20 years.
Yeah, when it comes to the combine with Membu, like how often is it when you're going through the draft process where the tape matches the combine or the tape doesn't match the combine? Like where does that overlap?
I think when you get into a combine sensation gets drafted higher than people think about. I mean, you don't like to finish. I mean, some of these clips here. I mean, this guy's a football player. I mean, look at. He's got good contact balance. Look at his feet. Yeah,
so the combine solidified?
I don't think I've ever been part of a draft meeting. We came back from a combine. They're like, whoa, move him up. But it's almost, well, let's tell them we got to take a harder look at this guy.
Got it.
We got to get in and.
Does it check a box? Does it check a box? Like if it's a wide receiver and you're like, we're wondering a little bit about his speed?
Absolutely, yeah.
The combine will check a box, but it's not going to like change your draft board, is what you're saying.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean it's part of the evaluation. But you cannot get too far away from the film. You can never get too far away.
Don't you want to reinforce the film? Don't you want his speed and everything to reinforce?
With that being said, a lot of film has been talked about. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock and making their pick.
The 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Tedorola McMillan.
Wow.
Wide receiver,
Irish
Arizona.
Irish Oos. Okay, we're just talking about film, and I might have known that was going to be the pick for the Carolina Panthers. People talked about his film. People talked about some of the things he said. He loves volleyball, which is a sport we all love on this particular set. We played volleyball earlier in McCarthy's barn, actually.
Yeah, that's right.
Which is about the same size as the Haas out there on a beautiful piece of land here in Green Bay. This guy, though, they said on some film, maybe he's not finishing some plays. They say he doesn't love football. That was like all the negative smear that was about him. But whenever he gets the ball and what he did at Arizona, phenomenal talent, I believe.
Yeah, I think once again, when you look at this young man, catching radius. You know, I love big receivers. Big receivers. Throw me the damn ball. I mean, because he is open because of his catching radius, and he plays that way. I thought in 2023, you know, the change for 23 offense. So you got to see him run a lot of different routes, and excellent pick. You want to help your quarterback? This is how you do it.
And Bryce Young obviously had a little bit of a resurgence post
absolutely. I thought Bryce played well last week.
Yeah, he got benched, then he comes back, and he becomes a guy. That team actually starts going in a positive manner. Now they add another weapon for him down there. Got to appreciate that, D-Bud.
Yeah, big-time weapon, and you obviously can't coach up size when you have that size, speed, you know, athleticism combination. That's tough for DBs. Usually, typically, with T-Mac, he's going to be smaller than him, so he goes up and blaze in time and fly up draft boards. And it was a question if maybe he would have dropped, because if he would drop in his draft because he didn't run as fast as people thought. But like you said, you can't coach up that size. There was some questions about how much does he love ball, and I'm sure they did that due diligence. Dan Morgan, what I know about Dan Morgan, he's not drafted guys that doesn't love ball, so I can't wait to see T-Mac on the next level.
Just put a celebratory lay on to Roger Goodell. Shout out to Ooses on the draft stage right now, making an official pick. Let's go to our draft cave. AP Tone, the T-Mac conversation, obviously we watched him in Arizona. He was electrifying, a lot of highlights. During draft season, it got a little loud. What did you see?
It got a little loud because, you know, he didn't run at the combine, and then there was a lot of talk, would he run his 40? He ended up running his 40 at his Arizona Pro Day, and then there was a lot of mixed numbers on what he ran. It was a little slower than people would thought. And then that video came out from when he was 19, talking about watching film and stuff like that. But this guy has always been good. He was a California Player of the Year when he was coming out. When he was a freshman, he led all freshmen in receiving yards. He's a two-time All-American. He had 3,400 career receiving yards, which was obviously all records at Arizona. He had the most 20-plus yard catches during the span of his career than anyone in the college football. I mean, he's a walking highlight reel. So as long as we talked about Dan Morgan and they felt comfortable with the guy, and, you know, there was a talk about him taking off plays, but Dan Orlovsky had a good point today where there's a lot of offenses where coaches today in college football are saying, hey, you know, we know this ball is going the opposite way. You know, you can take this play off and stuff like that. As long as everyone felt good about that, I think it's a great pick for Brett.
Coach Mike McCarthy, your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think there's some great examples here on the highlight tape when, you know, when we would evaluate that everybody said ball skills. He's got good ball skills. Well, yeah, define that. So you got a guy with a big catching radius, but he is a plucker. I mean, he is natural hand. He plucks the ball out of the air. You know, when I evaluate receivers, one of the first things I always look at, is he a plucker or is he a framer? You know, guys that frame the ball, they got to frame the ball. You know, this guy's a plucker.
Volleyball player.
Dahn? Huh?
Volleyball player.
DBs like framers.
Yeah, I'll go with that. Yeah. Okay.
Volleyball player.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I'll ride that. So,
yeah.
no, but, you know, I think third down, red zone, those types of things, I mean, he'll be super productive. That's that's quarterback's best friend right there.
Let's go down to the draft cave. Peter Schrager. We knew this was happening for Carolina. I don't think there was a single conversation about what Carolina was going to do at all during the draft process.
No, the talk all the last few hours has been Carolina's trying to trade back. They wanted a difference maker. What I will say this, you talk about Dave Canales. Who did Dave Canales have in Tampa Bay as his number one when he and Baker really had that
Mike
year?
Evans.
That was Mike Evans, a 6'4" beast along the perimeter who can do things in the red zone if you need. McMillan was a controversial prospect. I will tell you why. It's not just that, hey, he played volleyball or he took plays off. There were legitimate questions from teams whether he loves football. Well, I can tell you the last 72 hours or so, he has gone above and beyond addressing those with teams. And his college coach, his original college coach, Jed Fish at Arizona, has been going on the campaign trail for this young man over the last 2 weeks, explaining just what a special person he is. And I think that goes a long way when you hear it from the college coach who says, I don't even coach the guy anymore. I'm at Washington. But when we were at Arizona, this was everything to us. 3,400 yards, 26 touchdowns. And I will add, in a draft that everyone told us there were no good wide receivers, guess what? We've got a running back and a wide receiver in the top 10.
Schrags, it looks like he's pumped to be a Carolina Panther. Here's him walking through the hall.
Yes.
Barking at the Panther logo. Boston Connor, I loved watching the Irish Oos do his thing at Arizona.
Yeah.
Happy we're going to see him on Sundays, guaranteed.
Incredible. Him with Xavier Leggett, I assume that'll be a very sweet little room, some conversations. But how awesome is it for Bryce Young, too? Like, you were talking about this, you know, defensive GM, new with Dan Morgan, kind of new guy, but all of a sudden Bryce Young is the dude there.
Saints making a pick. This is a big one.
Saints select Kelvin Banks Jr., tackle, Texas.
Coach Mike McCarthy.
I mean, yeah. I keep saying here, I love to pick every time a tackle comes up. But I'll tell you this. I think the Saints have an outstanding offensive line, and I think it's just been completed. I mean, I think this offensive line can be up there in the top offensive lines. I think this is a great addition to that O-line.
So now who's your quarterback down there in New Orleans, Mad Mel?
Well, that's why
I'm sorry about that.
No. Listen, that's why I love this pick. As you look at Derek Carr, his fucking shoulder isn't attached to his body right now. Allegedly. We don't know, but yeah. So you need to protect the guy. Who knows who the hell is going to be taking snaps this year? I don't think this year really matters anyway. You're not hiring Kellen Moore and expecting him to come in and win the division. Hey, listen, pal, go 2-15 next year. We'll get Arch to come back in and take over where his grandpa played. We don't know, but I love this pick. We saw Kelvin Banks play again. Mean cuss, big son of a bitch. You want to talk about big honking cabooses? This guy's got one.
Yeah, and Ryan Ramczyk, they're like all-pro tackle, just retired at 31. And then I think it was 2 years ago, they took the meanest of mean streaks, Trevor Penning, who apparently is just a brawler. So now they got two super young tackles, and we'll see if they come back into the first round for a QB.
Let's go to the draft cave. Peter Schrager, I thought we were having a quarterback. Does that mean they're trading back in, or are they maybe in the Kirk Cousins sweepstakes?
They might be trading back in. I'm thinking they're a Jackson Dart team too, and they might be ones coming in at the end of the first round. And if you look at the Saints, they might be able to stay in the second round and get one. Look, meat and potatoes, they get their offensive linemen. And you mentioned Arch Manning. Well, if you're taking this guy this year out of Texas, it couldn't hurt to take Arch next year.
Oh, you think they're just setting up an Arch Manning for next year? The fans said in Indianapolis we had a suck for luck campaign going on. I would like to let everybody know I was punting my ass off that year.
Hell yeah!
I was trying to punt as good as possible, and all the boys on the field were trying to play as good as possible. We did not play good, and we did end up with Andrew Luck. But it is funny we're already looking ahead to next year's quarterback draft class, and I think it's pretty evident with how this draft has gone thus far that people are potentially saying if we're going to take one, maybe next year's the class. But let's get back to this with the Saints. They're in the NFC South.
Yeah.
Obviously, Carolina Panthers just got another wide receiver. They look very good towards the end of the year. Buccaneers solidify who they are in this entire thing. The Atlanta Falcons got to figure it out. Michael Penix, we'll see if he's a guy.
Yeah.
Now the Saints go offensive lineman for Kellen Moore's first pick as a head coach.
Yeah, you mentioned Kellen Moore, former quarterback. I am surprised they didn't go quarterback here, Shedeur Sanders or Jackson Dart, if that's their guy. It's apparent that they don't think too highly of these quarterbacks, but I would think you want to go into the season if you have expectation of winning that division at least and getting the quarterback. So maybe like Schrager said, they're not done. They'll get back in there in the later half and get it. But it's a great pick. You got Alvin Kamara, their most dynamic weapon on offense, another big boy to plot away in front of him for him.
If you're Kellen Moore, you know Kellen Moore obviously much more than all of us. How do you think he is going to, his first year implementing that offense? What do you think? How do you think it goes? Obviously, the quarterback situation is still up in the air.
Well, I think, number one, I like the roster. I think this is a better football team than obviously the record. I mean, they went through a tough injury phase. They're going to get a lot of those guys back. Like I said, I think this solidifies the offensive line. I mean, that is a hang-your-hat offensive line group now, clearly.
How many guys do you need up there now on the O-line? How many guys, solid going into the season?
I mean, if you want to put value on it, I think, if you're going to say you need at least 4 number one picks, we were talking about the amount of value that goes into a D-line. If you look at some of the best offensive lines out there, you can make a case that 3 first-rounders on your offense. I mean, we're talking in theory.
Yeah.
But I think in this particular case, with the Saints roster, this is an excellent pick. I mean, because when you look at them now, you go in there, they're running the ball. And he's dynamic, and he is a matchup problem.
Yes.
I mean, both running it and throwing it. So I think Kellen will have a great time run in pass, but
Coach,
he's got it up front.
Coach, Kellen just came from Philadelphia.
Yep.
Obviously, this is just like Ben Johnson with the Bears. The first thing Ben Johnson does coming out of Detroit with their great offensive line, load up the Bears' offensive line. Kellen Moore coming out of Philadelphia, first thing they do, load up this offensive line. It's a trenches sport, always will be. Kellen Moore also liked to run that ball a lot last year in Philly. Don't you think that is?
Hell yeah. Control that clock. No, I think that that's funny. But I think the biggest thing is, like I've said 3 times, I mean, that's going to be that O-line will impact. That'll impact their season.
We got shirtless Packers fans and
Bears Hall of Famer Steve McMichael.
Mongo, rest in peace.
My heart is with the McMichael family. during this incredibly difficult time. Misty, please know that you are in our thoughts and prayers. Mongo's remarkable contributions to the game and the community will never be forgotten.
Can't boo that.
His legacy will continue to inspire generations to come. 50 years ago, with the 4th pick in the 1975 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears selected one of Stephen Michaels' teammates and closest friends, Walter Payton, running back, Jackson State. Walter would go on to rush for nearly 17,000 yards and 110 touchdowns over 13 seasons, all with the Chicago Bears. As you heard earlier, the NFL continues to honor Sweetness, not only for his performance and excellence on the field, but also his commitment to give back to his community. With the Walter Payton NFL man.
A couple different teams. Obviously, everybody loved Warren as well. Big Ten tight ends. They're having a field day. Bears still suck. Obviously, Roger Goodell set these fans up not to be able to boo him there for a bit, and then he took a turn. Rest in peace to Mongo. Not only a legend on the football field, also in wrestling. Okay, I absolutely love Mongo McMichael. Rest in peace to him. Love that Roger Goodell brings up Mongo, who I think is universally loved.
Good move.
That Walter Payton, also a good move. And then he goes, bam! And with the pick, Colson Loveland comes in there, tries to sneak it in before they could boo him off the stage because the Chicago Bears hate here is real. Coach McCarthy, can you tell me about the Packers-Bears rivalry and also Ben Johnson's offense? He has an ability to do great things with the tight end. Why do you think it was Loveland?
Well, I think number one, I think just his flexibility, and you look at these wheel routes that he's running, back shoulder throws and everything. When you think about an offense for a quarterback, the easiest throws are right in front of you. So the tight end position is critical to controlling the clock, but he's also, time and time again, you'll see on this highlight tape, is his ability to win the vertical routes, both inside and outside. So definitely a matchup problem. You see the action he's getting down here in the red zone. So excellent pick. And I'll say this about the Bears and Packers rivalry. My first year as a head coach, 2006, Steve Sable grabs me at the owners meeting. And he says, hey, I just want to tell you this. He's telling me about the history of his father, NFL films and so forth. And he goes, I just want you to realize not only how important it is that you're the head coach of the Packers, but you're part of the greatest rivalry in sport.
Now, at the tight end position, they had another one.
I mean, they're walking mismatches. As long as they can be viable in the run game, there are mismatches on third down, red zone, moving that ball down the field. And Loveland, his production doesn't match his draft spot because of the offense, because of the quarterback that he played with last season, but he is dynamic in space. Great catching radius. He can go up and get that ball. Smart player, physical player, has been on the championship team. He's an unbelievable player. I love this pick for Caleb. You got dynamic weapons on the outside. DJ Moore, you got Roman Dunze, who we expect to take a step up. You built up, paid some money to build up that offensive line to protect Caleb, and now you got a great outlet for him, along with Cole Kmet, who I think is a dynamic tight end as well. So
Ben Johnson's got a lot to work with.
With the Detroit Lions, they never had too many weapons. Great team to bet anytime touchdowns on as well. So looking forward to this Bears offense next year with this addition.
Let's go to the draft cave. One half of the hammer, Dahn. Cowboys, AP Tone. Colson Loveland ahead of Warren. Did we know that? In Schrags, immediately afterwards, how'd we get here?
We always knew it was going to be a chance. We were all of us, when we were going through those national championship games, we were on the sideline last year. We were infatuated with Colson Loveland before we were infatuated with Tyler Warren this year. He led them in yards in that national championship game. Fun fact, he was Idaho Gatorade Player of the Year. So in Idaho, what does he do? His dad said he woke up at 5 a.m. every single day to brand cows before he went to high school and before he was playing football. And like D-Butt said, he was their entire passing offense this year because of the quarterback situation, their lack of weapons. But Colson Loveland, two-time All-Big Ten, 6'6", 250, incredible target. There was always a chance. We started hearing later and later that, it only takes one team, and half the teams had Colson Loveland as their number one, half the teams had Tyler Warren as their number one, based on their offense and what they were looking for.
I think I joined you guys last week, and I told you I spoke with an offensive coordinator who was freaking out over the thought of getting Loveland. Is there a chance I can get, and his team's in the 20s, and I was like, no, dude, he's not. I said today on that NFL Live show, he's going to go top 10, and he might go earlier than that. 10 is perfect. Tweet me out, whatever you want. My favorite pick of the draft so far is Colston Loveland to the Chicago Bears. That offense, that coordinator, that quarterback, and then to also have Rome Odunze on one side, I love this. Oh, and DJ Moore, I love this. Colston Loveland could be like, one of those breakout rookie tight ends that we get every so often.
Hell yeah, Brock Bowers last year with the Raiders obviously broke some records. Mad Mel, do you feel the same way as Peter Schrager?
I do absolutely love Colston Loveland. Had him a little bit lower on my big board than Tyler Warren. What I'm most excited about, though, is now for the next 5 months, we're going to hear about how the Bears are going to win the fucking Super Bowl. It's the best pick ever. We might as well cancel the rest of the draft. There's no reason to do it. That goofball Ben Johnson, he's going to come there.
Goofball, he's a great coach.
Well, you saw the video when he first walked into Hallis Hall looking like a fucking goofball.
No, he did not.
I wish.
Mad Mel, what are you talking about?
I wish him the best of luck. I really do. I do love the Colston Loveland pick, though. D-Bot's mentioned it. You pair him with Cole Kmet. Their offense is going to be something special. Now we'll see if Caleb can kind of reach where he should be.
Yeah, definitely. I'm going to go back off with your point you made about matchup. When you look at coverage unit, we always talk about the one piece, the corner. The two piece is either a nickel or so, but the three piece is either a linebacker or an insert safety. Now you better have a damn good coverage unit here because he's going to get a lot of matchups on the three piece, versus coverages in the National Football League.
AJ, Michigan man going early here at tight end. Got to love it.
Yeah, of course, the matchup thing is so real because they're these big body dudes. To say it's 3rd and 6, the guy runs out, he pivots away, he uses his body, he boxes me out, he catches it. Like there's matchup issues that these guys will prove when they're athletic like that. And you're right, the production might not be crazy because they didn't throw the ball a whole lot.
I think they're going to do 12 personnel with this. I mean, what is Ben Johnson going to do?
Probably do that.
Yeah, the entire time.
Yeah.
And then what's that mean for you at DB?
Well, how the defenses are now, most of these teams trot out nickel, regardless of, unless you're going jumbo with 13 person, 3 tight ends or a fullback or something. Most teams are going to run out nickel, 80% of the time. So you mentioned it, when you're in a 2nd and 7 and it's a run and pass situation, and you got me out there on Coach Loveland, you box me out. That's the first down every time. It's just a matchup problem. He's a dog too. I just love watching this kid play.
Yeah, hopefully Caleb gets better, right? I mean,
he will. He will.
He's growing. He's a rookie.
With Ben Johnson, I think he will. And Joe Toonley up front.
I think San Francisco 49ers are on the clock. I believe their pick is in, currently paying tribute to the military. Hell yeah, shout out. Shout out, military. Roger Goodell is on his A game here.
He really is.
Yeah, he's on Mongo McMichael and Walter Payton the last time. Now we got,
Walter Payton, Man of the Year earlier.
Okay, you're going to boo. You're going to boo the military now?
The crowd's on their A game, too. They're patient. They're waiting.
They're waiting. They understand. Okay, have some respect. Oop. They're saying, oop. Let's have some respect. Now Roger Goodell is headed to the microphone to make the pick for the San Francisco 49ers, and the boos rain down. USA chant. Hell yeah.
Here we go.
Thank you to our men and women who serve in the United States military for your sacrifices to defend our country's freedom.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Well said, Roger.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
With the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Michael Williams, defensive end, Georgia.
Okay, Michael Williams out of Georgia to the 49ers. You got Bosa over there that, slow out of the gates last year. I wonder if it was just because they were fully focused on. Let's go to the draft cave. AP Tone, Michael Williams, did we expect this?
Yeah, we did. DJ had him up this far in his draft. So did Schrags had him up there this far in his mock draft. Michael Williams in 2022 as a freshman led Georgia's national championship team in sacks. He plays the jack linebacker position in Kirby's defense, which basically moves him around everywhere. He's 6'5", 260, I believe. So yeah, he's going to play opposite of Bosa. He's going to be mostly an edge, I believe, in the NFL, but he moved around a lot in college, and he is an athletic freak.
This Niners team made its bones on being a defensive line team, whether it was Buckner or Armstead and, of course, Bosa. And over the years, it's kind of deteriorated, and last year was an embarrassing version of that defense, especially for defensive line coach Chris Kacerek. Robert Saleh's back in town. Guys, Robert Saleh had a big voice in ranking how he liked these defensive players. Robert Saleh loved this dude, Michael Williams. So I saw Jed York, the owner and CEO, just tweeted out Robert Saleh's back in the building. This might as well be a return to the good old days for the Niner gang back there in San Francisco. I'll add one thing for Robert Saleh. Tumultuous couple months, obviously gets fired by the Jets. He's out of work, goes to Green Bay, works here kind of pro bono, then goes over to the Niners. Robert Saleh had his 8th kid in between all of that with his wife tonight. 8th kid. So congratulations to Bob Saleh. Congrats on the sex. Let's go.
Yeah, congrats on 8 kids. That has to be. Congrats to his wife as well. What an
awesome lady.
That's an absolute beast over there. As you saw AJ Hawk come back, he had to go to the bathroom, obviously. Middle of the Niners pick. He was talking about Coach Saleh going back to San Francisco. Coach, let's talk about that. Coach Saleh, whenever we saw him with the Niners before he becomes the Jets head coach, we're talking jovial, jacked up, energetic. We saw the vein in his forehead a lot. Then he goes to the Jets. All joy, happiness sucked out of him for a while. Comes into Green Bay with LaFleur as one of his best friends. Finding joy again in coaching is probably something that's real. What do you think about this pick, and what do you think about the Niners defense going forward?
I love what you said, joy. You know, he can get the joy back. Obviously, he's going back, and I think Peter said it best. It's kind of like, here we go again with the 49ers. Another first-round draft pick. Excellent, youthful. The comment Freak be made. He's young. Started for Georgia as a freshman on a great defense. So, I mean, this guy is so disruptive. And how many first-round picks do they have in their D-line now?
All of them.
Oh, yeah. Seems like.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the commitment has been consistent there, and it has served them very well.
Dallas Cowboys.
Alabama.
Dallas Cowboys just announced, Roger Goodell just announced the Dallas Cowboys pick. It was
somebody from
Tyler Booker from Bama, yeah, the guard.
Booker from Bama, guard. Okay, shout out to Tyler Booker getting drafted to the Dallas Cowboys. We have the man who coached the Dallas Cowboys literally last year and the previous 5 years, I believe, Coach McCarthy. They go with an offensive lineman here for the Dallas Cowboys in Shoddy's new tenure. Yep. Why do you think this pick was made, and what do you think about this pick?
Love the pick, Mel.
So do I.
Love the pick. I'm telling you, man. No, seriously. If you had asked me who we'd be picking, this is the way I think it goes. I think, once again, a lot of conversations. It's an offensive line that is better today than it was, at the point last year, because they had 5 young offensive linemen play a ton of football next year. Now you're adding Tyler, so I think you're getting back to hopefully the good old days in Dallas with an excellent offense.
What are your thoughts on Dallas Cowboys? You've told us over the last 24 hours, but obviously we haven't talked about it. When they're now up on the draft board, it's time to bring it up. It feels like you enjoyed your time in Dallas, and you have no ill will at all. It feels like.
Not at all. I mean, I love my time in Dallas. I'm actually, for the first time, I'm getting to enjoy the city some of the last couple of months. So, great city, phenomenal organization. Cannot say enough about Jerry and Gene and the Jones family. Super cool. Just the way you talk about a family organization, the way you talk about a close family. You guys are asking me, hey, what's Jerry like? And we talked about the landman. That's who he really is. The landman saint. I mean, so great time. I'm a better man today than I was when I went to Dallas.
That's awesome to hear.
No, I mean he's such a great family man. The football experience, looking to do it a different way, with the way my experience in Green Bay. So obviously that has benefited me some. And I'll just say in a professional sense, where, I mean, you sit down and talk to Jerry about life, business, and things outside of football. It's an education, and I'm very thankful, to him and his family for the opportunity I had there.
Happy to hear that. We love watching your teams down there. The quarterback, Dak Prescott, takes a lot of heat because he's Dallas Cowboys quarterback. Listening to you talk about him over the last 24 hours has been awesome. They get him protection, obviously, with Tyler Booker, but Dak's a guy, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think part of working there, because of the content-driven around the football team, I was actually surprised to hear what you guys thought of him, frankly. I mean, he's as natural a leader as I've ever worked with. I mean, the work ethic that he has, and it translates to that. That's a hell of a locker room. That's going to be a good football team this year. I think there'll be 10+ wins, playoff caliber football. I think Brian will do an excellent job. He's prepared for this. He's been there 3 years. He knows the do's and don'ts, and he'll do it his way and so forth. But there's a lot to love in Dallas, and I think playing in a tough division, with the Eagles, and give them credit for, man, what a great run they had, in the championship that they won and the way they won it, and also what Dan's done in Washington. So, I mean, Dallas Cowboys, that'll be a hell of a division. And then, hey, let's talk about the Giants, too. They got better today, too.
Yeah, obviously.
I mean, NFC East is a beast.
Yeah,
that's a hell of a division.
You guys got a lot of traveling in the NFC East. One of you, Dallas Cowboys, didn't even think about that for a while. Schrager had Tyler Booker mocked to the Dallas Cowboys. Let's go to the draft game. Schrags, how'd you know? Why'd you know?
Just everyone told me I was stupid. Let me take a moment here. Let me flex. Let me do something we used to do in about 2014. Let me dab a little bit.
Oh, wow. That was a I saw it. Yeah. That looked
My mock draft sucks right now, and this one was what I needed. I got the Cowboys pick right. Let's go. I'm back on the train. Let's go. Come on.
He was fired up in here.
Stone nose.
He was.
Tell me about Booker, brother.
All right, so Booker, everyone who talks about Booker, that is an Alabama comparison, basically to Will Anderson. They say he's the Will Anderson of the offensive side of the ball. Team captain. He shows up every day. You know exactly what you're going to get from him. Just like steady Eddie, guy that you know what he's going to be, and he's going to be there for you every single day, and kind of a not miss guy.
It's like he's got juice.
Look at him dancing. I love this energy.
He is.
Look at his hands and feet. I love watching like his initial punch and his feet. Dude, it's like the little pistons. Dude, his feet in the ground. Watching the push this dude can get. I mean, like as a defensive player, when a guard is a big, strong guard like this that pushes people around, I'm not like, you pay attention, you know where that guy is at all times because he could take your head off at any moment.
Mad Mel, your thoughts on Booker to Dallas?
Absolutely love the pick. You look at him, 6'6", 325. He's a big son of a bitch, obviously. I think the thing that really put him over the top and kind of got this done, we heard the clip from last year. Jerry knew how big his hog was. He had,
easy now. Come on.
That's kind of what took him.
For that.
But that's the second pick here where someone retires. You know, Ramczyk with the Saints, he retires, they take a tackle. Zach Martin with the Cowboys, he retires, they take a guard. Dolphins now, you wonder, especially because these linemen are going, Teron Armstead, their kind of left tackle stud, you wonder if they go back to tackle now.
Last year, too, the Super Bowl champs, that was kind of a question coming in with Fletcher Cox on the defensive side retiring, Jason Kelce retiring and moving on, and obviously they rebuilt and went on a run. What was it like having Zach Martin, one of the all-time great guards in that building?
I mean, Zach, he's a yellow jacket all the way through. I mean, great leader, super pro. I mean, I can't say enough about him. You know, he actually played through some injuries the last couple of years, but talk about a man that played at a high level so consistently for a long time. So, I mean, he'll be missed. The man will be missed, obviously, his performance. But that's, once again, I think this is the right pick.
Yellow jacket, not gold, huh?
It can be whatever you want, Pat. It's your show. Okay? I'm getting tired of getting corrected up here. I'll tell you what, this is bullshit. God damn.
You saying Yellow Jacket was awesome. That was just, I've never heard that. I've never heard that sentiment before.
Right.
We need you to talk more, not less. I'm going to start calling Hall of Famers as Yellow Jacket.
It is yellow.
It is?
Yeah.
They try to soup it up with saying it's gold. I think there's a Yellow Jacket. No problems asked. The Miami Dolphins are on the clock. AFC East problems, these Miami Dolphins. Bubba Gumpino obviously in the truck right now, wondering what the Dolphins are going to do to get them back in Super Bowl contention.
Yeah, AFC's problems, I'd say, for themselves, maybe. I know for a fact that Bubba Gumpino is thinking to himself, attaboy Foss, boy, oh boy, they better not screw this up. I'm assuming he wants Tyler Warren. I know in my heart that's what Gumpy wants, but I also know in my heart they'll probably go somewhere else because Gumpy wants that. I do feel good as a New England Patriots fan, kind of seeing what's going down in Miami, stuff off the field, things of that nature. Hopefully they get the right guy who doesn't kind of look left and right at all the clubs and strip clubs and
it's a
Tootsies
distraction-filled time.
And the nice weather and basically everything that has kind of screwed up their team. And Jalen Ramsey on the way out, as we've all heard.
Well, I think, you look at another team in the AFC East who just can't seem to get it right. You look at the Jets, you look at the Dolphins. What can this team do to, shit, they couldn't win a Super Bowl with Dan Marino? You kidding me? I mean, they got so many holes on the roster. It's kind of you close your eyes, you throw at the dartboard, and whoever it lands on, you could probably guess, yeah, we need this guy to make our team better.
There are reports out there that they're going D-tackle.
Oh, nice.
There are reports that they're going D-tackle. We are obviously not tipping picks here.
No, never
we would not do that. But there are reports that they're taking a guy out of Michigan.
Okay.
Mason Graham?
Kenneth, I think.
Kenneth Grant?
I think
Grant.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I don't know. Here comes commission confirmation.
Pick of the 2025 NFL Draft. The Miami Dolphins select Kenneth Grant, defensive tackle, Michigan.
So the reports that we've seen were potentially right, and you know, that's great news for the Miami Dolphins. Let's go down to the draft cave. AP Tone, is this what they needed down in Miami?
I don't know if this is what they needed or not. This is kind of a shocker. There was some teams or some mocks that had Kenneth Grant going in the first, but it was a lot later in the first. Now, he is a big boy. He is 6'4", 330, and when he was next to Mason Graham, they were two of the best D tackles together. There's a video, I'm not sure if this is the one where he tracks down Katron Allen way down the field, knows him, just run stuff it. He's a big boy, he's a run stuffer. The thing is, will he be on the field for all 3 downs? But when he is on the field, you are not running past it. Oh yeah, here's the video right here of him hustling downfield, tracking down Katron Allen. So he's an athlete, he's a dog, and you cannot run on him.
Okay, we love that. Now the Colts are on the clock. And from what I'm reading on the internet, I would like to raise a cup to Shane Steichen's offense.
Offense?
Adding an absolute dog from the tight end position out of the Pennsylvania State University. Cheers to the Colts getting better and to all dreams coming true here in beautiful Green Bay, Wisconsin. Here's you, Mike McCarthy.
It's a Yellow Jacket crowd.
99! Still got it.
This is a Yellow Jacket crowd, and there's a McAfee jersey down there, which I'm very thankful for. Let's go down to the draft cave. AP Tone, the Colts, obviously we bring in Daniel Jones to compete with Anthony Richardson. That's going to be an open competition. Good luck to both men. What I'm hearing from Anthony Richardson's off-season too, can't wait to see him continue to grow as a professional. More football, the better for Anthony Richardson, who did not play a lot of football in college, which we're seeing is maybe a little bit of a downside to leaving and going to the NFL early. Nonetheless, any year could be a breakout year for him. If it's Daniel Jones, cool. Shane Steichen runs an offense. Almost got to the playoffs and won the AFC South with Gardner Minshew. What are the Colts looking at this year, you think, at the draft? And let's say they add a tight end from Penn State. What does that mean, and who are they getting?
So they were mocked at tight end, whether it was Warren or Loveland, in 99.9% of mock drafts. So if they do get Tyler Warren, they're getting a guy who had an incredible breakout season in 2024. He set tight end records at Penn State this year. He had a game where he had 17 catches for 224 yards. I mean, coming out of high school, he was a quarterback prospect who was committed to Virginia Tech to play quarterback. You're going to see on these highlights, he run blocks like a son of a bitch. Like he is a pestery motherfucker. Team's going to hate him. He plays Wildcat quarterback. He does it all. Tyler Warren is a dog. We know that. We watched him take a hit when I can't remember which, against Notre Dame. He smacked his head so hard off the turf. He was out one play because he is an absolute monster. Good for the Colts.
And he can pass.
Congratulations to Tyler Warren coming to Indianapolis. He's at home in Glen Allen, Virginia. They're showing his family, and he's celebrating on ESPN right now. Rosenhaus sitting right next to him. That baby Rosenhaus getting the front row seat to it. Peter Schrager, a lot of talk of Colts getting tight end. This helps quarterback, this helps Shane Steichen, or this is best player that was going to be available at the time the Colts are picking?
It's a tremendous pick. I don't think the Colts expected Tyler Warren to be sitting there without having to trade up to get this guy. I had him in my mock trading up to get Colston Loveland because Warren was already off the board. So he slips to 14. It's perfect. I was talking to James Franklin earlier. He's like, he's everything you could possibly want, not only in a player, but in a culture guy, never complains, nothing, and will do everything. I was so high on these two tight ends. They're different. This is more, and you say the word Gronk and everyone says, oh, I don't think he's Gronk yet. But this is more of your Gronk type where he can obviously catch the ball and do all this stuff, but he can also block his ass off. And this is what everyone loves about Tyler Warren. I had him going 7 to the Jets. He goes 14 to the Colts. Indianapolis got a lot better tonight, and that is a win to add Tyler Warren, both in the locker room, which I think they needed someone like this in the locker room, and also on the field.
We added a bunch of guys on the defensive side to the locker room, too, that we are going to love. Coach Mike McCarthy, your thoughts on Tyler Warren to the Colts?
Love the pick. I just can't say enough about his versatility. I think the biggest thing, when you look at tight ends, can they play 2 positions, 2 spots, 3 spots, or 4 spots? This is a 4-spot tight end. Special player. I'm talking about on the line, off the line, out in the slot, but also in the backfield. You look at his skill set, I mean, insert schemes and everything, and then the action passes that come off of that. This guy's the full deal. This is this will definitely help Indianapolis.
Coach,
I love the pick.
You see how he plays wildcat quarterback? Would you ever do that in the pros?
No, absolutely.
I think that could carry over, no doubt. 4th and 1, give it to him.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I got to work on my reputation, AJ. I'm old school, so I probably need to jazz it up a little bit with a couple trick plays. So that's what I'm told here on my time off. So hell yeah, we'd be throwing the hell out of that wildcat.
I feel like Warren, he was not only best available, but huge team need. We got no production out of our tight end position last year. It was games, big moments where we needed them. They didn't come through. So drafting this guy at the spot we didn't expect him to be. And like you mentioned, we have quarterback competition with Anthony Richardson, Daniel Jones, and it's going to help big time either one of those quarterbacks that end up winning that job.
Yeah, if you're a Colts fan and you're watching that highlight tape, that 44, you got to be seeing that white Iowa son of a bitch, Dallas Clark, going through your head watching these clips.
That's a great comparable.
You got to be so
that.
pumped up if you're a Colts fan. I'm pretty sure Matt Mel had Todd Warren pretty hot.
Yeah, I mean, this is an unbelievable pick for the Colts. I think something a lot of people are discounting. You say 44, Dallas Clark. I agree. Maybe get used to 14. He might be in that quarterback competition because we don't know about these other two guys. We saw him, taking the football under center, running as a quarterback, throwing. I mean, just he's a 5-tool player. I mean, this guy's absolutely unbelievable. What a steal for the Indianapolis Colts.
Let's go down to the draft cave for about 5 minutes or so. Boys, the Atlanta Falcons are on the clock. A lot of conversation about what they're going to do with Kirk Cousins. What are your expectations for this particular draft pick as we all take a piss?
Good luck, boys. Schrags, I'll say this. The Atlanta Falcons for the last 25 years have been the offense.
Awesome.
Drake London, Bijan, everybody. But besides that, they have been the last, I believe, ranked last in the league as far as sacks for the last 20 years. Do they finally go defense here? Is it a Jalen Walker tight? Is it too early for James Pierce? Are we going to get one of the edges here, do you think?
Pierce, Walker makes sense. Got Barron the corner. Remember, Raheem Morris is a defensive backs coach by nature. Maybe they go with that route. It will be defense. I can't imagine for the 5th straight year they're going to go offense. The real question is, what are they doing with Cousins? So the pick is going to come in the next couple minutes, and we'll get that, and it will be a defensive pick. I'll be shocked if it's not. But then you got to wonder, all right, we have this massive albatross of Cousins who keeps on showing back up to practices, and he's in the building, which is incredibly awkward. He's there. And, then you're like, all right, so they're paying him a massive salary, and yet he is already known to be the backup, and Penix is ready to soar. So I think the Falcons are one of the more interesting teams in the league right now. And after Fontenot has gone, offense, and then quarterback last year, 4 years in a row, number 8 overall picks to pick offense, you have to think defense.
We think they're going to go defense, but we never know with them. Obviously, the Penix pick last year threw everybody off, but after Kirk went through what he went through last year and wasn't playing great, Penix looked unbelievable. Penix was awesome. Especially with Drake London.
That Tampa game on a Sunday night, he was lights out.
Throwing absolute lasers. So we think they're going to go defense. We're not sure, potentially. Is there a pick so far in this draft that's surprised you? I don't want to say I was surprised by the Colston Loveland one.
Yeah, they chose Loveland over Warren, and that's a big decision.
It was, especially because Cole Kmet, he can block, but he's also receiving tight end as well. Is there a pick that stands out to you that?
Well, Kenneth Grant, we blew over because we blew it over because, of course, the Colts came and they got Warren. Right. But it's the Dolphins, they do it. And now I'll say this: Stephen Ross is a Michigan man. And Stephen Ross is the owner, and the business school there is the Ross School of Business. And I think if there's ever a debate of, do we want this guy or this guy, the Michigan man might have some sway in that building. I would also add that Wink Martindale, whether or not he's got a big voice in the NFL or not, Wink was the defensive coordinator at Michigan. He had Mason Graham and he had Kenneth Grant. Every conversation that I had talking to Wink about Mason Graham, he said, don't forget the other big boy. Grant is a mover as well. Think about Michigan right now. They did not go to the National College Football Playoff. They had a ton of injuries. They just had how many players? 3 in the top 15?
3,
and Will Johnson's going to go also. So shout out to Michigan. Go Blue, the whole deal.
Well, talking about the guys that went, it kind of puts an onus on how important the quarterback position is that they did not have this year. You had Kenneth Grant, I'm looking at it right there, 22 to the Chargers, which makes sense with
Harbaugh. Yeah. And Minter.
Okay, so the Browns had a pick. The Giants had a pick. The Saints had a pick. There's only been one quarterback off the board.
It's a good reset right now.
It is a good reset right now. Is there any? So where's it come? 21 now? Is there a chance that a second quarterback comes at 21? Do you think there's a chance that someone potentially trades back up into the draft, or are we potentially done on quarterback for the night?
Wait a second. We've got a visitor. Hold on. Here we go, folks.
This is awesome. I'll tell you what, there's a porta-john literally 10 feet away. Thank you, boys, for carrying this business. You're doing a great job.
You're the man. Let's go. Yeah, look. Mike Tomlin's got like the power to say, screw it, I want Shedeur Sanders. I'll take him at 21. And I look to you. How would you respond if that was the decision? And Mike Tomlin's like, you know what? At the end of the day, I like the kid. We don't have a quarterback. Shedeur Sanders is our guy at 21.
I think every Steelers fan has a bad taste in their mouth from a similar draft where it wasn't a great quarterback draft, and the Steelers at 20 took Kenny Pickett because I feel like they felt like they needed to. We're in a situation tonight where the Browns have picked who are in a terrible quarterback situation. The Giants have picked who aren't in a great quarterback situation. The Saints picked, and they don't have a quarterback at all, basically, and none of them took Shedeur. So if all these teams pass on him, and is there a huge difference between 3 and 5 and 9 and 21? I don't know. They're all first-round quarterbacks. So if the Steelers, you know what? I don't think I'd be pumped, to be honest with you.
Okay.
If we're being honest, I don't know if I'd be pumped about it.
Well, I'll tell you this. The fact that Shedeur, who had everything filmed and was all about, they would never shine away from it. We haven't seen his face on any broadcasts right now. He's not at the draft. I think they had an indication. This is not a shock that we're sitting here at the 15 pick and he hasn't been taken. Falcons are going to get the pick in soon. I don't know who it's taken. I would imagine it's a defender, and I would think it's in the front 7. I have not looked at my phone, but I would say this. Let's get to the pick, because here's Atlanta, and you can't take offense 5 years in a row.
Yeah, Shriggs, on that note, thank you, boys.
No problem, pal.
For carrying that.
Hell
that was
yeah,
really
boys.
good work out of you. That was a great break.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Needed it.
Roger Goodell is heading to the podium to announce the Falcons' pick of a defensive end.
pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Atlanta Falcons select Jalen Walker, defensive end, Georgia.
Okay, so the trenches
keep going.
Yeah, here for the Atlanta Falcons. What are your thoughts here in the NFC South getting Jalen Walker, big coach Mike McCarthy?
No, absolutely, and I think Raheem, that's an excellent pick for them. And just talking to some people earlier, that I'm not surprised by it at all. I mean, the edge is, same deal. Tackles, edge rushers, corners. And pretty soon, I'm sure we'll see a quarterback.
I got
this guy's a real
got
deal.
versatility too. Another coach's son, D coordinator's son. Can't wait to see him play. What you got?
Massive
Tom?
wingspan as well.
I got a Stafford coach, because we were talking about it before, that he's going to love. So he is one of 8 players across the FBS to play at least 300 snaps at outside linebacker, 200 snaps at inside linebacker, and 50 snaps at slot. So he is a versatile piece that they can move around down, and that's finally a defensive pick for the Atlanta Falcons in the first round.
Their whole thing too, going into the combine, right, was they were just meeting with defensive guys. That was kind of the report, at least. I don't know if that ended up being true, but I feel like a lot of people had Jalen Walker higher. I know New England, they were considering taking him at 4. That was the news leading up to the draft tonight.
What do your notes say, Coach?
Everything. I agree with everything's been said. Son of a bitch, you caught me. I was looking ahead, man.
You're looking ahead?
Yeah. Well,
what are you looking ahead for?
Huh?
What are you looking ahead at right now?
I'm just curious, because the tackle, what's next? What's next? So that's
what's next.
No, I mean, the run. This run has been.
Yes, of tackles.
Exactly. We talked about the first 20 picks. First 18 picks.
Yeah.
If you want an O-lineman trench player, you better get up there and get it. So that's what's happened. So.
Arizona Cardinals currently on the clock. They bring back Calais Campbell this offseason. They signed Jacoby Brissett to back up Kyler Murray. They re-sign Trey McBride. They lose, Zach Pascal and Lopez. What is the thought for the Arizona Cardinals down the draft cave, Peter Schrager?
Yeah, look, we went last year, and they, of course, got the Harrison, and they were happy, and then they went back and got Alexander, another good player. Jonathan Gannon is a defensive backs coach at heart, and this kid from Texas is still sitting there. Again, pick is not in yet. I'm not tipping any picks.
Whoa, you're tipping picks.
I'm just saying, I heard they loved Barron, and then I put it in my mock draft, and everyone's like, we're not taking a corner. So we'll see. To me, that makes a lot of sense for a team that has a gaping hole at that position, and the number 1 corner not named Travis Hunter still there.
I just got something thrown at me from the crowd. Shout out to them.
For real?
Very kind. It might be a pre-roll, to be clear.
That'd be sweet.
So they're trying to help out.
Yeah, a little bit of a gift potentially coming from the crowd, which I'm very appreciative. But nonetheless, Arizona Cardinals. Peter Schrager's tipping picks now, Matt.
No, I'm not. I don't know.
Your thoughts on that, Matt?
I swear I don't know. Now they better not take them.
Well, I'll tell you what, Schrags, if they do, I'm going to walk off this set down into the trailer, and I'm going to smack you in the fucking mouth, okay? Because I thought you had a little bit more respect for the game. I don't understand it. Again, this is one of those picks, though, where we'll see what happens with the Cardinals. They get Josh Sweat. They kind of get, one of the prize pieces of free agency. You mentioned Jonathan Gannon. I know he's the, defensive backs coach at heart. But what does this guy love? Shots, explosives, pew, pew, pew. So we could see maybe, a receiver coming off the board here, pair with Marvin Harrison Jr., maybe to kind of, let Kyler Murray reach that next level and take this team to the promised land.
The Cardinals are such a fascinating team. Yes. They're like Kyler Murray's such a fascinating quarterback.
Oh, yeah.
Without a doubt.
Because we'll see moments of, guy take over a game. Yeah. We'll see times where the Arizona Cardinals play much better than we could have expected. I mean, there's been numerous times where they play at a level that we couldn't have expected. Gannon, seemingly a great coach. Will they ever be able to piece it all together? That's kind of the question about the Arizona Cardinals.
Oh, I like what he's done out there. I mean, I know just competing against him, I think he's shown improvement in his time there. And, like anything, he was known for defense, and I agree with you. I think we'll go corner here.
Corner, potentially. Schrags, is that what they're doing?
Don't know yet.
Yeah.
I don't, I swear.
Okay.
Texted. I'm praying they don't now.
You guys talked about, or somebody mentioned wide receiver and Matthew Golden. What if they paired Emeka Egbuka back up with Marvin Harrison Jr.?
I like that.
I like both those picks.
That would be nice, especially with McBride, one of the best tight ends out there as well.
Marvin Harrison Jr. last year, I think, he wasn't stealing the conversation for the rookie of the year conversation ever.
Hey, Pat.
Ever. I
know the pick. It's not Barron, so we can keep on going. Let's go. Let's keep rolling. Let's go.
What is the pick, though, Shrek?
They're going defense, but I'm not going to tell you who. Keep going. Keep going.
Position on defense.
Keep going. Up front. Let's go. Keep going.
Okay.
Is that like front seven? Like Jihad Campbell?
Keep going.
Mike Green. Maybe Mike Green out of Marshall.
It could have taken Mike Green, who obviously led the entire country in sacks this past season. Could potentially be there. Another trenches pick, though, potentially coming, Mike McCarthy, which we have talked about since the jump of this draft, that might be the trend here of the sixth ever draft spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many big men on the board. So yeah, definitely, I think.
Do they look around the division like, hey, Kenneth Walker, Kyron Williams, Christian McCaffrey? Is that ever a thought when they're thinking about making their picks just because they're a three-stud running back?
Well, hold on one second.
Draft. The Arizona Cardinals select Walter Nolan, defensive tackle, Mississippi.
Okay, congratulations to Walter Nolan getting drafted to the Arizona Cardinals. Now, back to what you were about to talk about. Do you draft to beat your conference, or what do you do?
I don't think you're sitting here today thinking about your division.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, you're thinking about your division all the time. Division games are the most important thing about the regular season. I mean, I love the format that they went to, 7, 8, 9, 10 years ago, where you put the division games at the end, the competitiveness of it. It's all about the division. That's what the regular season's about. So, yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, when you're looking at your roster development, you're always aware of what your division opponents like. I mean, one thing about this league, it's hard to win a Super Bowl. But I'll tell you what, it's a lot harder to go to the playoffs 8, 9, 10 years in a row and always be on the doorstep. So you look what Philadelphia's done. I mean, you got to recognize they've had the best line of football, but they've been able to sustain success over a period of time. And those are the things you definitely got to be in tune with as you pick. And that's why we keep talking about the trenches.
Bradley Cooper's over there making plays, too, for the Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love.
Well, go ahead.
I love Bradley Cooper. No, it's not a joke. Bradley Cooper actually sitting in the owner's box.
Yeah. He opened the.
You said making plays.
He announced the team.
Yeah, he is. I don't know if you heard his introduction to the team. Got the boys fired up. Got the boys fired up.
I thought you meant on the field making plays.
I mean, maybe.
If given the opportunity, you never know. You put him at slot. Maybe put him in the defensive backfield. He might.
See, we're a good team, man. I teed that up nice for you. I mean, that's what we were practicing outside there. Yeah.
Matt Bell and Coach McCarthy coming together. They go D tackle in Arizona. Matt Bell, your thoughts?
I mean, I kind of love it, building up that D line. Obviously, we were just talking about, hey, you got to get after guys like Brock Purdy. You got to get after Matthew Stafford. I mean, we'll see what Sam Darnold does in Seattle. You got to get after that guy. You got to be able to get after the quarterback if you want to, make a deep run in the playoffs. Cardinals, you mentioned it, Pat, every single year. The Cardinals start out 3-0. They play a good team. They get their asses kicked, and they kind of go on a little schneid. We'll see if this is finally the year that they can turn that around.
He was a monster at Texas A&M, then obviously over to Mississippi as well. Mississippi NIL invested in their D-line.
Oh, yeah.
And it certainly has paid off here. Now the Bengals are on the clock, and obviously we've seen a lot of defensive linemen drafted. We've seen the trenches drafted. Trey Hendrickson is a big conversation with the Cincinnati Bengals right now. Obviously, he's a friend of the program, so we understand the situation very well. Are they going to be able to pay him as well as paying Jamar Chase and T. Higgins this past offseason? We shall see. Let's go down the draft cave. Peter Schrager, the Bengals' defense was not good last year. They get rid of Lou Anarumo. They got a new DC. Trey Hendrickson issue happening. What do you think the Bengals are kind of eyeing or thinking about here?
Yeah, Al Golden is the new defensive coordinator.
Hold on 1 second, Triggs. Hold on.
Sweet Caroline. Never seems so good.
So good, so good, so good.
Look at this place.
It's amazing. It's awesome.
They got juice.
I didn't know what to expect, but
that's incredible.
Got a lot of beers in the sky. Green Bay. Sorry, Schrager. Had to have that moment with these people who've been standing out here for like 11, 12 hours, they're saying out here for this draft. Go ahead, Schrags, about the Cincinnati Bengals.
What I told you guys on Tuesday when I was with you, if they take Mike Green or Shamar Stewart or whoever the defensive lineman is, it's unfair to the kid because immediately you're going to compare him to Trey Hendrickson, and it's like, well, you can't do that. They have to, at some point, start addressing the fact that this guy might not be there. So I would think defensive line, pick's not in yet. Could go a variety of directions. But trust me, the Bengals know how bad and atrocious that defense was last year. It doesn't matter if Burrow, Higgins, and Chase put up 40 a game. Got to be able to stop someone.
Tone Diggs, obviously the AFC North, is a little scared.
Sweet Caroline.
So good, so good, so good. What a time. Matt Bell.
This is different than Detroit.
Very.
Much more interactive.
Well, it's like, this stadium's in a neighborhood, so you felt like it was going to be a little bit more homey. It certainly is. It feels like we're a part of something right now, Coach.
Definitely not. This is unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
AP Tone, are you scared of the Bengals in the AFC North? They got a guy quarterback. They got their 2 wide receivers. Trey Hendrickson, they think is going to get figured out. Draft pick could change everything as Schrags is Sweet Carolina down there in the draft game.
Yeah, they better take defense because I'm not afraid. The Steelers scored 40. The Pittsburgh Steelers of 2023 scored 40 points on the Bengals last year in a victory. And they pretty sure they've had those 2 wide receivers in Burrow for a few years now, and I think they're 14 and 13 when they play together over the last 2 years or whatever. So no, unless they shore up that defense, which they might. But no, definitely not worried about the Bengals.
There's a potential alleged defensive end going to Cincinnati. Is what the conversation is. Mad Mel, we assumed defense was going to be the way the Bengals went.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think, I don't know who the pick is. I haven't looked. I'm not a sack of shit like Schrags. I'm not going to tip picks. I'm not going to do that. If it is a guy like Mike Green, I love that pick. Explosive. Okay, you're shaking your head. No, it's not Mike Green. I don't know who it is. Whoever it is, though, I am curious. Okay, I am curious. I didn't see that. I'm going to act like I didn't see that. Whoever it is, you got to go defense here. Schrags, though, if they draft a DN, is that kind of opening the door for them to kick Trey Hendrickson's ass out?
It certainly leads to that conversation, which I says is like, look, we don't know what the deal is with his contract long term. He's in his 30s. He's amazing. We all know that. But we're probably not going to give him that big money. So let's draft someone with a rookie contract. I said it on your show this week. That's going to be the position. And it's unfortunate for the kid that if they get rid of Trey, every Bengals fan is going to say, wait a second, he's not doing what the guy before him did.
Well, maybe he does, though. We don't know. We're not sure how this guy's going to be. Coach McCarthy, Trey Hendrickson.
I think the biggest thing, too, number one, I don't see Cincinnati kicking trade to the door. And once again, you need more than 2 pass rushers. So once again, this is excellent depth. Also, the possibility of a move, and I think you do go rusher here, and it's a smart pick whether Trey's there or not.
Roger Goodell.
Business decisions factor, but you got a chance to improve your football team. I think they focus on the D-line here.
I think so, too.
Go with edge rusher.
Keep Trey, too. Why not? Here's
Absolutely.
Roger Goodell, Sweet Carolina.
With the 17th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Shamar Stewart, defensive end, Texas A&M.
Congrats to Shamar Stewart out of Texas A&M. They are doing a pass rusher, which is Trey Hendrickson's, position. Is that a sign of what's about to happen with Trey Hendrickson, or are they just loading up on the D-line like every team has seemingly done on this particular draft night and with their mindset? What are your thoughts on Shamar Stewart out of Texas A&M and adding a pass rusher in that AFC North, Coach Mike McCarthy?
Definitely. I mean, once again, you watch the highlight tape, you see the position flex, his ability just to come underneath. But, let's go back to Trey. I mean, what you want is Trey to help mentor this young man. So, once again, this is a smart pick all the way around.
Let's go to the draft cave. AP Tone, are you scared of Shamar Stewart? And Schrags, is this guaranteed Bengals defense draft pick since the beginning?
If he puts it all together, yes, I am afraid of Shamar Stewart. He is just an athletic combine freak. He put up the exact same numbers as Myles Garrett at the combine. He ran a 4.59 and a 40-inch vert at 6'5", 270.
What?
Okay, which was just 6'5", 270, 4.59 with a 40-inch vert. Coach talked about the positions that he played. He played all the way from 3-tech to edge. He's one of 15 players to have at least 30 snaps at everywhere from 3-tech all the way out to the edge. They used him everywhere. Now, the thing with Shamar Stewart is his production.
Talk about it.
He had 1.5 sacks per year. 1.5 every single year, so 4.5 sacks over his 3 years. So the production does not match his athletic ability. Now, if you want to look at it in pressures as a stat that, people don't love or whatever, but he did get a ton of pressures. So we'll see if the production gets better in the NFL, because he is an absolute freak.
And I talked to a GM about him, because that's the big knock. He only had 3.5 sacks over 2 years, and he had 4.5 over 3 years. That's not good. And then you look at him, and he's an absolute physical dream. Mad Mel's losing his mind over there. Here's the note, though. Here's the note. I spoke to a pretty good GM, and he's like, if you watch the tape, he's there every single time. He doesn't know how to close yet. Like, we'll teach him that. Absolute monster. I think 17 is right about where everyone thought. And guess what? Trey Hendrickson, like this, again, lights the fire under him. And, of course, it is. Obviously, they can work together. But it also is, wait, we got our young guy. It happens time and time again in the NFL.
Schrags, as you were talking there, AJ said, what does that mean? What do you mean?
Can you teach a guy how to close? Like, what do you mean? Like, he gets a lot of pressures, but he doesn't get a lot of sacks. How do you
That's a better question for you. And I honestly, the GM,
Coach.
and I'll ask Coach, because the GM is like, he gets to the quarterback every single time, and then he's not bringing him down. Like, can that be taught at this stage in your life?
Yeah, definitely. I agree with your point. I think, number one, production, but disruption. He's got the disruption part. He's got all the ability. And I think just like anything, you're in this first round to sit there and be able to talk about a young man that has all this ability, position flex, and those things, and you say, hey, he still has a ceiling here. I mean, he still has room for improvement. So as a coach, you're excited about this, because when you sit in that draft room, at the end of the day, you fall in love just like everybody else is, but you only get one pick in the first round. So, but at the end of the day, you want to know what he is. And where's the ceiling? Where can we because we have to make sure you define the role for the young man and make sure he fits into the scheme and things like that. But absolutely, to me, closing on a rush, it's part of the fundamentals of the line play.
Debo, what are your thoughts on obviously him learning and getting better, and Trey Hendrickson potentially teaching him, but also this potentially meaning Trey Hendrickson is not a Bengal?
Yeah, and we've been around the game for a long time in locker rooms. This is one of those situations where they better get right. Especially if it leads to Trey Hendrickson leaving, because it's the complete opposite. You drafting a guy based on upside and potential. And the opposite of that, what Trey Hendrickson has been, a closer, a production maker every year in and year out. He's the league leader in sacks right now. So this is a guy every year. He's going to be productive. He's going to play, and he's going to close and be that guy for your defense. So if you are moving on and going younger, this is the part of the draft, though, the part of the first round where these type of picks are made based on what we can get upside and based on potentially what we see down the road.
Seahawks are on the clock right now. They're in the middle of a massive transition. Obviously, you guys from the Packers know a pretty important person over there in Schneider. you're a guy, you respect the shit out of him. And we've heard you talk about him the last 24 hours about how much you love his football acumen. Tough decisions he had to make over the last couple of years. Geno, Pete Carroll, DK Metcalf, Lockett. It's a whole new era over there in Seattle.
Yeah, definitely. Got a tremendous amount of love and respect for John. And, and Pete and him had an unbelievable run up there in Seattle. But, yes, I think, when it comes to personnel, he does an incredible job with his roster development. So I'll be real curious to see where he goes. I think we'll trust his board here. I hope he does.
Here goes Goodell with the pick.
Here we go.
Pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Gray Zabel,
O-line.
guard, North Dakota State.
Okay, North Dakota State creates dogs, especially if they're first-round draft picks. What do you said? I hope he trusts the board. What do you think that means?
Well, I think just like anything. I mean, a lot of conversation about this young man. You got to go to the Senior Bowl. I mean, that's where he really lit it up. Had a hell of a week, and I know that made definitely a big impression to the Seattle personnel department.
Offensive lineman selected. Let's go down to the draft cave. AP Tone, North Dakota State. We love dudes out of there. And Schrager, why was this the pick for Seattle?
Yes, we do. And to Coach's point, he won, voted on by the players at the Senior Bowl. He won Practice Player of the Week at the Senior Bowl. He's one of the most versatile offensive linemen in the draft. He played all 5 positions in college. He started all 16 games at left tackle this year, but he's most likely going to be a guard or
center. Why don't they try him at tackle? Honestly, he's almost 6'6". Why can't you try him at tackle, Coach? Would you try to give him a shot? He played tackle in college.
No, absolutely. I think he plays the best position he can. But I think the thing I want to make it was a great point, is 5-position flex.
Yep.
This 17-game season going 18, that's a real deal. The ability to have an offensive line, to have those 5 starters line up and play a whole season, it's harder and harder and harder. Oh, yeah, by the way, the off-season program. The offensive line development is the biggest challenge. As a head coach, as you sit there and outline the off-season program, get ready for training camp, that's the group that causes you the most stress, because they're not getting the amount of work that the other positions are able to get. So that position flex, to me, there's a lot of value. I think the Green Bay Packers do an incredible job with the position flex of their offensive line. I think you have at least 2 guys that can play 5 positions. So
versatility is obviously a big deal, especially whenever there's a lot of turnover throughout the season, a lot of injuries, and who can fill in and play where. We saw the Chiefs move their all-pro guard to tackle throughout the entirety of the season. Let's go down to the draft cave. Shregs, did we know the Seattle Seahawks were going to take offensive linemen? And also, huge turnover over there in Seattle. That's not an easy task at all.
No, and we're talking about a whole new identity for this team, and they fired their offensive coordinator after just 1 year, so they're trying to get something else going here, too. Gray Zabel was not only the star of the Senior Bowl, but really impressed everyone at the Combine, too. I was told this week Gray Zabel would be a top 20 pick, and I had a GM tell me I'd be shocked if he fell out of the top 20. That's pretty high praise for an interior lineman, most likely in the NFL, out of North Dakota State. And once again, I had him going there in my mock draft. Let's go. Dab for it, dab for it, dab for it.
Dab, yeah, natural. You look very natural doing that.
Pat, I have a staff for you that you'll love. He was obviously a 0-star come out of high school. Went to North Dakota State for farming. He just bought 250 acres near his family's farm to plant some corn.
Yeah, he's going to till some land. I respect that, just like he's tilling D linemen. Now, also another stat about this guy. Ian Rappaport tweeted, he's a former lefty pitcher who threw in the low 90s.
Oh, yes.
Whenever he was in high school. They're getting an absolute dog up there, Mad Mel.
Yeah, without doubt, I hope he's great at football, because a lefty pitcher throwing in the low. I mean, this fucking guy could have made $350 million playing Major League Baseball. But again, but you look at the Seahawks, Coach talking about positional flexibility. Obviously, you get, and I say this in the most endearing way, you get a fucking hayseed from North Dakota who's got a mean streak in him, who wants to go out there and just eat nails for breakfast. We saw what Sam Darnold could do with a clean pocket. Obviously, Geno was under duress quite a bit this year. I love this pick. Again, I hope this kid pans out, because it looks like he may have turned down a potential, Hall of Fame baseball career. If he was fucking throwing 90 miles an hour in high school as a lefty, this guy might have been like a top 5 pick in the MLB draft.
Yeah, but instead, he's a first-round draft pick offensive lineman out of North Dakota State. Go Bison. We love everything about that. These smaller schools, whenever they get a guy drafted, I feel like it's a more sure pick, just in my eyes. I'm like, they they must know that this guy's a real guy. Because the competition, how do you judge, you know?
That's always the knock on the small school guys. So my favorite part about it, what everyone said, is he had the best week at the Senior Bowl. So I'm sure he was jacked up for that, because that's the time he's going to see those guys on the even playing field, the best competition. And then you show up to a combine, which is another high-pressure situation, and he went up there and showed his ass there as well. So I love when small guys come in, when they step up in the big-time stage. Like you said, that bodes well for the big-time stage.
Coach McCarthy, you mentioned the Senior Bowl for him. Very important whenever you're at, like, North Dakota State, the Senior Bowl week, right?
Yeah, big time. And I think another thing, too, just when you hear everybody talk about him, is his level of self-discipline. You know, and I think you see that in the trend when you get these guys that come from a little smaller program. Because, you know, when you do play big-time football, it's the factory of how everything's done is laid out for you. I mean, we had to put up with that shit with AJ when he got the Green Bay from Ohio State. But I think the smaller, programs, your level of high self-discipline has to be higher, and you just hear all these great things to say about them. And I think his position flex is important.
Buccaneers.
They
Buccaneers are on the clock, and Adam Schefter tweeted that they are picking. So I guess that means they're not trading?
Yeah.
Is that the conversation? Because they're saying now on the internet there is a lot of phone calls happening for the rest of this first round. Allegedly, right now, there's a lot of activity
people coming
happening.
up, or people want to go back?
I think I don't know.
Go back.
Only one quarterback taken. Like we're talking about the beginning of the draft, how many teams needed quarterbacks. Like I feel like a lot of people thought Jackson Dart would be gone, by 10 probably, and him still being there feels like a surprise. Like if you're the Steelers, this would be a time where it's like, hey, if they like Jackson Dart or even Shadur Sanders, like do you even risk it? Like do you even just go up one spot to Denver, even though you know Denver's not taking
I wonder if our conversations about what the quarterback draft class is a little different than what the team's conversations were about the draft class. I wonder if the media speculation of what the quarterback draft class is, both at the beginning of the draft cycle, was like, this is not that good of a draft class. Then we all bought in, I think.
Of course.
I think all of us bought into a lot of things.
Yeah.
We still have a lot of picks left. And we're still in the teens. So let's remember, we got a long night still ahead of us.
Good point.
But allegedly, there's a lot of phone calls happening towards the end for people to maybe want to get back in. Maybe it is for a quarterback. Maybe it is to move up to do their thing. I believe the Buccaneers are going offense from what we have seen on the internet. Not a quarterback. Obviously, they're happy with Baker Mayfield and have extended him. Hey, how about Baker Mayfield going down there and just like, I don't want to say a rebirth, but just like a full-on new career.
I mean, you got to love his story. Lake Travis High School, Texas Tech, Oklahoma, just the whole deal. And then, number one pick there in Cleveland. So, I'm very, very happy to see him have this success, because you talk about a dog playing the quarterback position.
Yeah, they might get another.
Love the way he
fiery.
Okay.
Abuka.
Ohio State,
Good
wide
pick.
receiver.
Nice pick.
Ohio State.
Drafted to the Buccaneers, so they had a weapon.
Baker likes that.
Yeah, they had a weapon for Baker Mayfield.
Absolutely.
AJ, this guy was not talked about by a lot of people. And I think Kirk Herbstreit brought up, like, hey, this guy's a guy that nobody has talked about. He'll block his ass off. He has a humility factor about him that doesn't get chatted about a lot, especially first-round wide receivers. He's been an afterthought basically in every offense at Ohio State. Still had production, still a guy who's obviously led them to a national championship. How do you feel about this Buccaneers pick for Baker Mayfield?
I mean, you talk about like receivers running the full route tree and having being an absolute technician. We saw him play in the Rose Bowl and the college football playoffs in person. It's great to see, but Brian Hartline has a receiver factory going there at Ohio State, and how he coaches these guys up. I mean, Abuka's number one receiver really anywhere else in the country, probably, right? D-Butt. And he's at Ohio State. It's almost like he's an afterthought, but we know how much of a weapon he was from seeing him in person. I think it's a great pick for the Bucs. And Abuka also is another one of those guys where he has all the physical tools and skills, but he also seems to have the character to go with it as well.
Yeah, he's incredible. All the things you said, but me watching him as a DB, as a receiver, his understanding of spacing and coverage and how to present himself to the quarterback.
He sits down when he needs to. He knows that he's a professional already at the college.
Absolutely. He's a quarterback's best friend. On that highlight tape, you go back specifically to that play against Oregon. It's something you don't see with young receivers are coming out of the draft or coming into the draft in year one. Like those late hands on that deep seam ball to split those safeties. For him to remain calm, remain relaxed until the ball is there at the very, very last second. That is very, very tough for a defender, because a defender, a lot of times we're in that trail position, especially a linebacker underneath. You've been in this position, run through and cover two, which you're going to see a bunch in the NFL. You're reading the keys of that receiver. When those hands and those eyes get big, that's when you react. So for him to have the patience, the understanding, the savviness in this play right here, right in the slot, number 3, that's always a problem for defense. Line up speed at 3, knowing exactly where he is, being under control, late hands, walk-in touchdown. So big-time play, and that's what he does. And he blocks his ass off, too, down the field. I respect that at wide receiver.
I belong West Virginia.
I like the sing-alongs we got going.
Mama, take me home, country roads. Okay, so greatest sing-along song in history of sing-along songs. Baker Mayfield gets another weapon. Mike Evans obviously just going to be a constant 1,000-yard receiver. Now they got a guy who's not scared to do the gritty work for that offense down there in Tampa.
Well, I think all the great points have been made. He is plug and play. He can play the 1, he can play the 2, he can play the 3. Also, you're going to love him on first and second down because now he can come in there, set up that play-action pass because he does the dirty work. So this is an excellent addition.
Yeah, you remember that clip during the national championship before the Jeremiah Smith, inside fade on third down for them to basically win the game. Ibuka was on the sideline talking to Will Howard, saying like, "Hey, when we get this coverage, we need to run this." So you talk about like knowing football too, having him. They got McMillan last year from Washington, who's also a young receiver. Then they re-signed Godwin too.
Let's head into the draft cave. Schrags, did we know wide receiver was coming to Baker Mayfield's offense?
I mocked him having McMillan there, but he's gone. I love Ibuka. Here's the one story I got on Ibuka. You guys know it well deeper than I do. I don't follow the college game. At the Combine, a decorated head coach had lunch with me after meeting with Ibuka and was physically and emotionally just completely blown away by the kid he just met. He's like, that guy can marry my daughter. That guy can be the captain of our team as a rookie. That guy was unbelievable as a character person. So you put him in that room with Mike Evans and Jalen McMillan and, of course, Chris Godwin. Look, you can never have enough good wide receivers. They say you want to have it like a basketball team, all different sizes and different roles. He plays a role that they don't currently have. So Ibuka, you guys know him well more than I've never met the kid. I hear unbelievable things. He goes top 20 and goes before Matthew Golden, which is actually really interesting.
Congrats to Mecca Ibuka because his stats and not being the #1 guy. Go ahead, APTO.
Well, no, I was going to say the only thing that you guys have missed is he's the all-time leading receptions guy for Ohio State.
Is that right?
Like that's
not
crazy.
as the #1 guy either.
Correct. No, okay. So this is who he's played with: Marvin Harrison Jr., Jackson Smith and Jigba, Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, Jeremiah Smith, Carnell Tate,
and he's the dude.
And he's a four-time All-Big Ten. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, I love it. Mad Mel, do you love it?
Yeah, I love it. I wanted this guy really fucking bad, so I'm a little upset right now, obviously.
Who's that? To Mad Mel's University? Oh,
Who's your team?
The Packers.
Yeah, the Packers. I would have loved a guy like that, obviously. We'll see what they do. He's not a fucking diva. That's the big thing. I mean, Diggs just mentioned he played with all these guys, never bitched, never pouted, never hit the transfer portal, said, fuck this, I'll go to, Jerk-Off State and be the #1 guy for 100, 200 more.
Why is he like that, Coach?
What's happening here?
What's up with this guy, Coach?
Guy loves ball. Guy loves ball, Coach.
What university? What university could he have transferred to?
Well, I said he didn't want to fucking go to Jerk-Off State. He wanted to stay at Ohio State and win a national championship.
I don't know what state is that.
Yuma, Arizona.
Yuma.
The Denver Broncos are currently on the clock. Obviously, last year's pick of Bo Nix was a success story throughout the season. They took an $80 million cap hit, or 90, whatever the number is, the biggest cap hit in the history to move on from Russell Wilson. Sean Payton obviously had the blessing of ownership whenever he took the job. Hey, if I don't like Russell Wilson or this doesn't work out, I'm allowed to move on no matter what the cap hit is. They did that. They rolled the dice. They drafted Bo Nix. Sean Payton on draft night joined us and talked about how much he loved Bo Nix literally from the moment that he met him. Said he could make all the throws. They got better throughout the entire season. Obviously, the AFC West is a stacked division that is very difficult.
Oh, yeah.
But Sean Payton is a winner, and I assume whatever pick they make is going to be the right one. Coach McCarthy, how do you feel about Sean Payton, and how do you feel about everything he's done?
I think he's definitely, you're seeing his football team come into the light now. I mean, he's clearly got his fingerprints all over everything that they're doing, and especially from the quarterback position. I always respected Sean. You know, our careers parallel each other for quite some time as quarterback coaches and so forth. So he was a guy that I always watched what he was doing, whether he was in New York and down there in Dallas, and then there with the Saints and now in Denver. So you're really seeing that come together. And you already made the point about the division. I mean, you talk about 4 coaches now. I mean that's and Sean's the youngest. You know, so I mean that's
nuts.
Yeah,
Jim Harbaugh, Pete Carroll, Andy Reid, and Sean Payton all in one division.
Yeah, that AFC West now, it's fun to watch.
Let's go down to the draft cave. Schrags, what are your thoughts on what the Denver Broncos are looking for?
It's my guy, Sean P. I know he liked Loveland. He really liked Abuka. He liked Genty, but he also liked a defensive player. I'm not going to say anymore.
Tipping picks.
No,
defense.
Tipping picks.
No.
Barron is a safety corner.
Yes.
Yes, is what they're saying.
Starks.
This kid's
One of those wishes will be coming true right now.
Hell yeah, brother. Oh, nice.
Sam is a 17-year-old Broncos fan who has bravely battled cancer.
Hell yeah, Sam. Let's go, dog. Looks good. Suit looks
His
good.
wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his favorite team. Please join me in cheering on Sam as his wish comes true. Take it away, Sam.
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah, Sam.
Yeah. Let's go, Broncos.
Yeah, I love it.
Thank you. All right. With the 20th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron, DB, Texas.
Nailed it.
Good pick.
Absolutely nailed it. Corner goes to Denver. Congrats to Barron on becoming a member of the Denver Broncos defense that is phenomenal.
Yes.
That defense has been like top 5 defense forever, seemingly. Obviously, you joined Patrick Surtain and the boys over there. How do you feel about this pick, D-Bucks?
I mean, I love this pick. Already a pretty good secondary, especially at the cornerback position with the reigning defensive player of the year, Patrick Surtain on one side, Riley Moss on the other side, and then McMillan in the slot. So a lot of people that I've talked to can see this guy playing on the outside or the inside. He was a very productive interior slot defender, a great communicator. He can coverage, he can tackle, he can do everything. On the outside, he went and he just won a Thorpe Award last year for Texas, so he can play anywhere.
Absolute dog. Speaking of, joining us now, ladies and gentlemen, the general manager of the Seattle Seahawks, John Schneider.
John.
Thank you for joining us. A lot of people here in Green Bay sending their love. Thank you for taking the time. You roll with Gray Zabel. Can you just chit-chat about that a little bit in the middle of this transition time for your Seattle Seahawks?
Yeah, great, position of need for us. Great kid, great guy. He's one of the 30-30-30s, so 30 bench, 30 vert, 30 test score. And I went down to the Senior Bowl against that competition down there and just had a great week. He's voted, like the scouts voted him the, competitor, best practice player of the week. And then you guys know a lot of those guys split. And he could have left. He stayed and played in the game. And yeah, we were hoping he'd be there. We had stuff going on, but it's just like a really clean, safe, neat, good. We love it. We love the pick.
We learned a little bit about him being a lefty pitcher, maybe throwing in the low 90s as a high schooler. Obviously, great athlete in that whole thing. I assume he's great for the culture as well. As you're trying to establish that, is that a big part of your scouting and evaluation?
Yeah, absolutely. You guys know, Steve Hutchinson works with us. He's actually the highest, offensive lineman or highest guard we've taken since Hutch was here. And sorry, they're beeping in on there. Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no
worries.
No,
he's just like this. He's just like this. Just a badass man. And Hutch loved him. We were all, that mentality, like that nasty mentality. We just love adding this kind of like our kind of guy to that room.
Coach McCarthy and AJ Hawk have been singing your praises, brother. You need to know that.
My guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Johnny.
Coach, what do you think of his pick?
Yeah, love the pick. I mean, God, I got to repeat everything I said. John, great pick.
Yeah, he also said trust the board, right? Isn't that what you said?
Trust the board, and then he's done this for a long time, so he's been part of a great scouting history. Ron Wolf established that in 1992, and John's had a phenomenal career. So I mean, he knows what he's doing.
Go ahead, AJ.
John, what do you think? You think you might try to trade back up and get a couple more picks in this first round tonight to keep things interesting?
Thinking about it, brother. Thinking about it.
Really? Hey, they're saying it's very active right now. Are the phones very active right now?
Not anywhere near as much as we expected. I thought there was gonna be a lot more going on, and just really quiet. So kind of bummed in that regard. It's more fun when people are moving around, hopping around the board. You know?
All right, well, congrats on your pick.
I hope are you guys going to hit Nicky's tonight? You guys hitting Nicky's or the Abbey?
Man,
Where you guys going?
We don't need to leave here, man. This place is rocking. Your hometown is rocking tonight, John.
Oval Office, I thought.
Awesome.
All right.
Oval Office. Come on.
Got reservation.
Ladies and gentlemen, General Manager of Seattle Seahawks, John Schneider. Thank you for taking time.
John doesn't know what you're talking about, Con Man.
Was that?
John doesn't know what you're talking about Oval Office.
No, you told me to fit it in there when John was on. So I figured I'd try.
All right, Roger Goodell will be walking to the stage, right now to announce the Steelers pick. Thank you to John Schneider for joining us.
With the 21st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Derek Harmon, defensive tackle, Oregon.
All right, so let's just go directly to the draft cave. AP Tone, obviously diehard Pittsburgh Steelers fan. They're showing some Steelers fans in the crowd on ESPN currently going crazy, very excited about Derek Harmon becoming a Pittsburgh Steeler. Your thoughts, and is this what you expected?
Yeah, he was mocked to Steelers a lot besides Shedeur. You know what they say about Derek Harmon? Cam Hayward 2.0. Yeah. So that's awesome. We're going to get another Cam Hayward. We're going to get 12 plus years of great football. The Steelers got absolutely fucking gashed at the end of the year in the run game. So they decided to go out and get an incredible D tackle. He was number 1 in FBS in pressures from the D tackle position by 12. Led everybody by 12. Like I said, he's basically, they're going to pair him up with Cam Hayward and Keanu Benton and try to shore up that middle because they shored up the linebacker position last year, and then you pair him with Highsmith and hopefully TJ, and we're starting to look really good up front again, and it's really what we needed. We didn't need a quarterback at this point. We needed to shore up that run game.
Yeah, he certainly got Mason Rudolph over there. Shregs, did we know they were going D tackle, not quarterback? I heard quarterback all the way.
I heard quarterback, but I also heard quarterback at 2 and 3 for about 3 weeks in a month, and So anyway, let's take that away here. So this is here, Pittsburgh. I thought it was the one place for Shedeur. I know he had a good meeting with Tomlin. I know he had a decent meeting that was 5 hours long there. And I thought, if there is a guy who can unilaterally say, you know what, screw it, that's my guy, let's bring him in, it was Tomlin. The truth of the matter is, if you're in the Aaron Rodgers game, and you're trying to convince Aaron to come, and you're even trying to still be in the Aaron Rodgers game, the last thing you would do would be draft a quarterback tonight, and they go to Aaron and be like, no, we still are really committed to you. So this to me tells you you're all in on Rodgers. This tells me you're all in on Rodgers, and you're going to give help to Rodgers so that he can field the best team possible. This was Shedeur to me made sense at 21, but this to me just tells me even more so that this is Rodgers and the Steelers, and that's the future.
Tone, wait until you see the setup that he has at his house with his family.
I'm watching it right now. I just saw.
I love that he's a Pittsburgh Steeler. I absolutely love that he's a Pittsburgh Steeler. That feels like a Pittsburgh Steeler.
Yeah, Mighty Ducks.
Yeah, it's a Chuck Conway jersey.
Yeah, his fucking boy's got a Charlie Conway Mighty Ducks jersey on, which I absolutely love. That's an Adam Banks.
Adam Banks.
Jesus Christ.
Quack. Traitor.
Quack.
Cake eater.
Quack. 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 Quack.
Oregon Ducks.
D-Bud never seen it. D-Bud never saw it.
Banks.
Ducks. You knew it.
Come on, we know.
I mean, I love that. I'm going to take points away for not having a Bombay jersey somewhere. But listen, I understand what Shregs is saying. If you're a Steelers fan, you better pray to God. You better pray to Aya. You better pray to whoever the fuck you pray to that Aaron Rodgers shows up into town. Okay, Aya, ayahuasca, the god of what? Of
course.
Okay, all right, Mother Aya.
Yeah, Mother Aya. What however the hell the kids are saying it these days. Because listen, Tone, you can wax poetic. You can say whatever you want. If you go into next season with Mason Rudolph as your starting quarterback, the Steelers are absolutely fucked.
Coach Mike McCarthy, your Yens are at heart, obviously. Growing up in Pittsburgh, defense always been. So them taking a first-round D tackle, your thoughts?
Love it. Trust your history. It starts with defense in Pittsburgh. Always will. Always has. Things will work out there. I think it's an excellent pick. Excellent pick.
Matt Mel, what's worst case scenario? We go 9-8.
Mason Rudolph? No, worst case scenario is you go 3-14.
No, we went 9-8 with Duck Hodges and Mason 3 years ago.
Quack.
You didn't watch it with Duck Hodges.
Duck could play, son.
Shout out Duck. He was at Big Night Out. He was great.
I love Duck.
He was. Duck's everywhere.
He's engaged.
He's in a duck blind, too, last week. I think he came home duckless, if you will. We love Duck Hodges, obviously. But the Pittsburgh Steelers, they've been caught in a purgatory almost. Middle of the pack, winning season, obviously, as Tomlin saying, able to win no matter how many players, no matter who he has. But because of that, they never really get like a top 5 draft pick. So Steelers fans are like, yeah, we're okay with winning seasons, but we need more. Does this help, you think, Coach Mike McCarthy?
I'm a lifelong Pittsburgh Steelers fan, always will be, and I'm just going to say this. I said it earlier. Watch what you wish for. It's harder to go to the playoffs 10 years in a row than to win one Super Bowl. So pump the brakes. It would be my opinion.
AP Tony's talking to you.
No.
Yeah, because he's just a city boy. Born and raised in Greenfield, Pittsburgh. That's real, though. That is how Steelers fans feel at this stage of the Mike Tomlin Pittsburgh Steelers era, which has been a great 18, 19 years, whatever.
Oh, yeah. You better re-sign TJ.
Yeah, definitely not. That's
He's getting traded to the Packers tonight, I heard.
TJ is?
I heard that too.
This place will go wild.
Wow. Already going wild. Yeah.
You ever heard this song, D-Bet?
You know, going to a PWI, a predominantly white institution, you learn all these bangers pretty quick.
You learn all these sing-along bangers.
PWI.
I didn't know about the PWIs.
Oh, yeah, PWI, HBC.
I got you. Yeah. They're still going. Green Bay's bringing it tonight.
Oh, man, this is unbelievable.
I bet tomorrow they'll be like this, too.
Yeah, there's not enough hotel rooms here either. So I have no idea where all these people are staying, unless it is literally just the houses that are around here, because it felt like there's been a lot of trees that have been burned through the sky. I don't know if it was a skunk problem. Coach Mike McCarthy, you told me there are some skunks out here every once in a while. But this place has been electric all day.
Awesome.
All day around this entire stadium. It's different here in Green Bay, man. It's a movie. It's a movie.
It is, and I don't want to take pot shots, but just, after being in that shithole Detroit last year.
That's a pot shot.
It makes, I really do think.
It is a shithole.
Jace.
Tony said it. And also,
we saw human shit in the street last year.
Yeah, but they were good people. They're good people.
Biggest draft of all time. Remember that one, boys.
Yeah. You ain't figuring this one.
You kidding me? None of that here.
Oh, no.
Hey, Schrag and Tone, why don't you...
Somebody is on that loud pack.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's some really funky, skunky, stinky, icky floating through the sky here in Green Bay.
Oh, yeah.
And I appreciate it, to be honest, this deep into this thing, this far away from the end. On that note, let's go down the draft cave, boys. You got about 4 or 5 minutes.
Yep.
As we on the stage take a run, pal.
All right, who do we got on the clock? We got the Chargers on the clock. So what Michigan players are left out there?
No doubt, Will Johnson. So Minter obviously was with him in Michigan, and this is not lazy. I know that they absolutely love Will Johnson. They also loved Kenneth Grant, so I had him going Grant in the mock draft, but if not that, Will Johnson makes sense. But I don't think anyone saw Golden being available.
Bingo, that's what I was going to say.
So this is interesting. Shador, we just saw him on the ESPN broadcast, so they do have cameras on him. Tomlin taking a defensive tackle instead when there's a gaping hole at quarterback. It tells me it might not be tonight for Shador.
No, I mean, so like I said before the Steelers picked, the Browns, the Giants, the Saints, they all passed on him. Now the Steelers also pass on him. Those are teams with horrible quarterback situations, and he's getting passed on. So it's not a great look. I mean, it's not a great look for any of the quarterbacks in this draft besides Cam Ward, who went #1. Jackson Dart is still out there. Now, I've heard rumors that there are teams potentially trying to get back in, specifically the Giants to come back in potentially. I know they love Jackson Dart. They also did a ton of homework on Shedeur Sanders. So is there a point in this
Now's
draft?
The time.
You think it's
now's the time? If you're coming up, here we go. These are all the teams that all were playoff teams last year. They would gladly trade back. There's no player that's going to be putting them into the Super Bowl. I would also look at those teams at the end: Eagles, Chiefs, Bills, and you could tweet this out: Eagles, Chiefs, Bills, to trade up and say, really? We're getting back over the hump. Ravens, we might trade up. There's a guy that we love who is sitting there that we haven't had an opportunity to get. So maybe that's Golden. Maybe it's Simmons, the offensive tackle out of Ohio State. You look at a team like the Chiefs. All right, went to the Super Bowl. Yep. We're sitting here at 31, and maybe the guy falls to us. But, if there's a guy that they rate highly, what do you got to give up to move up to this spot? A third rounder? Maybe next year's third rounder? So I love this part of the draft. I love all the nights of the draft. But right now this is the meat of it for me. 22 to 32. These are your playoff teams, your contenders. Who's getting over the top? And then I ask, are the Giants trying to get back in? So we'll see.
Well, Chiefs, you took it right out of my mouth. If they come up against Simmons or Connerly, whoever. Simmons before the injury might have gone top 10 this season because he was really, really good. Also, what's going on? Do you know anything? What's going on with the Bills and James Cook? Could they come up and potentially get Amarion Hampton or something?
Dude, they are far apart, and that's been since the combine. And they started giving these extensions to everybody. And Brandon Beane, who you guys have on the show all the time, was like, "We're going to pay." Cook's expectations were way higher than what they were looking to pay, and he's also got another year left on his contract. So do you create a little leverage and say the North Carolina running back or either of the Ohio State running backs are sitting on the board? Let's light a fire there and let's do it. You can. Look, Giants, Saints, Browns. Now's the time. It's not going to be a bounty of picks.
Well,
what are you doing? Let's go.
And the Browns just got a bunch of picks from the Jaguars. I thought the Browns made out pretty well in that trade going back to 5, especially getting a 1 next year. Anything in the last, 5 or 6 picks that stood out to you since the last time we did this? I mean, you had Jahdae Barron, you had Emeka Egbuka going to. Hold on, we've got a pick from the Chargers coming in.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Amarion Hampton, running back.
Okay.
North Carolina.
They brought Najee in, but okay, Pat, you're back here because I love this. This is fun. What do you got?
I love this as well. We got a running back out there in Los Angeles. If you remember, they had Eckler a few years back. Jim Harbaugh loves pounding the rock as A.J. Hawk has summoned the fans to throw their jerseys to him so he could sign them. That is
nice.
That is currently what's happening right now. Sharpies are getting tossed at Big Mike McCarthy, who's showcasing his hands. He talked earlier about plucking the ball. That's what McCarthy's doing with these jerseys. And it's really phenomenal work. Coach is helping out A.J. The Chargers go with running back D. Butch. That's classic. That is classic Harbaugh football here.
Yeah, physical. You expected maybe a wide receiver here, so some dynamic weapons still on the board. But Hampton is unbelievable. He is a top-tier 3-down back. He's a breakaway back. Very vertical. Kind of reminds me of like a Jonathan Taylor or even a Fred Taylor. Vertical once he sees the scene. He's a north and south runner, has the breakaway speed, can also catch the ball out of the backfield. I love everything about Amarion Hampton, back-to-back first-team All-ACC. Very, very productive player and a great pickup for this ground, this tough team that the LA Chargers want to become.
Let's go to the draft game. Amarion was always the number 2 running back?
Yeah, he was always the number 1. He was always the number 2 running back in the draft. Also statistically over the last 2 years. So he had 1,700 yards and 16 touchdowns in 2023, 2,000 yards and 17 touchdowns this year. Yeesh. The only player that had more yards at the running back position the last 2 years was Ashton Genty. Amarion Hampton has been quietly one of the best running backs in the country because he was at UNC. He was awesome with Drake May, and then this year he basically put the team on his back because they had quarterback issues. Yeah, he's been the number 2 all along.
Makes me wonder a couple things here. I look at the other teams.
You hear me?
If Will Johnson played for Minter and played for Harbaugh, and everyone said he's an all-world top 10 guy, and they have a need at corner, and they didn't draft Will Johnson, I wonder if his slide is going to go further. And then I look at the quarterbacks, and then I look at Matthew Golden, who everyone thought was going to be the first wide receiver off the board, a Lightning player out of Texas. So there are still some really talented players. You guys were on the break. I'm interested in Kansas City. I'm interested in Buffalo. I'm interested in the Eagles. Teams that like to see if there's someone dropping, if they can pounce. It's a really interesting draft.
And the Green Bay Packers on the complete opposite end of that, they don't take number 1 wide receivers. No. Matthew Golden's sitting there. Do you add a weapon that has a 4? What does he run?
4.29 was the fastest line.
Or whatever.
I mean, it feels like you should. I got a text from Ty Schmidt, and he said, look, we missed out on that Buka, but it feels as though it was always destiny to have Golden. And it feels like having that guy that takes the top off. Watson, he's had his problems in the past with the hammies and things of that nature. Dobbs is great at those jump balls.
What's that, Matt Mel? What's that?
If they don't fucking pick this guy, I'm gonna throw this microphone as far as I fucking can.
No. That'll be a weapon. You got a good arm.
I'm just saying, listen, okay, I understand the Packers' history, okay? They don't necessarily need the first-round guy. They've had a lot of success picking guys in the second round. I'll just be frank with you. They've done a lot of work on the offensive line. I don't want them to pick another fucking offensive lineman, okay? I don't need a plug-and-play guy. Jordan Morgan, hey, great pick last year. Played in 3 fucking games, okay? 3 fucking games. I wanted him to get Cooper DeJean. What'd he do? Oh, yeah, he had a pick 6 in the Super Bowl. He had a pretty good fucking year. So if Matthew Golden's there, he is. Go get him. Go get him.
Coach,
for the love of God, go get him.
Coach McCarthy, what do you think the Packs?
I think they trust their board. They really do. I mean, I think this is, I'm feeling the heat over here. But, I think Brian Gutekunst's done a great job, with the overall roster. And, don't reach and go. He'd be a great pick. Don't get me wrong. I mean, hook 'em horns. I mean, he's outstanding. I think he'd be a great fit here.
Where are all the DBEs, man?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. They missed out last year on Cooper.
I think they go corner.
I'd be okay with Harrison as well.
Yeah,
Harrison.
Will Johnson's still there, too.
Yeah,
he was rated real high before.
Yeah, it's a lot of good corners in this guy. Good safeties, too. Some playmakers.
Yeah, you got 2 really good safeties.
Let's talk real quick, though, because I think you do have a take. No number 1 wide receivers is the big conversation with the Green Bay Packers. Is that a fair conversation, you think, or no?
Oh, I think it's a fair conversation. I think especially when you're building your offense as a young quarterback, I just go off my time getting here in 06. We already had Donald Driver, and then we made the change from Brett to Aaron, but then took Greg Jennings in the second round. Then Jordy Nelson, James Jones, Randall Cobb, Devontae Adams. So you're talking about 5 second round or in the third round, 4 seconds in the third over a 12-year period. Well, that's how you get the matchups. So he don't have to go out and he don't have to. You're always trying to feature the number 1 receiver and so forth. Quarterback runs the offense. He goes through the progression. I think it's a very healthy way to go. I think financially it's a very responsible way to go as far as the cap. But once again, we're getting a little further down here in the draft. So I mean, what's the difference between a 1 and a 2? I get there is the financial component to it in the 5th year. But yeah, I don't think you need to go draft a receiver in the first round. Now I say that my first draft in Dallas, we were talking about going with a corner, and we were thinking defense, and then Judy and Ruggs went off the board, and Jerry, he was on the yacht, and I was in Green Bay at the barn.
Great place.
Yeah, great place. But and he's like, hey, Coach, he goes, what happens if C.D. Lamb's going to sit there? We've been talking about defense all day, and I was like, hell, I'm an offensive guy. The hell with defense. I think there's no absolutes in this, as we know. And I'm going to say this one more time: the amount of work that goes into that draft board, from not only, this is the personnel departments. This is their Super Bowl. I mean, these scouts, these road warriors have been out there and collecting all this data. Then you get the support staffs that are part of it. Then you got the coaching staff that has a hand in it. But there's so much work goes into this board, and I know there's Schumer involved in this and so forth. But you got to trust your board.
Trust the board.
Trust your board.
And if Matthew Golden,
I just think that's when you don't, that's your risk for error goes up.
And Matthew Golden, are the Packers wondering we didn't expect him to be here? And then you see Ian Rappaport tweeted out that they're fielding calls right now. There's a lot of people that are calling the Packers, hey, you guys definitely don't want to take a wide receiver right now. Matthew Golden's still available. Maybe we move up at 23. They're saying the Chargers were taking a lot of calls. They made a pick. The Packers made a pick. The pick is in for the Green Bay Packers.
Okay.
The stage is announced to, obviously, the joy and delight of all the fans that are here. Instead of trading out, what do the Packers do? Mad Mel, last prediction here.
I'm good with Golden or Harrison, because they do. They need Jair Alexander's probably going to be gone. They need corner help as well.
I didn't know that about Jair. Jair's gone?
Been talked about.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they're either going to trade him or probably cut him, I would assume.
Damn.
Okay, so
The player.
are the Green Bay Packers going to do something that we have not seen them do in a long time? Because there's a player that runs a 4-2 available at wide receiver. Jordan Love's your quarterback. We would like to see that work out. Matt LaFleur is the play caller and the head coach. We'd like to see this offense do something. We're in a brand new era here. We turned the page on from Aaron Rodgers whenever he was in his darkness retreat. Are we going to do something that we don't normally do and draft a wide receiver in the first round? The internet is saying.
What the fuck's Goodell doing?
The internet is saying.
Tiddlywinks back there. The pick's in. Let's go.
We're in Green Bay.
Come on, Roger.
Maybe a little dramatization here.
Ooh, I like it.
Yeah.
But I think you got a really fast.
Oh, here we go.
Good. That's
Here
good.
we go.
I think Roger Goodell is making his way to the stage, taking his sweet-ass time here in Green Bay. It is his show. We are in his league. We appreciate him alongside
Mark Murphy.
legend Mark Murphy for the Green Bay Packers pick here in Green Bay.
Okay, Green Bay, it's your time. To make this historic pick, please give it up for first-team All-Pro, Pro Bowler, two-time Super Bowl champion, and Packers President and CEO, Mark Murphy.
Good pop.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Roger. How about this atmosphere? Isn't it unbelievable?
Yeah. Hell yeah, it is.
Roger, thank you and the NFL for bringing the draft here to Green Bay for the best draft in the history of the NFL.
Well said.
Here.
Well said.
I like that. That's good promo. Good promo.
On behalf of the Packers,
Can't argue
Packer
with it.
fans here in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and everywhere, because our fans are everywhere, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the NFL Draft at Lambeau Field.
Well,
get to it.
23 picks in.
It is our honor and privilege to host this wonderful event in our community, particularly since we are the only community-owned team in the NFL.
Shut up. Shut up.
Ty's an owner. Ty's an owner. He's talking to you, Ty.
Ty's out here.
Just out of curiosity, how many of you are owners?
I got this.
You're an
Yes.
owner. Mike's owner.
You to buy their stock?
We also have the best owners in the NFL.
It's not real.
They're real.
That's not real, Mark.
And we also want to
Scam.
celebrate the special
Real words
connection
on a
we
piece of
have with
paper.
our fans. It
Sounds
dates back to
exactly
the
how I
early
thought
days
he
of
would.
professional football. With the 23rd pick
we go.
in the 2025 NFL Draft,
Thank you.
the 13-time world champion
Yep.
Green Bay Packers,
Oh.
for the first time since 2002, draft a wide receiver. Matthew Golden, wide receiver, Texas.
Let's fucking go!
Oh, that's awesome. Get you some. There you go.
Go, Pat, go! Go, Pat, go! Go, Pat, go! Let's fucking go! It's about fucking time, baby!
That was electric.
Yes!
Awesome.
Coach, I don't know if you guys knew at the time. Will that speed up or are we staying at the same rhythm?
That's like Baby Shark.
No, same. It's not speeding up.
Right with it. Yeah.
Coach McCarthy, I don't know if you knew this whenever you were the head coach here and in draft personnel decision making, but all it takes is draft a wide receiver in the first round to get this reaction. We have Ty Schmidt. This is what you look like, Ty, as the Green Bay Packers announce. I think that is probably synonymous with how everybody felt here. Massive pop for Mark Murphy and the Green Bay Packers whenever they announced that a 4-2 wide receiver who's hitting the stage right now.
Yeah.
Can we get in the stage? Yeah. He looks awesome.
Wow, what a suit.
Welcome to town, Coach McCarthy. They had an explosive wide receiver to the offense for Jordan Love. What are your thoughts on the decision that was made tonight by Mark Murphy and the Packers?
No, it's outstanding. I mean, anytime you had a playmaker, I'm sure that starting with Jordan Love, they're extremely excited. So now this is an excellent pick. And I guarantee you, I mean, we're talking about trust the board. I wouldn't be surprised if he was the highest rated guy on the board. I think this is a win-win right here. You got a very high rated wide receiver at the right time, and obviously it gives them a huge boost to their offense.
Fastest player, fastest receiver in the draft. They need a guy who can create separation. That was kind of the issue last year. Obviously, you got fucking tall drink of water. Can't think of his name right now.
Watson?
No, Watson. Yeah, blew his knee out, so he's going to be gone for a while. They need a guy who can create separation, so Jordan Love doesn't have to just, take a 5-step and hold my dick, throw it up there, and hope that one of his guy comes down with it. I have a feeling Golden's going to have a big year this year, massive year, and he needs to. The Packers need a guy like this.
I want to comment on the kick return too. That's one thing. That,
hold on, Coach.
Oh.
I think he just did a Green Bay chant. Green Bay on 3. 1, 2, 3. Green Bay. Don't know if that's a chant, but who cares?
Who cares? It is now.
It was certainly like. Go ahead. I'm sorry. What were you saying?
No, definitely. I just think special teams is a huge factor in this part of the country. And I go back to the days in my earlier years with Devin Hester. I mean, you talk about a guy that keep you up at night. I mean, you're giving up 100 yards of field position every time you play against the Bears during that era. In this type of weather, particularly in the November, December months. So you also got to, he's a 4-down player. So those are the things that are very important when you get to these spots. So obviously an excellent pick all the way around.
Complete wide receiver. Usually when you get one of these guys that run a 4-2, they're one-trick pony. They usually don't pan out in the NFL. My favorite thing about him is he stepped up and became that #1 wide receiver for Texas last year. He can run the entire route tree. He can kind of run the deep routes, obviously the intermediate routes. And he's a guy with the return ability that you just get the ball in his hands and he can impact you in that way. So all 3 levels of the pass game. And then that time he ran at the combine, you knew, okay, I expect him to go higher because of the time. I didn't expect him to run that fast, but he definitely plays football fast as well. So I'm excited about this pick.
And I like the body type too. Usually guys that run that fast are a little slight.
Yep.
I mean, this guy's got a full balanced body.
He's also a ball plucker.
He's a plucker.
As you called him earlier, Coach McCarthy.
He can pluck and separate, that's for sure.
AJ, I love that Mark Murphy said for the first time since 2002, we're taking a wide receiver in the first round. AJ, do you think it's because of what McCarthy said, where they didn't expect Matthew Golden to be available, and they shows up and it's like, wait a minute, this is that we have to do
Coach,
this.
when you say trust the board, is that like when they say best available? Like when a team
BPA,
just their best
player available. Yeah.
I mean, there's probably, I doubt they thought he was there. I mean, you kind of have to take him. Why wouldn't you? Especially if you know the kind of reaction you're going to get from the people. Obviously, you're not pandering to the hometown crowd, but watch this guy's tape, and there's no question as why you would take him in the first round.
Oh, and to what Matt Mel said with Watson, like if Watson's hurt, he's coming to the end of his contract. Dobbs also coming to the end of his contract. Like you kind of have to make decisions, especially with wide receivers, with how much they're getting paid. Like now, all of a sudden.
Yeah. You're getting choked up. First rounder for wide receiver in the first round.
No, with Jaden Reed and Golden, Josh Jacobs, obviously the offense kind of ran through
How about
him.
Tucker Kraft? Tucker Kraft also. I mean, they got weapons everywhere you look.
Yeah, they hit on him too. Like now it is, hey, Jordan Love, go and get it done.
Let's go to the draft cave. Peter Schrager. Is this everything that we're talking about accurate from what you're understanding in chitter chatter with LaFleur?
Hey, listen to this. This guy, when he was at Houston, lit up Texas, and then Texas was like, let's bring him on. So I love that story. Had dinner with LaFleur 2 nights ago. I wasn't cheating on you, Coach McCarthy. I had dinner with LaFleur. Wait, hold on. We got to pick. I'm going to
Vikings.
Draft. The Minnesota Vikings select Donovan Jackson, guard, Ohio State.
Congratulations to Ohio State Buckeye Donovan Jackson getting drafted in the first round. Offensive lineman over there for the Minnesota Vikings. J.J. McCarthy seemingly going to be their quarterback, fresh off of an injury. Excited to see what Kevin O'Connell's able to do, protecting the quarterback. Always a good play. Let's go back to the Green Bay Packers, Shregs. What were you going to say about the Packers and their decision?
Just real quick, LaFleur said this might be the year we do go wide receiver. They really liked Abuka, they really liked McMillan, and they really liked Golden. And that it worked out this way, that all the other players that they had at the board are there. But we might have some news, guys, and I'm going to lay out, if you know what I mean.
No, go ahead. What is it?
Well, I think Schefter's reported it. I'm going to wait for him, but I do know a team in New York has been making calls throughout the last 20 minutes, and I want to see what Schefter's got on the screen here because, yep, we're going for it. Giants are trading back in. Let's go.
Okay, so the Giants are trading back in. This could be for a quarterback, just like what a lot of people were projecting over like the last week or so. Able to take somebody at 3 that you really liked in Abdul. Now, are you able to get the quarterback that you wanted because you knew they were going to be available? There's a chance that is happening right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, and they did that extra private workout with Shedeur Sanders, I believe. And Jackson Dart.
Yeah, I think so.
So you wonder if they're going either of those places. You also wonder if Mara has a favorite. This is where, with the Giants, after last year's Hard Knocks in the offseason, their front office, I would lean towards what Mara feels like, and I'd stay away from Jackson Dart.
We also can't forget that Joe Shane's kid, who wanted to keep Saquon, also put out on his IG story that he loved Jackson Dart this week. So
now, to be clear, they are showing on ESPN down in Canton, Texas, Prime, Gilly the Kid, and Shedeur Sanders' party. Is that because ESPN knows what the Giants are doing?
They did this with the
They're showing Jackson too. All right, we're back in the game.
Okay, all right.
I'll add this. Joe Judge is a big voice in that Ole Miss program. And you might say, Joe Judge, the front office from the Giants, with the exception of Shane, a lot of those guys didn't change. So if they have any read on that thing, they'll know inside and out about Jackson Dart. And I have a feeling he's been their guy all along, but it hasn't been done yet.
Yeah, also, our Giants fan, resident Giants fan, Bruce Brown, has already ordered a custom Shedeur Sanders Giants jersey, which he has in possession. So I do hope for him.
I don't know. Haven't you heard a lot of the rumors that Daboll is a Jackson Dart guy? I've heard that.
Yeah, but everything could be wrong.
You're right.
That's the issue. Like, we thought there was going to be quarterbacks at 2, 3. We thought maybe the Raiders. Like, there was so many different conversations. Saints with Derek Carr.
21.
Browns. What are the Browns going to do? I mean, they're still Pittsburgh Steelers going to get a quarterback. So we don't know what's real and what isn't real. We do know that this is definitely going to be for a quarterback, though. Yeah. I mean, that is the only reason why you would do that.
Oh, wow. They cut to the quarterback's not on the phone, but these guys are.
Oh, that's good drama on ESPN as we follow along. The pick is in for the New York Giants, so now we will await Roger Goodell. I think that was you, Schrags. What was that?
Yeah, I was just going to say left to right. Steve Tisch in the room, Chris Mara. A lot of the influential people were involved in these discussions this week. This was ownership on down, but Joe Shane all along has let it be known they were not going to reach for a quarterback. They were not going to do something that was out of character. But if it got to a certain value, they would be willing to trade back. I feel pretty vindicated. I've been saying this all along. Abdul Carter at 3, trade back in the 20s and go get Joe and go get their guy Jackson Dart. I think it is. I don't think it's going to be Shedeur.
Okay, so Schrager, you think it's going to be Jackson Dart. I believe there are others around the internet for the last few days that have projected that the Giants like Jackson Dart more than they like Shedeur, even though they had great interest in Shedeur and probably great interest in Travis Hunter as well, as they were scouting the Colorado team all season long. Here's a big decision now in this entire draft night. Which quarterback do the Giants take? Was the true 2 all along Shedeur Sanders, or was it Jackson Dart out of Ole Miss? That's the question that we're about to have answered in a matter of moments.
I mean, either way, just looking at Peter Diggs' mock draft here, it is pretty incredible that he had the Giants traded back in. Granted, it's 26 and this is the 25th pick, but I mean, Schrags is kind of swinging a hot bat right now. Why the hell is he hanging out with us?
I'll take that Matthew Golden one too while we're at it.
Who do you have him trading back in for?
Jackson. I think he just said
Jackson. I don't know if it's Jackson yet. The pick, I don't know, but that's what I think it would be.
Pick TV.
AJ Hawk chant. Let's go.
AJ Hawk chant. Rattle through Green Bay, Wisconsin. The all-time leading tackler for the Green Bay Packers. Giants making a lot of plays at the quarterback room already this offseason, Coach Mike McCarthy. Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston. Now they have Tommy DeVito and Cutlets. They tried Matthew Stafford. They tried Aaron Rodgers. Now they're trading back in. What does that mean, you think, coming from the Giants organization?
I think it's the approach you have to have. They're trying to develop a quarterback room. Obviously, they got pelts on the wall with Russell, and I think you got 2 good veterans. DeVito's has shown some promise in his opportunities, but once again, you got a chance to add a starter capability quarterback with either one of these young guys. It'll come down to preference, obviously, through their film study.
Whose preference, though, you think? Who reigns supreme in that room? I guess
I would have to say it's the head coach. I mean, you look at the history,
isn't he? Daboll's known to
quarterback.
Be a
yeah, absolutely.
Josh Allen.
I mean, he's got a great history of quarterbacks. I mean, the job that he did with Josh Allen speaks for itself. Yeah, I think you definitely got to lean his direction on this decision.
And then what did we hear? Somebody, I don't know who just said, AJ.
Guys,
go ahead.
There's going to be more action right after the Giants pick. And I'm telling you, I don't have the team yet, but some interesting stuff with some trade capital coming up. But the Rams are after the
Texans, who are now the Giants.
Rams were looking to trade back, and I believe they are going to trade back also. And it might be for a quarterback-hungry team there. So it might start rattling right now.
Okay, so Rams trading their pick back. The Texans just traded their pick back. this was kind of what the end of the convo was in the draft narrative. Every team that needed a quarterback were like, yes, we need a quarterback, but we're going to kind of, the value of the draft pick matters for us on who it's going to be. And they're trusting the board, and it appears as if all the people that are in the position to trade out are willing participants. Texans said, yup, we'll get out of here. Rams said, yup, we'll get out of here, allegedly. And now these teams are able to get their quarterback they wanted and another player. Falcons are moving back into the first round to the Rams spot at number 26.
Don't think it's a quarterback.
Maybe not a quarterback. Maybe not a quarterback. Here's Goodell to clarify
the New York Giants.
Who's the number 2 QB?
With the 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart.
Wow.
Quarterback, Mississippi.
Wow.
Okay.
So Jackson Dart out of Ole Miss is officially the second quarterback taken in the 2025 NFL Draft. Congratulations to Jackson Dart, who I think everybody knew was electrifying throughout the season. Jackson Dart obviously has that face paint. He plays for a Lane Kiffin offense down there in Ole Miss. Obviously, it's the SEC. He's able to spin it. They were almost in the college football playoff. They weren't in the college football playoff, which I think led to not a lot of people thinking of Jackson Dart as an NFL prospect. Then as the draft cycle went on and the combine went on and everybody started watching his film and how much of a dog he is and how much of a leader he is, people were like, wait a minute, this Jackson Dart guy's a real guy. Mad Mel, he is officially the second quarterback taken in this particular draft. Shedeur Sanders still available, Mad Mel.
Yeah, it makes no sense. Shedeur is my #1 player on my big board. I think he's the best player in this draft, bar none. Best quarterback certainly in this draft, bar none. But if you look at a guy like Jackson Dart, obviously he's got all the intangibles, big, laser rocket arm, can move outside the pocket, run around a little bit. I think the Giants are also looking at the marketing opportunities here. You imagine the amount of T-shirts you can sell with like, hey, smoke those darts, light up those darts, you know, all that kind of stuff. That matters in New York. That matters in the big city, obviously.
I think he has the personality and the moxie to be able to handle the big city. Here's his reaction whenever he gets told he's the New York Giants' next quarterback. Jacked up, the whole team is. Congrats to Jackson, man. That's a big deal. What did you see from his tape, Coach Mike McCarthy, that makes you think he could translate to the NFL well?
Well, number one is transition from the pocket. Obviously, playing for Lane, there's very disciplined, well-oiled scheme as far as the timing throws, getting the ball up. But he reminded me a little bit of a Rich Gandy because Rich always he has that spurt to step up and get out of there. I'm real impressed with his scrambling ability and getting to the second level, a little more quickness and speed, I think, than you realize until you watch the tape. And I love the throw that he has to his left on a scramble drill to his left, flipping the hips, putting the ball in the back of the end zone. So those are the kind of things that I really look for when you're watching tape. And he's a very, very productive quarterback. Move the change, control the clock. I mean, he's not only good for the offense, he's good for the whole football team.
If I can get in, guys, here. The where do you see? I mean, I think it might not be official yet, but I'm going to talk about the Giants. The Rams trade with Atlanta, the compensation's crazy. Atlanta, I believe, is giving up a future first-round pick to move up to the 26th overall pick, and I'm not 100% sure yet, but that is what I'm getting on my phone from sources at the teams, and that is mind-blowing considering I didn't think this was a fit, and it's Atlanta, so that's interesting. Put a pin in that for a second. Back to Jackson Dart here, real quick. Like, you're talking about Charlie Weiss's kid called the plays. Dable knows him inside and out. Joe Judge is down there. Joe Shane's daughter goes to Ole Miss. Joe Shane has been around Ole Miss football for 2 years. This one is something that they've always had in their back pocket, a guy that they have always liked. And I'll just say this from talking to Ole Miss folks. I don't know if he's going to be the next Phil Simms or Eli Manning or whatever it is. It sounds cliche, but this guy, they had to tell to leave to go home at 10:30 every night because that was the rules. And it was like, bro, you got to leave. Also, a crazy competitive person, like crazy competitive. Had never played pickleball before. Lane Kiffin's into pickleball. He learns how to play pickleball, and now he's like kicking Lane Kiffin's ass in pickleball. It's one of those deals. Like, he wants to be that guy. I think Giants fans might be a little skeptical. You got a quarterback at 24, 25 in the draft. You're like, eh.
But why did we hear Shedeur the entire time?
I don't know. I didn't say that.
Okay. Darius, what do you see out of Jackson Dart? What do you think of this pick? And also, compensation's coming out for this Rams-Falcons trade.
Yeah.
Falcons are trading 46, 242, and a first-rounder in 2026 for 26 and 101. So future first-rounder, depending upon what the Falcons end up doing this year, obviously will tell the story. Well, they must love something.
We know it's not a quarterback, but I would assume it's a player.
We don't know that.
Absolutely
We don't know that it's not a quarterback.
I'll assume
Good
it's
point.
not a quarterback. I will also assume it's a player at a very premium position. So right after the quarterback, you got left tackle, you got pass rusher, and maybe corner. So we'll see. But Jackson Dart, great pick.
It's a blinking light. Pick to the Atlanta Falcons. With the 26th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select James Pierce Jr., defensive end, Tennessee.
Okay, so they go get a pass rusher, which is what you just talked about, a premier position, a need. They give up a lot, but does it matter, Coach McCarthy? How do you think they view it if he ends up being a great player?
It's already been said, a premier position. Obviously, you get to this point, you start getting those blinking lights up there, so it's obviously something they've been watching. So that's why, I mean, you talk about giving up all these picks. Yeah, let's talk about it in 2 years. You know what I'm saying? I think you got a guy that everybody talked about up in 10, 15.
Yep.
So you got a very talented rush player, and I think you're never wrong when you go if you trust the process, not to be redundant. There's a blinking light. Go get it. Yeah, I think. I mean, once again, this is good management of the board. They obviously feel very highly about this selection.
And obviously a very different part of the draft, but remember they traded all those picks to jump up and draft Julio Jones because they loved him. James Pierce Jr. coming into the year, I would say he was assumed to be like a top 10 pick. Talent-wise, top 5 talent-wise. I think he probably had that orange or red dot on some of the boards because of some off-the-field, maybe character concerns. And I'm sure Fontenot in that front office did their due diligence to feel comfortable enough to give up all that compensation and jump back up here and get him. So this is
on that note,
again, a hot. What's that?
On that note, Rappaport reported that the Falcons met with Pierce and his mom yesterday. To just get one final conversation. They must have loved it so much. They trade into the first round to make the pick, and they give up a first rounder for next year to get into the tail end of the first round. They're expecting a lot in Raheem Morris's defense.
Yeah, and after the Combine, Diggs, you can probably speak to this, but I'm pretty sure that Monday after the Combine, one of the biggest winners of the entire weekend was Pierce. Like he completely dominated. I forget what he ran, but I thought it was in the 4.4s. Like he was unbelievable.
Yeah, he ran a 4.47 at 6'5", 245. And Pat, we had a show when you were reading off, I believe, stats from Hembo, and it was about Abdul Carter and his pressure and time to pressure and everything like that. James Pierce was second in all of those. Like he was second right behind Abdul Carter as far as edge, and he's probably the second most talented edge rusher. But yeah, there was some character stuff and things like that. So if they feel good about that,
can I be the devil's advocate here? You're giving up a second-round pick this year and a first-round pick next year. Come on, guys. Coach.
He's got a high ceiling.
Coach.
Value.
His ceiling, he's only 6'5", 245. That guy's
first-round pick.
His body.
Yeah, but
I think his ceiling is off the charts.
I think that Raheem Morris is a big factor in this decision too. I mean, obviously Atlanta's organization has great confidence in him. With the orange dot or whatever the conversation. So, I mean, I guarantee you that they feel they probably got a top 15 pick.
Oh yeah.
So do the math on that. Whatever the hell that comes out to. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they got a premier pass rusher.
And a third.
And Raheem will do a great job with this young man.
You look at this Falcons defense too. They go out and get Judon obviously, but their pass rush.
No, they need it.
It wasn't worth 2 squirts of piss.
Okay, I would say that, but
exactly. Second pass rush in the first round in this draft tonight.
Exactly. So they go out and address it. I mean, I kind of love it. I agree with you, Coach. I mean, you can equate it, add it up, however the hell you want. It doesn't matter if he's a player.
Let's go down to the draft cave. Schrager, while we were going to the bathroom, you said Chiefs, Bills. I forget who else. And I think you even
Eagles.
Yeah, Eagles. And I think you said something about the Ravens as well. We're currently sitting at the Ravens at 27.
Yeah.
I assume they're fielding calls like everybody else is, or what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that those teams at the end, they are the teams that are usually looking up. But Josh Simmons still on the board. I mean, I'm looking at him and I'm looking at DaCosta and what they do. To me, that would make sense if you're not going to trade and have a team come up.
I wouldn't be shocked if it's like a Malachi Starks or Maxwell Harrison here.
Okay.
If they need secondary help. Malachi Starks is very just fits the Ravens. You pair him with the safeties that they have. Yeah, I feel like it might be.
What are your notes saying there, Coach? What are your notes?
Yeah, definitely. I was going to go Starks. No, I mean, that's a dog right there.
Oh, yeah.
Another Georgia Bulldog.
And the Ravens, obviously.
That definitely fits.
That's a culture, yeah.
Absolutely. That'd be a great fit for the AFC North.
Yeah, Chuck Pagano is over there now.
Yeah,
obviously, I mean, I'm kind of bummed out about that.
Me too.
But he wants to win Super Bowl.
And he's going to bring back the Pagano punch. You know, it's kind of been left
It's a
out.
peanut punch, remember?
Well, a lot of people
the
who
NFL
respect-
tried to start a war.
Is that a debate or what?
A lot of people who respect, ancient football back in Wyoming. Chuck Pagano started the Pagano punch.
Okay.
Peanut Tillman comes in. Everyone's talking about the peanut punch.
Not
Chuck
good.
Pagano's, eating rocks on the corner. No one cares about him. And we just want people to know, like, hey, there was an old Italian man.
Okay.
Who
This
kind
is
of
all a made-up story here.
Put his life on the line
Well,
and
that's
was
true.
going for the ball.
He definitely
made up.
led with the crown of his helmet a lot. Safety for Wyoming. So the NFL a couple years back put out a video on the peanut punch and what you can do. And Pagano was the one they used as the video. And basically people were saying like, oh, Pagano thinks he created this punch. And then Peanut even quote tweeted the video and was like, okay, basically dogging Pagano. And Chuck was like, I was asked to make this video.
I'm sorry.
I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. So there's a little bit of heat between him and Peanut there. There was a little heat between him and Peanut.
Well, AJ can attest this. We've seen a few peanut punches.
That guy's.
I mean, that was unbelievable.
Precision
just the
thing.
numbers on it, like statistically, where he was compared to.
And think of everybody who's carrying the ball knows he's on the field too. Like it affects how you maneuver around the field when you have
Affects
the ball.
practice,
Yeah, that's
too,
a
right?
big part.
Absolutely.
I'm sorry.
I should practice leading up to playing against them all
Well,
day.
I think in today's NFL, the last 10 years, as the league is taking the helmet out of the game, the punching, in the techniques, with tackling, taking. I mean, it's even more. You see it even more.
You're not. No one's worried about missing tackles. They're going for
it's
guys.
everybody's
I'm
going for
coming.
the ball.
I'm punching for the ball, and I'm going to sacrifice getting run over because I want that ball.
Yeah, it's a big.
All carriers easier too. They start to clinch and they almost help you tackle. Straight. Marlon Humphrey, the slot corner, who had one of his best seasons of his career last year. He's one of the best peanut punchers out there right now.
They're thinking on the internet that everything we've been saying is accurate for the Ravens. That's what the internet is alluding to at this exact moment. Obviously, we don't want to tip any picks. Feel like we've been pretty good tonight.
I can't believe
We've been really good.
Why haven't we just said it if we know?
Because we're trying to,
You play the game.
ball,
Play the
jackass.
game.
Don't be an asshole.
I didn't know.
It's more fun this way. It's better this way.
I disagree, Shregs.
I love it.
All right, I know you love it, Shregs. You're a super professional, obviously.
To be honest,
There's no valor in having like Jordan Schultz or Albert Breer tweet it out. We want to find it out from the Goodell.
But that's your job, though, trying to be
With the
careful.
27th pick
Stay out of Starbucks.
in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Malachi
Let's
Starks.
go.
All right.
Yep, there you go.
Defensive back, Georgia.
Good call.
Okay, so let's go down to the draft cave. Tone, Malachi Starks comes to the AFC North. We just talked about it. Perfect culture fit, seemingly.
Yeah, as a Steelers fan, I know the Ravens. I respect the Ravens. This is just a perfect Ravens fit. He started 14 games as a true freshman on their national championship team, and he's just so smart. He could do so many things. He had to play a little bit. You can see it right here. He had to play in the slot a little bit this year because of injuries. They're thinking in the NFL he's going to be more of a free safety type just because he called the defenses. He set the defenses. He can play anywhere in the secondary. He's a ball hawk. His ball skills are unbelievable. Yeah, he's a perfect Raven.
It's so cool. It's a great pick, and you look at what they got with Humphrey, obviously, but Kyle Hamilton, and Nick Emenwari out of South Carolina was the hot prospect at the combine. He still might go in the first round, but everyone I spoke to was like, that's combine stuff. It's great for February. Starks is like the guy. He is the safety. And Emenwari could be a great linebacker and safety in his own right, but this is the pick.
DB, yeah. Hey, Darius just popped right there. Obviously, it's a great suit. He's swagged out, going to Baltimore. What a culture, what a locker room. Some of those plays you're watching on the highlight make you excited.
Yeah, and Trey just mentioned it. You got so many guys in that secondary now with position versatility, with Humphrey, with Kyle Hamilton. This guy fits right in. His ball skills, his, once again, spatial awareness and confidence. Like to be in that slot as a safety and then not only be in position, but get that head around and then high point the ball.
Damn.
Like that's teach tape. That's an individual drill. For him to rep that in a high leverage game is unbelievable. And he's played in big time games since the moment he stepped on to Athens. So I love everything about this pick. This has Chuck Pagano written all over it.
Yeah, Chuck's going to get Grady with him, hands on. Good dap with Roger Goodell. He picked up Roger Goodell.
Nice.
He carried Roger Goodell. We went chest to chest, test to test. Picked up and moved him from one side of the stage to the other. He is excited to be a Raven, and I love that Goodell is pumped for him as well. Adding a great safety, especially somebody that's not scared, or DB, somebody that's not scared. Big time player. SEC. He's played against a lot of dogs in the wide receiver. He's played in a lot of big games.
Yes.
I think that's a big deal for a DB. Don't you think so, Coach?
Big time. A lot of pelts on the wall. I mean, you love his tenacity. We're talking about the high point on the interception. Yeah. That's big time football. Once again, great fit. And I think there'll be another safety coming up here.
We're tipping picks. Go ahead, AJ.
Homework.
But if you watch a lot of these clips and if you watch his tape, like a lot of this stuff, he's communicating. He's playing.
Yes.
He's playing in a bunch. He's playing in a stack. And like you said, he called the defense. He's right here. He doesn't want to get out leveraged to the flat. 13 has him beat by position. He reads it. Boom. He knows I got first to the flat. Like just little things like that to where you're able to these combo coverages to pick up these matches. Like this is not easy to do, and he's doing it in real time against some of the best receivers in the country.
Finishing plays too, like finishing plays. Yeah. Like that's a big deal for me for a DB because possessions are so valuable. And now if he's making plays, creating turnovers, getting picks or fumbles, you're handing Lamar Jackson an extra possession in the first or second half of a football game. That is huge, man. I absolutely love this pick for the Baltimore Ravens.
AFC North gets tougher, seemingly, and that's kind of the culture of that division. Speaking of tough, Detroit Lions, brand new Lions, are on the clock. Shriggs, what do we think with the Lions? Tone, what are they trying to get out, you think, or is this pick stick?
I personally, I thought they were going to do like a best available defensive player at this spot, whether it was edged. We know the defensive injuries last year, they were just decimated on the D-line.
I forgot about that. They had, like 15 injuries?
They were decimated on the D-line, so is there, a D tackle or a DN edge guy they like left, or, they're always looking, for value at the corner position. I know they brought in some corners this year, but I wouldn't be surprised to see someone in the secondary either.
Shriggs, your thoughts?
Will Johnson's still on the board, local guy out of Michigan, and they brought in obviously DJ Reed from the Jets. They have Terry and Arnold, so maybe corner's not it, maybe safeties. But the truth of the matter is this: I covered the draft 2 years ago when they took a running back at 12 and an inside linebacker at 18 in Jack Campbell, and everyone was like, this team sucks. What is Brad Holmes doing? And Jahmyr Gibbs might be the most dominant pick they've had in years, and of course Campbell. So don't go by the board and what you're hearing. Brad Holmes is going to take who he wants right now.
Also, Jihad Campbell's still on the board. He's only there because of his shoulder injury. He's unbelievable.
He's good.
He feels like an Eagles or Lions pick at the end of the year, Jihad Campbell, just because he's only there because of his shoulder injury, so we'll see.
Love the way you're sitting down there, Shriggs.
I'm
tucking in, do double lotus.
Let's go back to the truck. Evan Fox, Detroit Lions fan. What are your thoughts? Obviously, nowadays, as opposed to back in the days, you have a lot more trust in the decisions being made, I assume?
Yeah, 100%, and they were spot on. It's got to be a defensive guy. It could be a corner. It could be a defensive end. It could be defensive tackle. That's kind of what we're all expecting. But most importantly, it's going to be a dog. Brad Holmes finds dogs, and you guys just mentioned the guy from Alabama. He loves Alabama guys. Brian Branch, J-Mo, amongst many. Jahmyr Gibbs, obviously. So I would not be surprised if that's what we go with.
Hey, Foxy, you guys in the back are doing a great job.
Thank you. We're trying, man. We're trying to keep up.
How pissed was Gumpy when they took that detail?
Gumpy is so mad right now that they didn't take Tyler Warren. Am I right, Gumpy?
That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted all season. All I talked about, I wanted Tyler Warren. That's all I wanted.
That's all he wanted.
Yeah, we didn't get him. It's great. Chris Greer will figure it out.
Tyler Warren coming to the Indianapolis Colts. Shout out to us. The pick is in for the Detroit Lions. We assume. I'm going Jihad.
Yeah,
that's what I got.
I'm going to shit my pants thinking of the Campbell & Campbell law firm.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Tyleik Williams, defensive tackle, Ohio State.
Okay, what are they getting, A.J. Hawk out of Tyleik Williams?
A big dude in the middle that's played a ton of football. He could not move the guy, a disruptor. He may not get a ton of sacks, but the guy is going to affect the quarterback on passing plays. And in the run game, he does all the dirty work. He's a monster, taking on doubles, splitting doubles. I love his hands. Larry Johnson's one of the best D-line coaches in the country. He's been coaching them. Yeah, I think it's a good pick.
Foxy, we like this?
Love it. Absolutely love it. You got to have beef. We all know beef wins games. It's what the Eagles did. They just won the Super Bowl. This is perfect.
Coach Mike McCarthy, your thoughts on national championship pedigree Tyleik Williams?
Outstanding. No, once again, every lineman that's been picked, I got my pom-poms out here. Once again, how many old linemen and D linemen have been picked so far?
I don't know. 20?
At least 20, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so, once again. Anchor player inside, just from the little that I've seen. But you'd never go wrong with them taking the big man.
Yeah, him and McNeil. Like they signed Aleem McNeil to a massive deal last year, and then obviously Aiden Hutchinson. The Lions are one of those teams too, though, where it's like, how many times are they going to get this unlucky? Like, the last year was insane.
Unbelievable.
It was awful.
Still winning games somehow. Still #1 seed in the NFC, and had nobody that we knew on their defense playing.
Yeah.
Great coaching staff, great development. Kelvin Shepard, a friend of ours, new DC after Aaron Glenn leaves. He gets a massive piece on the D-line. Let's go down to the draft cave. What were your thoughts on Tyleek this season in Schrags? Was this expected out of the Detroit Lions?
He's a big boy. He's like 6'3", 330, and he anchored that Ohio State defense all season long. He played all 4 seasons. He played 12 games his freshman year.
That's a lot of
13.
ball.
Yeah, he played all 4. He was all conference the last 2 seasons. So yeah, he's a great player. And like, he wasn't one of the guys that was mentioned a ton because there was so much talent on the Ohio State defense, but he was definitely the anchor in the middle.
I did not have this, and I'll say this is classic Detroit. I'll never get their pick right. They go off the boards what the mock draft guys say and do not go consensus, and it has worked every single time. And Brad Holmes, I trust. Good pick. I don't even know the player.
National championship.
DJ has him ranked as a 67th player, I believe.
Wow, that's very low. Mad Mel Kiper just reapplied some hairspray to the joy and delight of the fans who are pretty boozed up and maybe even high at this time of the draft.
Without a doubt, that loud pack is still rolling through the skies here at Green Bay.
Go, loud pack, go.
Go,
loud pack, go. Go, loud pack, go. And it's been going on to this set.
And it has. I'm feeling a little bit intoxicated. Obviously, got to make sure the hair is perfectly coiffed. It's getting a little late. Listen, Tyleek Williams, great pick, great player. A little bit of a stretch, I think. You know, had him a little bit further down on my board, so a little bit. But again, we talked about the Lions. I mean, this is the kind of stuff they do. Okay, you get him in there with Dan Campbell. He's going to be a great player, unfortunately. That's kind of just the way it works.
All right, let's roll through an update of the draft thus far. Obviously, we are 28 picks down, 4 picks to go. We started with Cam Ward, which was a foregone conclusion coming in. Congrats to Cam Ward being the #1 overall pick in the Tennessee Titans. Travis Hunter was with the Jacksonville Jaguars after they trade all the way up there. The New York Giants take Abdul Carter, not a quarterback. Will Campbell to the Patriots felt normal. Mason Graham really had people up in arms. There's a lot of people that are confused by that pick, including Peter Schrager, who said Mason Graham, basic-ass looking dude going to Cleveland.
Let's go.
We'll see how he does. Genty, first running back off the board, and then all the way through Tyleek Williams. Feels like it's been an interesting draft, but every pick we have sat up here and said, okay, that makes sense. Legitimately, this is like the first time, long time, where like some of the picks, like, all right, we can see how they get there. You know what I mean, Coach?
Yeah, absolutely.
Every team watching the draft intently, trying to figure out what to do, like, are all the teams, and I guess this is a dumb question for you, but for me, it's real. We're talking to John Schneider there a few months ago. He's still active right now? You think, is everybody still active, or is there some teams that know they're done for the night and aren't even paying attention to it?
Oh, no. I mean, I've never seen that. I mean, you go all the way to the end. I mean, you sit, then you have the post meeting real quick and then obviously get back in the morning. So, no, they're definitely, everybody's taking every call, So, yeah, no, they're still working.
Mad Mel, last 4 picks. We're going to see any brain busters, you think? Hair looks great, by the way.
Thank you very much. I'm going to be shocked if someone doesn't come up and get Shedeur Sanders. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. I don't know what all these fucking morons are thinking. Again, I've grinded this kid's tape. He's unbelievable. He's the best quarterback in the draft class. I know Coach McCarthy has looked at his tape. He likes some stuff about him as well. I'm shocked that he hasn't gone yet, and at this point, I don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately.
That's kind of been the momentum last couple days. It's like, because there for a while we were thinking maybe top 3 pick. That was being chatted about by everybody, including Mel Kiper and Mad Mel Kiper. Schrager said it wasn't me saying that, but there was a full convo like, hey, it's Deion Sanders' kid. Let's assume he'll be able to handle the bright lights and the big.
Was it always this way? And
I don't know.
Like, how does that narrative change so much in the media over the course of the last month and a half?
Legitimately, I have no idea. It's just the insiders, I guess, Coach?
We've seen
like, who sets it? Who sets that narrative?
I just think the intensity of smoke screening is evident.
This one, though, this one's unique, guys. No, I've never in my life had seen someone being mocked going 2nd and 3rd for weeks by everyone and then doesn't go in the 1st round. So this one is unique, and there's a lot of different factors, but like, I'm not shocked right now. I never had Shedeur as that guy because I never heard that from the team. So we couldn't, as a media, necessarily foresee this, but we also couldn't will it to happen either, if that's what it felt like early on in this process. I feel for the kid. It stinks. Everyone telling you you're going to be the first quarterback taken, and then, oh, wait, Cam Ward is. Oh, then the next week, oh, you're going to be a top 5 pick, and then now he's there. So I think it's unfortunate. Meanwhile, the draft is the draft. The NFL guys are going to take who they want.
Washington Commanders pick is in. What a hell of a year for them.
2025 NFL Draft.
the Washington Commanders select Josh Conerly Jr., tackle, Oregon.
Tackle, not a safety. You thought a safety was coming to Washington, Coach. Feels
yes,
like
I did. I'm not allowed to say his name.
What, safety?
No, but let's talk about Josh. That's a good pick. Was he a lineman?
Yeah.
I get to change my answer, right? So
Yeah, he
I've
is
been
an
beating that O-line to drum all day.
Yeah.
Stop now.
This is deep. There's a lot of tackles. We talked about this with, I think, DJ's mock, Schraig's mock. A lot of people's mocks was a lot of tackles, a lot of offensive line, a lot of defensive line. I think, maybe it's because how the players are. Rest in peace, Nipsey Hussle there on the back of the shirt. There's a lot of players maybe not as good at the skill positions, but I think football right now is having a renaissance in the trenches. Like you look at the Philadelphia Eagles, D-line best in the league, offensive line best in the league. It's a monkey see, monkey do league, copycat league. That's how they won. They ran the ball 200 more times than they did pass the ball throughout the season. And maybe it's because there's an abundance of talent on offensive line and D-line, but also I think it kind of represents where the game is right now too, Coach.
I think it's always been there. I mean, it really has. I just think, if you look at the playoff games, when you look at it on the O-line and D-line, usually tells a story. I mean, it's a big part of the story, and that's in the value of these big men. And we talked about it because there's going to be obviously a hole there in the second and third round where because there's so many that went this high. So I think it's very smart by these teams to jump up or to grab these big guys.
Yeah, there's a guy out there spinning a top right now that you wouldn't believe, Coach.
What's that?
There's a chance that guy needs to get in the track. Oh, that's a pillow. That's even more impressive.
Oh, no.
He
dropped it. Yeah, he dropped it.
There he is. Oh, no.
He's spinning a pillow. He just dropped it again.
He's got the
There he is.
mustache.
Oh, no. Oh, no. What's that there, pal?
That's some Wisconsin cheddar.
Oh, 15-year white cheddar cheese.
Okay. Hell yeah. There you go.
Love that, Coach.
But even to the trenches, 2023, that Super Bowl, is Chiefs-Niners. And the Chiefs were running the ball, Pacheco way more. That was the entire thing where they reloaded their O-line after, the Tampa loss, and then San Fran too. That's when McCaffrey had like 22 touchdowns in a season. So it has been like the last few years.
This year's game.
Yeah.
Always the trenches. I think every draft kind of is obviously a draft of its own. This is obviously deep in the trench. We knew it coming in, and it's lived up to that so far. But like Coach Mike said, I know in our meetings, regardless of what was going on, it was always, hey, we better stop the run first, control the game, and then once you get into those playoff games, just kind of like NBA basketball, it's all run and gun until you get to those playoffs, and it becomes, hey, half-court possessions, how can you get a stop? Same way in the NFL.
Also, understanding what you have in Jaden Daniels. This guy's a generational talent. They went out, they trade for Laramie Tunsil, one of the best left tackles in the NFL. You add this guy. You got it. As Pat eats the Wisconsin white cheddar and the crowd goes absolutely apeshit, looks delicious. But
15-year
age.
Wow.
White cheddar.
Ooh,
so
wow.
good. Tip to tip.
Top notch.
That's what they do here.
They love cheese.
So you're telling me the cow milk thing was 15 years ago?
You bet.
And now I'm eating this?
Yes.
That's cheese. How the hell does that work?
How is that anything?
Cheese is like wine. That should be $9,000 worth of cheese then, if that's the case. If that's
No, they pasteurize it, moron. Don't you know anything about dairy farming? Jesus
No,
Christ.
I don't. Teach me.
I don't either.
Now's not the time. Now's not the time.
$4.52 is block.
What a bargain.
Yeah. Well, that is great.
Good luck. Good luck, brother.
Pass it down. Let's eat the cheese.
You go.
Give him a little sliver.
He's gonna do one.
Yeah.
Pretty good. Pretty good cheese. Pretty good. Yeah, pretty good cheese. AJ's eating cheese. That's abnormal. Normally it's just chicken and rice.
I love cheese. I actually love cheese. I don't like fancy cheese though.
Well, booing D-Butt. I wonder why. That's weird.
D-Butt fake ate that.
PWI.
That was at work, brother.
Are you guys done with this?
We can jump in there, man.
You guys done with it? Are you done with it?
You're a bad guy.
You guys want it?
You're a
I
bad
already
guy.
had some.
No,
I was going to break open.
Fuck your cheese!
Oh,
Oh, my God.
Fuck that cheese.
Just inviting them to
Cheese sucks. It smells like shit.
That was delicious cheese. I never
Had a bite.
I never just like
just eat.
Grab a block of cheese and eat it. But
Never?
Shout out to Green Bay, man.
What about nice charcuterie board?
Not that. Did you see that? I mean, it's sitting in my mouth still.
Yeah, that's why I was pointing at this stuff to get to. I was pointing at that stuff to get it to. Oh, shut up! If the only thing you have to offer to society is cheese, your town sucks. Okay?
They got a great football team here.
And that's a fact. Great.
Roger Goodell was at the stage or
For the
Buffalo
second
Bills?
time tonight, we have the opportunity to grant a wish for a deserving young man to announce the first pick for his favorite team.
Hell yeah.
Tommy.
Baby Tommy. Let's go, Tommy. Love it.
Yeah.
Shoes are sick.
Tommy is a 16-year-old living with a neuromuscular disorder, is a huge Buffalo Bills fan, and he's here with me to make the announcement for his beloved Bills.
Hell yeah, Tommy.
Corner safety.
There you go.
Let's go, Buffalo.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hell yeah, Tommy.
With the 30th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Maxwell Harrison. Let's go!
Good
pick.
Other deep.
DB, Maxwell Harrison, I believe out of Kentucky.
Correct.
Yeah, out of Kentucky, goes to the Buffalo Bills. Brandon Bean solidifies member of the backfield. How do you feel about this, Darius J. Butler?
I love it. Re-signed Christian Benford earlier in the offseason, who I think is a very good, underrated corner in the NFL. And Taron Johnson, one of the best slot defenders as well. So you got a pretty good starting three out there, cornerback. Maxwell Harrison, explosive, ran a 4.28 at the combine, was absolutely flying. He's a playmaker too, ball skills, and he can flip the game at the blink of an eye. Obviously, anticipates well, can make plays, and once he makes plays, he's always a threat to take it all the way back into the end zone. So I love this pick right here. Missed some time last year, I believe, with a shoulder injury, I think, if I'm not sure. But a great pick and in a great spot right here for the Buffalo Bills.
He's wearing blue. Now, obviously, went to Kentucky. He'll be wearing blue for the Buffalo Bills. Let's go down to the draft cave. Schrags, why do you think Maxwell Harrison ends up with Buffalo?
It's one of those best player available, but also an absolute burner. Brandon Bean, who is a friend of this show, of course, friend of mine. This is what he's always looking for. A guy who not only has the stuff on the tape, but can also come in and burn and be an actual combine warrior. Curious here to see if there is a team at 31 or 32 who's going to hop in. Maybe. I don't think so right now, but I look to my man right to the left of me. What do you like about this player?
Let's not forget what happened to the Buffalo Bills. I can't remember which corner it was, went out in the playoff game, and then they just got absolutely torched the rest of the game. So a great pick for them. He had 6 career interceptions. 3 of them went back to the house. So when he gets his hand on the ball, he always takes it home. And then 5 interceptions in 2023. He was out a lot of the season this year with the shoulder surgery. But no, great player.
I don't often mention agents' names, and I don't really care about who represents who. Had a conversation with Ed Berry, who is the Saquon Barkley's agent. Aaron Rodgers' agent. And early on in the process, Ed Berry hits me up in February and is like, you don't know his name now. Maxwell Harrison will be a first-round pick. So shout out to Ed Berry, the best-looking agent in the game.
Yeah, young lad. I saw him marry somebody. I mean, he's a real deal, Ed Berry. He
went to UK as well.
Yeah, and he was a football player.
We talked to him at the combine about
headhunter. He's a headhunter.
Super handsome. So shout out to Maxwell Harrison, explosive. We'll be talking to Brandon Bean, I think, here in a matter of moments. The Eagles and the Chiefs just swapped picks. So, Schrags, your intuition was accurate. You just didn't know what was happening.
I don't know who it was for, though. And now it's interesting. You go one pick up, so there must be someone, obviously, that the Eagles love who's still on the board. We'll see who it is.
And they said, we don't want the Chiefs to take this guy. So who would that be?
Jihad Campbell still up.
Has to be. Maybe.
And that's another
Kobe
guy
Dean
that would be amazing.
So who...
Simmons is on the board still. You look at the big offensive lineman, you think of Stoutland.
Will Johnson, they lost Darius Slay.
Will
So
Johnson.
it would have to be a player that they thought the Chiefs are going to take, right, Coach? If you're moving up one pick?
Yeah, it's a blinking light. I mean, definitely. If you go up one pick, it's someone that...
You've said blinking light a couple times. That means like...
as they come off the board, you got one guy sitting there. That's
staring
4,
at
5,
you.
6, 7 slots higher than
a potential yellow jacket upper.
And if the
yellow
Chiefs,
jacket.
Chiefs like Harrison maybe or something of that nature.
There was one guy that was
like,
always.
all right, well, since we're not getting him, we might as well get another fourth. Andy Reid trades back in every draft, right? Isn't that his MO? He has that record for most trades.
You think this was just maybe to, hey, I need to keep the trend going.
Did it last year. Did it last year.
So I believe what is being reported is that the Eagles are adding a dog to the defense. Now, did they think the Chiefs were potentially going to take him, or why would you give up a fourth to move up one? That has to be the case, I guess. That would have to be the reason why. This Philadelphia Eagles team last year on paper, and obviously in the NFC East, they were loaded. They had the #1 defense in the league, and then they had the #1 run game in the league. And I guess since the beginning of football, if you have the #1 rushing offense and the #1 defense, you're going to win a Super Bowl. I think that is just kind of what it has been. Cam Jurgens came in for Jason Kelce, seamless. Jason Kelce, dog, absolutely unbelievable.
Yellow jacket.
He's a yellow jacket. He is a yellow jacket. Post-football and during football, he is. They had to get new OC, new DC. You're talking about everything over there in Philadelphia. And the roster that they had and the team that they had, it was on paper best team in football, and then it's Super Bowl legitimized. Now they're potentially adding another weapon to that defense that was very Vic was considered dead, Vic Fangio. This guy can't do football anymore. After the Miami Dolphins situation, now the Eagles seemingly loading up on defense even more. You saw him obviously twice. That team was so good at football last year.
I mean, clearly from the bye week, I thought clearly they were the best team in football and the most consistent team. And then obviously, had the tough divisional game there against the Rams, and obviously in the championship game, the Super Bowl, were decisive victories. But once again, let's talk about the trenches. They had it on both sides of the ball. I thought their young players, particularly the rookie class, really as the season got on. And the thing that really jumps off, I know personally we were -8 turnover ratio against them in 2 games. You can't beat Jones Junior High with that. So I mean, but the point is they do a great job taking care of the football. Taking the ball away. They're definitely built the right way.
Coach, you've obviously went against them a couple times. What do you think about the job that Coach Sirianni's done all last year, getting killed by the media, saying, hey, they need to fire this fucking clown. This guy's a moron. He doesn't know what he's doing.
He gets killed, Coach. I don't know how much you know.
He was getting killed all season, and he just keeps going, keeps staying the course, and they win the Super Bowl. What do you think about the job he's done in Philadelphia?
I think he's done a great job. I mean, think about it. I mean, he won a Super Bowl last year, but he's been in his second one. I mean, his numbers speak for himself, And some jobs have a little more pressure than others. In Philadelphia, as we know, it's a different place, and the intensity is here. But you have to admire the job Nick has done.
Let's go into the draft cave here. Philadelphia Eagles potentially maybe taking Jihad Campbell, linebacker from Alabama.
Yep.
That fits Sirianni team very, very well. So, dude.
I mean, these players just keep following them, and they're not going to stop taking them. I mean, it happened with Jalen Carter, not as far, obviously. They took him at 10. He is Daniel Jeremiah's 12th ranked player. He's only here because he had a shoulder injury. He had 117 tackles this year. He was a 5-star edge coming out, and they moved him to off-ball, and he flourished this year. He only had 8 missed tackles all year. He was one of 3 players who had more than 100 tackles to have less than 10 missed tackles.
Chase.
He ran a 4.5 at the combine at 6'3", 230. Like he's just an absolute monster. When he sees it, he goes and gets it. Like I love this player.
The stat that I love, guys, is that he has the most tackles in a season from an Alabama player since DeMeco Ryans in 2003. So wow. DeMeco, of course, did spend some time in Philly, and I'll just say this: Vic Fangio, that man's a dog. And what he did with those young guys last year and got them to get to Nolan Smith where he went, where he had to go. And, of course, the rookies and Cooper DeJean and obviously Quinyon Mitchell. But, like, what their defense went from 2 years ago and 1 year, you cannot underestimate the impact of Vic Fangio. He might be the best defensive coordinator in all of football, and now he gets just another piece. Unbelievable pickup, and Howie does it again.
Spagnuolo would certainly have a conversation with you at the Kansas City Chiefs. But nonetheless, that Philadelphia Eagles team, anytime you have 14 eyes on the quarterback because your front four can work, you're talking about Jihad being off the ball. The 4 guys up front can get home. That was very evident in the Super Bowl and all season long.
Yeah, especially when you have guys on the back end. Like Zach Bond was a former edge rusher, too, that moved to off the ball, had a Defensive Player of the Year caliber season. Now, N'Kobe Dean was a great leader out there. He got banged up, so now you got him coming in. Communicators, great coach, and that I can look at the players, see how much they're talking, communicating pre-snap, and I can tell how well they're being coached. Saw that rookie year with Cooper DeJean.
Jihad Campbell, linebacker,
Alabama. Also, Pat, the moving up 1 pick. It was either this year or next year. I think the Eagles have like 12 picks, so they have picks to give.
And
to move
they gave
up
up
one
a
pick.
they gave up a 5th-round pick. It's nothing.
And
that guy's gonna go on to be a Hall of Famer. Sorry.
Jihad Campbell gets selected to Philadelphia Eagles. Obviously a dog. Congrats to him. Congrats to the Eagles. Now the Chiefs are on the clock. 32nd pick. Even when they don't win a Super Bowl, they get the Super Bowl pick of this entire thing. Patrick Mahomes has tweeted out.
What's this mean?
Cool sunglasses guy.
No, I think it means like I like what's about to happen. Okay. I think it means I like what's about to happen.
It's got to be.
Luther?
It's got to be a left.
Shador.
It's got to be a left tackle from Ohio State.
Yeah, a lineman. They got no tuning.
I'm thinking receiver.
Offensive line has to be.
But I feel O-line definitely positioned need. We saw it show up often with them last year, but the sunglasses just make me think wide out.
Yeah, because
But we'll see.
Or tight end.
Yeah, because what emoji would he use if it was an offensive lineman?
A muscle.
A fatso.
The arm thing?
Yeah. Or a fat one. Maybe.
I don't think they have a fatso emoji. I think they got rid of that. I think they got rid of that.
Bring it back. I like. Well, they could do the pregnant person.
Yeah, I don't know if that's still up there too. Maybe. I'm not 100% sure.
Either way.
We got best available now. I mean, all these O-linemen have flown off the board. D-linemen, edge guys.
Do we have
only a couple receivers went, couple corners. DB, like, who's the best available?
I don't know if you guys have it or not. Will Johnson, Mike Green, Josh Simmons, who's the tackle from Ohio State.
Yaya Black, D tackle from Iowa.
Absolutely.
Trevion Henderson.
Yep, and Junkins.
Nick Eamon-Warry, the safety out of South Carolina.
Hold on, both Ohio State running backs still.
Both Ohio State running backs.
Yeah, you love that if you're
Nick Eamon-Warry, I think that.
Who's that?
I think it'd be a great pick here.
Eamon-Warry.
South Carolina safety.
Oh yeah.
Also, don't forget Andy. What did they trade in to get LSU running back a few years ago?
Yeah, Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
So maybe
they drafted him last in the 1st round. But you look at what their teaming. They lost Justin Reed. So Mike said, Coach McCarthy said Eamon-Warry. That is interesting. Steve will use I don't have any information on it. I just think that would
be. Coach, can you tell me about Andy Reid? Obviously, longtime coach. You both have been in the NFL a long time. He has careers in 2 different places. Obviously, he had sustained success. Offensive guy. I think you both were here for the Packers at some point.
No, I actually followed Andy here.
Okay.
He was a quarterback coach, and he went to Philly in '99, and I replaced him here as a quarterback coach in 1999. So.
What do you think about Andy Reid and his style? Why is it so good?
Super consistent. I think like anything, Andy's been successful in two places, so he has a great system. I mean, he has great systems, and I think like anything, as a young coach, and we all go through it. Everybody has a plan. And it's the Mike Tyson. Yeah, everybody has a plan until you get punched in the face. But Andy's systems, in a way, he's evolved. It's tremendous. I mean, you watch our offense. It's always evolving, and obviously with Spags on defense. I mean, that's a great combination.
And then they got Tobe, right? Special teams.
Tobe on special teams. I mean, that's a strong unit right there.
3 yellow jackets.
That's a lot of yellow jackets.
Yellow jackets.
That's a lot of yellow.
Yeah.
Hey, before we're on the 32nd pick.
Good crowd.
Great crowd.
Thank you, Mike. I love that.
Allegedly, the Chiefs might be taking a tackle
from Ohio State,
who won a national championship last year.
Okay, so that's why Patrick Mahomes be like, it's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, I'm back there, cool, chilling.
Yeah, chilling.
Yeah.
He's got sunglasses on, but he's the son. Sunglasses on the sun. He's a cool guy.
Yeah.
The reason why he's cool is because he's got new security out there to the left. Mad Mel Kiper, you pumped up for the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes?
Absolutely love this pick. I mean, we need Mahomes to, kind of be that guy again. I'm sick and tired of them, mix and match and trying to get a guy out there. Let's protect the guy. We know what he can do when he is upright, when he is healthy. They've been trying to figure this out for a couple years now, and it seems like this might be the pick to finally kind of put the nail in the coffin, and maybe they have, their left tackle for the next 10 to 15 years.
And we're watching these highlights. He's a dog.
Yes.
Absolute baller.
Furniture mover.
Isn't it crazy?
mover.
This many tackles have been taken, he's still available.
Yeah.
I
that's
think that's like 18 trenches-wise in the first round, 18 total players.
He was probably originally going to be a top 10, 15. Yeah. He hurt his ACL.
Towards patella, I think.
patella.
Yeah. That's a kneecap for
against
him.
Oregon in October, yeah.
Yeah, so he literally just got cleared, I think, this week. The doctors were at the combine were super happy about where he was. So yeah, that's a steal for obviously the Chiefs get a steal of an offensive lineman with a 32nd pick.
Hey, Coach McCarthy, how do you feel about them taking a tackle?
I could come up with a few more verbs.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now is a man who drafted Maxwell Hairston out of Kentucky, the general manager of the Buffalo Bills, friend of the program, Brandon Bean.
Hey, Bean.
Yeah. How you doing, Bean? You got a fast, explosive DB in the building. Was this always the choice? Did you know he was going to be available?
No, you didn't. You never know. I mean, corner's a premium position, and so you're just really, when you're sitting at 30, you can go so many different ways. So he was a guy we had our eye on for sure, and as it got close, we kind of felt like he may go. There were some teams with corner needs in front of us, but fortunately, he was there, and we fired up to get him.
What were your thoughts on how the draft went tonight? A lot of trenches work. Did you guys know that coming in?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of talent there. I think people were sticking with their board and not trying to reach too much. And it's not it wasn't heavy at the top of quarterbacks. And so that, in our world, that stinks. We like it when there's a lot of good quarterbacks because that pushes better position players down. But no, I thought it was, teams made sensible decisions, and that's why we were nervous at 30 that a guy like Max probably wouldn't be there.
Well, he was there, and he was pumped to join your squad. I don't know if you saw him walk the tunnel. He went up to the Bills logo and went bananas. Yeah. Darius has a question for you.
Yeah, all these corners, DBs being available, what was it about Max specifically that separated him from the pack?
Yeah, I mean, infectious personality, infectious smile, and he can run. I mean, just, you can never add enough speed. That's something, you're always looking for on both sides of the ball. But he's not just a man guy. This guy can play zone. He's got ball skills. He had a really good year the year before. He got nicked up, shoulder thing this year, missed part of the season. But tough kid, healed up, ready to go, and we're excited to add him to our group now.
What do you look forward to for the next couple rounds? Are you already prepared for that, or is it just kind of see how it goes?
Yeah, I'm going to knock out the media and here next after you guys, put you guys first.
Thank you, Mr. B. Thank you, Mr. There's one last question for you from Mad Mel. Maybe not a question, just an opinion, I assume.
Well, yeah, Bean, just curious. Listen, hey, I know that you guys just gave Josh Allen basically $1 billion, but was there any consideration? You're sitting there. My number one guy on the board's there, Shedeur Sanders. Did it ever cross your mind, hey, maybe we go grab this guy and just kind of stash him underneath Josh?
We kind of blacked out the whole quarterback board, so we were we didn't look at any quarterbacks in the first round. Maybe later, but not round one.
Hey, congratulations on what seems to be a great pick and another great first round for you. Coach Mike McCarthy's here. I don't know if you have any messages for him. He's been great on this show tonight. I don't know.
How you doing, Coach?
Doing good. Great job, Brandon. I know this is a lot of work goes into it. Good luck the next 2 days.
Appreciate that. Much respect to you, Coach. Good to see you, buddy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the general manager of the Buffalo Bills, Brandon Bean. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, Bean.
All right, and that's that, huh? Here is how the draft shook up this evening. From Cam Ward to Josh Simmons and all the picks in between. We had a pitcher who was a lefty drafted to Seattle that could throw 90 miles an hour. We had some steals. We had some reaches. We had a lot of picks that I think we all said, good for them. That feels like a good play. Tyler Warren is a member of the Indianapolis Colts. I'm pumped up about that. Travis Hunter got picked number 2 overall, which, was supposed to be Shedeur at the beginning of this entire process. Then Travis Hunter became the conversation quickly. Abdul Carter, Will Campbell, kind of chalk across the board the first 4. Ashton Genty doesn't get picked 5th. Mason Graham does. And the story of the day is it was a trenches draft. That is basically the only convo you can have, I think, about this first round. Don't you think, Coach?
Yeah, no doubt. And congratulations to these young men. You think about it, they're all first-round picks in the NFL draft. I mean, their starting line has been established. So for them to be, to get this to this is exciting. Because now, because now the real work starts. So, and it's going to be exciting to wait, see what happens the next 2 days. You got rookie free agency. So, you think of this thing in a big picture of things. Every NFL club, they're loading up their database, with 400 or 500 players. So, I mean, this is a big day. I can't say enough for these personnel departments and how much they put into this. So, just much respect and best of luck to everybody next 2 days.
We'd like to say the amount of work you put in since finding out you're doing this has been nothing short of impressive.
Awesome.
We appreciate the hell out of you, Coach.
Yeah,
you crushed it.
Hell yeah, Coach.
Coach, you absolutely crushed it.
That was awesome.
Was there another? I mean, these people have been showing you love, obviously, since you got back into town, as they should, and they're appreciative of you. But, you crushed it for us here tonight. We're very thankful because, how can you prepare a guy for a show that has no real anything?
Yeah, no lane.
It's like, Coach, you're just going to get peppered with questions all night. All right, I'll do my research. Watches his tape, has his notes. You were first class throughout this entire thing, and inviting us to your barn earlier so we could get a workout, going to dinner with us last night. We're so thankful for you, Coach. You kicked ass here. We're very, very grateful for you.
Well, thank you. It's been great to be part of it. It's always good seeing my first draft pick that we didn't even talk about it.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
2006. Oh, yeah, AJ's got us started back in 06.
First year. I remember the first team meeting. That was I didn't realize it was your first team meeting as a head coach.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Yeah. So I remember the great pinstripe suit you showed up.
Hey, right.
Yeah.
I remember he did say one time, a couple years later, he came back and said, I should have been put in jail the way I practiced you when I first got here. That was old school CBA,
no
2 days, full
yeah.
pads, day one. We practiced at 8:30 in the morning, 6:30 at night. That's when football was football.
Coach, can we talk about that, though? He was your first pick. He was the 5th overall pick at linebacker out of Ohio State. He was stubborn with his medical reporting for the teams that were looking to draft him. He told us stories about lying to people about injury history and everything like that because of,
just not telling him. I said, if you want to find it, check my file. If you think I got a knee, if I've had 4 knee, I may have had 4 knee scopes by then. If my file says 2, I'm not correcting you.
Anyways, it worked out. What was it about AJ that made you guys pull the trigger? We love him, and we're lucky to talk to him every single day.
I mean, I can remember, Ted Thompson was. There's really no questions about AJ. One thing when you look at the history, multi-sport athlete in high school, obviously had a great career, at Ohio State, impact player, tackling machine, and he's got a fucking nose of a middle linebacker.
Yes, I was telling my son that.
Sorry about that.
That's a compliment.
Don't be telling him to hold the fucking ball all night.
And he's the illustration of what we had back then. Same guy every day. Never had to worry about AJ. True pro the day he showed up.
Hell yeah, AJ. And what was it like playing for Coach McCarthy? I've only been with him for 24, 36 hours.
The best.
I wish I could have played on a team that you were coaching. I just want to let you know that.
Coach McCarthy was one quick one. I got called in. I got caught on camera flicking off somebody in the sidelines. It was a joke. Coach probably doesn't remember it, but I
remember it.
I was in a towel. And the PR guys came. Hey, come here. You got to talk to Coach before you talk to the media. And I walked into this office I didn't even know existed, and it's on the bottom floor in Lambeau. And I'm in a towel, and I was mad. I'm like, what are we talking about? This is a joke. And he said he wasn't pissed at me, but he was like, hey, calm down. We just got to get our story straight. What was going? What were we doing? What the hell was that? I was like, Coach, I've actually done this 5 or 6 other times, just wasn't caught on camera. But I was like, it's a joke. I was, and he was really cool with it, so I appreciate him for that.
Hey,
I still got fined from the league.
Let's call them cool heads here.
I came in a little hot, just in a town. I was like, what am I doing in here? Let me go. This is so stupid. And he felt me coming in how hot I was, and he calmed me down instantly. Okay, I get it. Coach gets it. We're fine.
Coach, your players love you, I bet, man. That's the best compliment you can give to a coach. I don't think I've ever heard a player that's ever played for you say anything differently, and I could see why. You are an absolute dog. We have no idea what your future is in the football world. okay? We're very grateful you're here. We assume you're going to coach again because you're a football guy. That's what football guys do. But just know that if you ever want to do media, you are very welcome to join us, and I think you would do very well in whatever you do in the ball world. And tonight has been awesome, and the stories we've heard from you and about you just kind of stamp everything we thought. This guy's a Yinzer football guy.
Amen.
And the football world's lucky for you. We're also lucky for Down the Draft Cave. Peter Schrager, thank you for joining us tonight, buddy.
Yeah, Schrager.
There's a pop for you out here, Schrager.
Guys,
pop for you out here.
I got to tell you, I had such a blast with you. I'll put this draft broadcast against the one I used to always be on NFL Network and against all the ESPN ones.
All right.
It was so much fun. And I'll also say this, Pat, I had great reservations that we were going to be tipping picks, all this stuff. This was the purest and most wonderful experience I've had on draft night. And I'll tell you something, what was really great about it. We celebrated every single player selected and gave them their due. We didn't make this a reality show about the guys not being drafted. Kudos to you, and I can't thank you enough for how warm the reception's been.
Schrager, we love you, buddy.
You the GOAT.
Schrager, we said this to everybody, like, Schrager should not be available for our show.
Yeah. What a miss. What a miss.
Should not be available. So thank you for joining us, and we'll continue to watch you as you crush it on ESPN. AP Tone, the amount of work you put in on this entire draft process, we appreciate the hell out of you. Great work, Tone.
Thank you, brother. It's a pleasure. It's my favorite.
It really is. But all the film, all the stat, I mean, everything you did for this program, you should be incredibly proud of yourself. You crushed it this year, Tone.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. It means a lot. You know it does. It's literally my favorite thing to do every single year, and it's not work. I mean, we get to do this. It's awesome, and I appreciate it.
I think we had 230,000 concurrents at one point.
Damn. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, it might have got more than that. It might have got less than that. I guess there were some problems with.
Oh, you don't say.
I guess there were some things dropping out. I guess there was some crashing going on. Pretty good little night, I guess.
Okay.
Thank you all for watching at home. Obviously, the Talk to Table at Boston Connor and Mad Mel Kiper.
Let's go.
Boys. Okay, we're currently sitting at 1.4 million views on YouTube alone. That's a big number. That'll only grow, obviously, through the night. Thank you to everybody that watched, and thank you to Mad Mel for legitimizing our show.
Amen.
You know, that's what you do, Mad Mel. And Coach Mike McCarthy's clapping. Mad Mel, you legitimize our show, brother. We appreciate.
Why are we not doing? Why are we working tomorrow? I got volleyball, so no, I'm with you.
Well, I hear you.
No,
This has been fucking
great.
awesome being in Green Bay. You know, being in Coach's barn earlier. I mean, shit, if I would have told 16-year-old me or 21-year-old me when the Packers won a Super Bowl when I was in college, holy fucking shit, I would have smacked the taste out of my mouth. That's bullshit. This has been an incredible night. The fans here,
great,
unbelievable all night.
Good crowd.
And boy,
Still
oh
out here.
boy,
Still out here. The place is empty, by the way. The place is empty except for right here.
That's amazing.
I'm going to drink 100 booze cocktails whenever we get done tonight. I'm ready to fucking rip it. It's just been an unbelievable night.
We will certainly do that at houses that are built for booze cocktails,
Correct.
which we are Airbnb-ing. Boston Connor, obviously, Foxborough, similar. Driving through neighborhoods to get to the stadium.
Very much so, yeah.
This place different than I think
There's
I've ever.
nothing like
I think this is probably the most unique experience in all of sport in America. And would you agree with that?
Well, without a doubt, because even with Foxborough, with Massachusetts, there's other sports. All they have here is Packers football. And they're booing, but these are the best type of crowds. You want the interactive crowds. You want the ones that are going to, kind of chirp. So it's been incredible since the beginning. And, Green Bay is a great spot for a draft because it is fully dedicated to only football. We talk about football towns, Pittsburgh, Foxborough, New England, things of that nature. All those other cities, the thing that separates it, Green Bay from all those is that it's strictly football. They don't give a fuck about basketball. They don't give a fuck about hockey in Green Bay. They do in Wisconsin, but they truly don't have a team, in Green Bay the way they have a football team. So it's been incredible. The boos have been hilarious for me, but hearing, the chance for, Mike, for AJ, for Ty, people throwing shit up to you chugging beers off camera.
Coach, I wouldn't do that on here. You know me.
Whoa. It's been awesome. Pittsburgh next year will be, I assume, very similar, but not a setup like this.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, maybe.
We will literally see. I mean, this has felt the sing-along, the vibe, the feel.
Sick.
It's been fantastic. 9-year NFL vet, Darius Butler. You've had a great night tonight, D-Butch.
Cool, you too.
What are your thoughts on this draft? What do you think about
Just what everybody said. First of all, sitting here with Coach Mike McCarthy, man, just the ultimate respect. Gave us so much hospitality, bringing us to your bar in this city. I had my reservations about the draft being in Green Bay. This has been awesome. The crowd has been amazing. And Coach said it earlier, like, congratulations to these young men. Like, this is a dream that we all had. We all dreamed to be first-round picks in the NFL, and they're actually realizing their dream, and then the work just starts. But it's been a long journey for them, all the ups, all the downs, even the whole process since the college season ended to this point with them and their families. So just much respect to them. And everybody that didn't get called tonight. We got a long weekend ahead. There's some free agents be picked up as well. So this was an awesome, awesome night, man. I love draft night. It's been incredible. And this crowd still bringing it.
Legit, yeah. Gotta respect it.
Fucking real heat.
Hey, it's real healing right now.
We're 4 hours into this.
I'm ready for physicality.
Hey, I know you are.
I'm clear for physicality.
This is 4 hours in. These people are still rolling. Shout out to the cheese they sent us. And also shout out to the truck. Great work, boys.
Good work, thank you, guys.
Good work, boys.
Clean up.
Everybody and also back in Indy at the Thunderdome, thank you for all the work.
Oh, yeah.
And to the all-time leading tackler in the history of the Green Bay Packers. AJ, thank you so much, brother. You're great.
It was awesome. I didn't know what to expect, but yeah, Coach nailed it. Appreciate these people. I didn't realize everybody else was left and they're just around here.
Yeah, it's
I thought everybody's here.
Yeah, I'm staring out at it empty.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it is completely empty. We're probably the only ones still going. The NFL shut off the music up there. They had a DJ.
You. That's amazing. That guy's spinning the top. What is the hat he's spinning?
That's a pillow. He's the one that tossed the cheese out of his pocket. Yeah, that guy right there.
Hopefully his pocket.
Yeah, maybe the pants. You never know.
Boy.
There's some more cheese.
Eat a cheese stick, D-Buck.
I think that's Kobe Jack. Fucking throw it back.
Okay, he threw it back. Oh, here we go. Connor will eat it.
Oh, no. Connor?
Here we go.
For the people.
Stand up.
Oh, it's Sargento. That's good shit.
That's good stuff.
Big sponsor.
Is this thing gonna open? Or?
Now you got to definitely peel. Definitely peel.
Sargento cheese first down.
Bite into it. Bite through the plastic.
I don't know if that'll work.
I don't know if it's even appealable.
This stage is sick, too. Ours, that NFL draft stage is sick.
They're trying to they give you cheese, and they tell you to go fuck yourself.
No, I know.
With the cheese. They want him to fuck himself with the cheese.
Okay.
Oh, they want you to eat it. They want you to
Eat it.
Oh, no.
He's going to eat it, right?
Oh, no.
In what world? Fucking Marks! Marks! Yeah, right!
Good healing.
Idiots, man.
All right. We appreciate you all so much for hanging with us. For everybody that watched at home, you're the greatest. Let's remember.
Easy.
All right, we're going to hang on to the Sargento.
Yeah.
We'll enjoy that later. Be a friend, tell a friend something nice. It might change their life. We're in this thing together. Team on me. We'll eat the cheese. We'll beat the cheese. We'll meet the cheese. And we're lucky to be a part of the town known for cheese. You guys crushed it tonight. Green Bay is an incredible city. The draft has a lot of dreams come true, and I think we're living out one every single time we get a chance to do this. Team on three. Coach, you crushed it tonight. 1, 2, 3. Team. Goodbye.